fine, I won't tell you.
No, please.
It's a really cute story, but whatever.
No.
All right.
All right.
Now I'm afraid to start it.
No, go ahead.
Okay. My dad saw a lot of like fucked up shit in the war, so like, as soon as it was over, he was like, I don't want to be in Israel anymore. I'm super bummed out and depressed.
Yeah.
So he had like, it's like that classic like immigrant story. He had like $100 in his pocket, and he flew to America, or he took a boat. I can't remember. And he was going to take a Greyhound bus across the country to L.A. Where he like had some friends or family or whatever. Mm-hmm. But he was only in New York for a day, and he was like trying to ride the subway around, but he like couldn't figure out the subway because the New York subway is fucking confusing as shit if you've never done it before. So he didn't know where the A train was. He was at Columbus Circle on the 60th Street subway station. And he saw a cute girl, and he went up to her and he asked her in like broken English. He was like, do you know the way to the A train? And she was like, well, yeah, that's actually the train I'm taking, so I'll show you where it is. And that was my mom.
Oh.
Yeah, and like he just like super fell in love with her crazy hard, like instantly. And like at the end of the subway ride, like when he got to his stop, like my dad is like super confident but not at all smooth. So like he just like he just knew he couldn't let her get away, so he put his arm around her arm and he was like, "We're going to lunch." And my mom like laughed at him and she was like, no we're not." But she was like, I just came from lunch, but here's my number. And she was like, I'd never given my number to anybody before, but I just got a cool vibe from him. And they started dating, and 3 years later, boom jams, marriage me.
Oh, damn.
Ain't that some crazy shit?
Marriage me.
Marriage/me. I believe in that order. Okay, so we'll start over here. Lee Daniel Avedon, that's my name. March 14, 1979, age 39, correct. Springfield, New Jersey, U.S. Yeah, man. That's where I was born. Nationality American. Yeah, it's weird to like see the word American for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because every time I've read it in text, it's Native American, you know? And I'm like, I was born in New Jersey. So I guess that counts.
Well, you're what is it? First generation?
Oh, in my mom's side was around for a couple of generations.
Oh, okay.
My dad was born in Tel Aviv in Israel and then moved to America when he met my mom when he was like 25, 24. I can't remember. Maybe younger even. Avedon was born and raised in Springfield Township, New Jersey, the elder of two children of Deborah Schwartz and Avigdor Avedon. Correct.
I did not know your dad's name was Avigdor.
Yeah, Avigdor it's a Hebrew name. His father was born and raised in Israel and served in the Yom Kippur War before immigrating to America, where he met Avedon's mother.
There was a Yom Kippur War?
Yes, 1973, I believe. It was Israel against Egypt. Yeah, right near the 6-Day War. There were a lot of skirmishes that kind of like redrew the lines of where the borders of Israel were and what was Israeli land and what was Palestinian land. And it's still, I mean, repercussions of all that, I mean, still exist to this day. That land is still being fought over.
Is that part of what made you interested in Egypt?
I found that whole part of the world interesting because, like, oh God, I do not want to talk Middle Eastern politics, but like, to say it plainly, like, that one small piece of land is like the Holy Land for like many different cultures, and it's been conquered by so many different groups throughout the past thousands of years that any number of groups can say that was our land and it was taken from us, you know?
Right.
So it's just, it's a very like tough situation, and I don't know how it's going to work out. Probably not well. But we can't solve that. His younger sister, Dana Avedon Cohn, is a bench jeweler. I don't know what a bench jeweler is.
There's a citation for that.
Let's find out.
A bench jeweler is an artisan who uses a combination of jewelry making skills to make and repair jewelry. Does she do that? I don't know if she does that.
Let's check the citation.
Okay.
Hover over the 9.
Introduce your mom to cool girl earrings this Mother's Day. That sounds like something Dana would have just been saying, like, these are cool earrings, as opposed to, like, I made these. But I don't know. Maybe she makes jewelry too.
According to that article.
Geez, that's strange. The executive style correspondent of InStyle magazine and the executive style director of Pop Sugar. Yes, that's correct. She did work for InStyle. Now she works for Pop Sugar. His maternal grandfather, Bernard Schwartz, assisted in inventing the body electrode. That is true as well. I don't think he invented the electrode itself, but he invented the sticky pad that connected the electrode to the body.
Well, he did assist in inventing.
I guess technically. So. He was such a great guy. I really wish he was still around so everyone could have met him. But that's Granny Sexbang's husband.
Was that at all associated with, like, what was the moment where you sort of realized that you liked music or doing music?
The second, I mean, for as long as I have memories, I loved music. Like, there's pictures of me like at 2 years old with at my grandparents' house, Granny Sexbank's house, with like giant headphones on, and like it's like 1982, so like the headphones have like those big like telephone curly cords, you know, to the stereo system.
I love that shit.
Me too. I loved it, and like the fucking headphones were just encasing my head, you know. But like I adored music from the moment I heard it, you know, which must have been always. I have a younger sister, Dana, and so it was always just the four of us, and then my grandparents, Granny Sexbang, and her husband, who I called Pop, Bernie.
You called her Granny Sex. That's her given name.
Yeah. No, I called her Mom, actually, because...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because, I mean, some people know this, but like I call my parents Debbie and Avi, their first names, because I just taught myself how to talk. So like I called people by what I heard.
Yeah.
And what I heard was my parents by their first names, and then when my mom would refer to her mom, my grandma, she would call her Mom. So my grandma became Mom, and my grandpa became Pop. And the other half of my family, my dad's side, was all in Israel. So I liked them, but I didn't see them very much.
What's your first memory?
My first memory, geez. There are a couple. One I definitely remember sitting, like, the public library in my little town in Jersey that I grew up in had like a story time thing. And it had like this little like depression area with like stairs that go down, and then like a flat area for kids. And it was all encased by like this dark black glass. And I just remember like sitting on those little stairs and listening to the librarian tell stories. And I was like, this is fucking awesome. I don't even think awesome was a thing that people said back then, but like I knew what it was, and I knew that the library had it.
You thought, exactly, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah. So
as a 3-year-old.
That's one thing. I also remember, like, the other earliest memory, there used to be this place called the Union Market, where like, it was just like a flea market, like a dirty flea market on a Jersey highway. And I remember like looking at this like tapestry, like this red carpet tapestry thing that was like hanging from the ceiling. And I think Your Wildest Dreams by the Moody Blues was playing like over the speaker, because I remember that. And like, but that's very, I don't know. I remember that early childhood in like snapshots, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's not so much like things that I remember, just like certain moments, but those moments are like crystal clear. It's really weird.
Yeah, definitely. And plus like, I bet if you went back in time and watched yourself, it wouldn't even be anything like what you remember.
I'm sure.
It's just like you keep recalling that memory, and it just keeps like iterating more and more on it.
Yeah, and also because like when you're a little kid like that, so much is in your head, you know? Like there's no lens of logic that you're seeing the world through. So like anything, like alligators could be behind this couch, because fucking of course they could. That just, the way you physically see the world must be so different, but you kind of forget, you know, as time goes on. I told you that my mom has video footage of me when I was like 2 years old. I'd be in my driveway looking up at the moon and trying to like grab it, and I'd be like, I can get it, and then I'd jump like half an inch off the ground, and my mom was like, almost.
What if you just like did grab it and it disappeared from the sky, and then
Yeah.
your mom was like, "What? What?"
Yeah.
And you open your hand and it's there.
Yeah, and she realizes I'm like a demon baby, and the choir starts off like, like the Omen.
And then like the rocks start to rise from the ground, you know? And you're like, "I got it, Mom. I got it."
Yeah, I can now speak in full sentences. I'm 2 years old, but I'm like,
Mother, the blood of Christ compels me. The more power stars, blah 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 blah.
I don't know.
You did that.
I don't know. I don't speak any language other than English.
But you used to know Hebrew.
I did. Hebrew was my first language when I was like a little baby, and I've completely forgotten all of it.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
So if I was like, you'd be like,
I'd be like, that's very offensive. Go fuck yourself.
well, I mean,
I remember like the songs my dad used to sing to me, like as a kid, like to help me go to sleep and stuff.
yeah, like what?
Like Noomi Noomi.
Noomi Noomi? You mean the dance that guy did?
No, that's Numa Numa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This goes like,
Maya. I
Yeah,
can't imagine that was very
yeah,
relaxing
that
to go to
didn't-
sleep
That did
to.
not help me sleep.
Maya.
Like, Dad, stop. Go to bed.
Besta stresta,
Close
no
your
ma, no ma,
eyes.
yeah.
No, like it goes like, Noomi Noomi Adalti, Noomi Noomi Noom. And like, there's another part, but yeah, as soon as like, it became such a Pavlovian response that as soon as he started singing that, I'd be like,
Yeah,
oh,
interesting.
God, I can't believe I still remember that. It's been like 30 years.
What are some other things that you say? Do you say clicker
Clicker?
for a remote?
Oh yeah, sure. Actually, I have my own made-up word that my dad created called chick chuck.
Chick chuck?
Don, hand me the chick chuck because whoa, I'm still in Big Town. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had like one of those really like old school. Dang it. Oh.
Nice one.
Got it. Prick. Yeah. We had one of those old clickers when I was a kid that would go chick chick. So my dad was like, "It's the chick chuck."
That's cute.
My dad's adorable.
Dan, what was the first thing that you ever did in school that you can remember?
Oh, the first thing I can... Well, it's not a proud moment. I remember in nursery school when my mom dropped me off. I told this story on Game Grumps. It's not really a story. It was the first time I had ever been like separated from my mom that I could remember, and I went and cried behind the piano. That was my first act in school, to fucking cry in despair. And it was a theme that repeated itself throughout my entire fucking 26 years of education.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Nothing. It was only 22 years. I didn't get a master's degree.
What?
Yeah, hard to believe.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. Didn't feel like learning anymore. My brain is full.
I'm done.
Whoa.
I'm just gonna go home.
I forgot what I was talking about.
Damn.
Oh yeah, because these were the first
Inappropriate.
video games I'd ever played that didn't require a quarter.
Oh shit, that's
Yeah.
right.
Except for this one fucking handheld game. I wonder if any footage of it exists online. My dad bought it for me. It was a precursor to the Game Boy because it only had one game, but it was called Caveman.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Is
and
it a Game and Watch?
I don't
Did
know.
it have
what that
two
is.
screens?
No.
I never heard of Caveman.
I mean, it's really primitive. I just remember at the beginning. I didn't
Get it?
That was an accident. I didn't-
That's funny.
It just goes like, and then you're like a little caveman trying to throw
Yeah.
trying to throw a little thing at a dinosaur while avoiding lava pellets that fall from the sky.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, dude, it was for realsies.
4 straight up realsies?
Absolutely.
I gotta find that now. Caveman?
Caveman.
Dude, I
And-
gotta get that for
it-
you.
Oh, the only thing I wanted to say before was, reminded myself of a story of when I was like maybe 3 years old or 4 years old. My parents took me to the Qumran caves in Israel, which are these really, really like thousands of year old caves where I think like the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. But I mean, well, super fucking old. And we were like admiring them from a distance. It was the first time I'd ever been to Israel, and I turned to my dad. He was like, "Aren't these caves amazing?" And I was like, "Yeah, I shoveled them. I made the caves." And he was like, "Did you?"
Whoa.
Wow.
Really?
I'm so proud of my son.
I shoveled them?
Yeah, I was like, "I did. I made those."
Really?
Yeah, of course.
We're trying to take credit for the fucking cave that's been there for like millions of years.
The Qumran caves, yes. Yup. 4-year-old Dan did them.
Wow, nice work.
You're welcome,
Everybody.
Jewish faith.
Dude, now we'll be
People
able
of
to
the-
trace it back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's part of our history.
I've had an enormous.
We should open up the Quran.
Yeah. I've had an enormous.
No, just the shop called the Quran.
Yeah.
Should just open it up.
Yeah. That do anything for you?
Yeah.
Wikipedia wouldn't lie, except for that one time when I told that story on Grumps that I told my parents I dug the Qumran caves in Israel, and someone changed the Qumran caves Wikipedia article to say these caves were dug by Dan Abada.
That really happened?
Yeah, it totally happened. I still have I screen capped it and showed it to my dad, who died. He fucking loved it. However, you should not do graffiti on Wikipedia. That's not cool. But that one instance made me laugh very, very hard. Because it's all about the history of how they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in there, and like how important they were in the development of human nature and like people in general. It's like, these were dug by Dan Abaddon. Like, you're welcome. The humanity, the Qumran caves. When I was 4.
I remember looking up the Wikipedia for Dane Cook, and it was like, an unfunny gaylord or something like that. And it was like, whoa!
Damn, Wiki.
This is not real!
It's very real. You're keeping it too real, Wikipedia. No, like, I got shamed into never stealing anything, like, at like 4 years old, because I was in an airport and I wanted to buy this like grape flavored chapstick. Yeah, so there was just this chapstick in an airport that I totally wanted, and my mom was like, "No, we're not getting that for whatever reason." And I was like, so I just stole it and then like pretended to find it like underneath the chair like later at a different airport. I was like, "Wow, here's that thing I wanted. That's weird." And my mom was just like, "You suck." She was cool about it, but she just like was very unimpressed, like in the way parents get when they know they want, like, when they want you to know that they're unhappy with you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but you know you fucked up. And I never stole anything after that.
Wow.
Yeah, my
just the guilt alone made you...
Oh, dude, Jewish guilt. Fucking, that'll squash a career in criminality faster than you could possibly imagine.
Jewish guilt.
Oh, it's powerful.
Well, was she just like, she just give you the eye for the rest of the day or
Like,
something?
well, okay, I hope you enjoy that chapstick. I mean, you earned it. Like, oh, God!
You earned it.
So bad.
That's funny. It's funny how effective that is, too, because, like, you would think that there would be some scenarios where that would backfire, and it's like, yeah, I did earn it.
No, like, when your parents are mad at you, you can at least be mad back. But when your parents are disappointed in you, it cuts so much deeper.
Yeah. I think that's what I was always afraid of as a kid, just being disappointing.
Yeah. Oh, when I have kids, dude, I'm gonna be disappointed in them 24/7. Shouldn't have said it like that. I guarantee.
Yeah, just every day they're like, look at what I did, Dad! I put a lot of time and effort and love into it!
Put it on the fridge, I guess.
Shit, I just remembered another fucking insane thing that was New York and New Jersey from the 80s. There was a dude named Crazy Eddie Was he in Florida? No, he was New
No.
York, right? Oh God, it was just like, I think it was an actor who was doing it. Like, Eddie was just the name of the guy who owned the store, but like there was an actor playing a character named Crazy Eddie, and
Sounds like you're saying Crazy Yeti.
Yeti. No, Eddie, Crazy Eddie.
Okay.
And he would just like, he had like the enthusiasm of like the Sham Wow guy. He was like, and this over here, and this over here, blah, blah.
Right.
And just screaming, and then it would always finish like, and Crazy Eddie, our prices are insane.
Oh my God!
Those commercials have to be on YouTube.
Did he like stare you in the fucking eye?
I
when he-
can't remember. I was so young, but like,
Insane!
hold on, I gotta look it up now. It was.
Our prices are what they used to call me. Insane!
Crazy.
They used to because I killed them.
Crazy Eddie, prices are insane. Thank you, Internet. 1984, Jesus.
84.
Beat the heat! Beat the heat with a fan and air conditioner from Crazy Eddie. Get the guaranteed lowest sale prices anywhere on electric fans and air
Hey,
conditioners.
okay, so let me not make you listen to that whole thing, but
fuck?
I'll just skip to the end.
The heat. See Crazy Eddie now. His prices are insane.
Wow, that's a surprisingly laid back
mellow?
one. Yeah, he would go fucking bananas later on.
Our prices are. Maybe people were just getting too scared.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, they like once it became like a thing and he became like a caricature of what was originally a caricature. The whole thing was nuts.
Dude, like when I think back to teachers, like my kindergarten teacher, I still remember his name. Bob Burkhart was his name.
Whoa.
Yeah. I don't know how you'd spell it. I think there's a D hidden in there somewhere.
Bob Burkhart.
Burkhart did. But like he has a son named Steele who I think ended up on Broadway and stuff. But like he was fucking awesome. Like he was my kindergarten teacher and like
Dude, he let us have 2 snacks. in
no.
the day.
But like what are you in kindergarten? Like 4, 5, something like that?
I don't know.
But like that's
This corridor's all twisted.
Whoa.
Dude, thanks, Navi.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez, you're really fucking blowing my mind here, and dog. No, but like he used to bring like an acoustic guitar to class, and he would play like "This Land Is Your Land," "This Land Is My Land," like that stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember like I just waltzed up to the front of the class and like started singing with him because I just like whoops.
Yeah, I just got wall mastered, you.
Well, geez, looks like
Ah, son of a bitch.
Navi's annoyingness would have paid off to listen.
Yeah. Guess that's true.
But like, I think back like, and he was super cool about it. He was like, awesome, like this kid wants to sing, you know? So he totally encouraged it. And I think like that's where like my love of singing started. Like he could have easily been like, get back to your seat, and then I would have like hated singing and never like pursued anything, you know?
I had a teacher that.
You're so impressionable at those ages.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I was in Little League. I played Little League baseball, and I played in the outfield, which is where you play when you have no fucking talent.
Yeah.
And you throw like a girl.
And you just stand around all like, my legs hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, so they put me in the outfield. Actually, I threw worse than a girl. There were plenty of girls on our team who threw amazingly well, much better than I did. And so, like, my dad has, like, home video of, like, it goes to me in the outfield, and I'm just standing around. Because no kid is strong enough to hit, like, the baseball that far.
Yeah.
So you just stand there the whole game. And then he, like, brings the camera back to, like, the pitcher and the action. And then after the pitch, he goes back to me, and I'm like on my knees making dirt castles in the fucking ground. And you can hear my dad turn to my mom like, I don't think Dan is going to be an athlete. Oh man. Next time on Game Grumps, more shameful tales from my childhood.
I remember I played this one game with my friend Josh, where like this is what you did when you were bored in the 80s. No, I was gonna say my friend Josh and I made this game where like I was King Stego, which was short for Stegosaurus.
No
And
way.
yeah, and he was King Iguana, which was short for Iguanodon, which was his favorite dinosaur. And then we just threw shit at each other. And whoever hit the fucking other guy with something got a point. And whoever got 20 points first won and got to be the king dinosaur of the house.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was like your own little Game of Thrones, but like prehistoric.
We just fucking threw shit at each other. That was the game. and like,
I mean, that's pretty much what Call of Duty is.
I guess so. And
It's
I remember
catch.
I won 20-19. That shit was like almost 30 years ago, and I remember it so clearly because it was so meaningful to me at the time.
Dude, but you know what? That's a
was like,
fucking that's a pretty decent game because like you have feedback, you know? It's like you can't lie.
Well, you could, because like if you get
pelted, it's like ow, and it's like that's 1 point for me.
right, but a lot of times there'd be like the side pelt where like maybe it hit clothing and like you
Does
know.
that count? Well, then you have to come up with what the contingencies are.
Yeah, but
It's like if does a side hit help? Or
when you're 6, you don't. You just lie.
well, that
You
sounds
just
like your fucking problem.
Wow, Aaron, it's not my problem because the game ended a long time ago. I believe he's got like children now and a wife.
Well, his kids are probably playing it then.
You're probably right. I'm gonna be like, "Yo, King Iguana." I'll call him up out of nowhere. I haven't spoken to him since like 1995.
Yo, we playing again?
Yeah.
Did it have a name?
No, I don't think it did. Throw shit at each other. I think it might have been called King Dinos. or
King
something.
Dinos?
Yeah.
All right, so if you should just call him up and be like, yo, King Iguana,
Yeah.
or whatever. King Dinos, the playground tomorrow night. And he'll just be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And he'll be like so into
Yeah,
it.
actually, no. I think, judging from his Facebook, he'll probably be something more along the lines of, like, I'm a rabbi now. I can't be throwing shit at you.
Yeah, for old time's sake.
He's a man of God.
Yeah, but, you know, it's like, gets you closer to God to feel pain, right?
Who told you that? My mistress.
When was paleontology in your life?
That was when I was a little kid. That was the other thing I loved because dinosaurs were so fascinating to me. But it's, it's like, it's much more glamorous in your head when you're a little kid.
Right.
Like paleontology and like, because you think it's going to bring you closer to dinosaurs, But dinosaurs are gone, man.
Yeah.
Like, I can get all the thrill of dinosaur bones just by fucking walking into a museum and seeing them there,
Right.
Plus, like, I also realized that I don't have actively working sweat glands, Like, so fucking hunching over in the deserts of Utah for, hours at a time in the searing desert sun probably wouldn't have been the safest career choice for me. But I did adore dinosaurs. I've always been that way in the sense that, like, I'll find one subject and, like, obsessively, like, research it and learn about it. And, like, I was that way with dinosaurs and, later, like, fantasy sci-fi stuff. And, we're all kind of that way.
Yeah.
Like, as I sit in a room surrounded by your toys of all your interests, like, it's really, like, we exhaustively explore stuff that we love.
Yeah.
Did you have like enormous misconceptions about how sex was done when you were a kid?
Oh yeah.
Like, I just remember we had sex ed like twice in my school. Once was in like first grade when we were way too young to process any of it, and the second time was in like senior year of high school where like most people had sex 20 times that week. But like, I remember the first grade one, and like, they're like, okay, so today we're gonna talk about sex, and they're like, do you have any questions off the bat? And I just remember this kid Adam was like,
yes, so I know that in order to have sex, you pee on the girl, but where do you pee?
and meanwhile I was like, yeah, where do you pee?
I gotta know. Can we try it?
Do you remember?
Cause I gotta pee.
What was your misconception? Do you remember?
Somebody told me that like having sex was like rolling around
Right.
with a girl,
Right.
just like on the ground.
And that's it. That's
Yeah.
all that happens.
Yeah, that was the end.
I mean, it can start that way.
Like tumbling down a fucking hillside. And then when you get to the bottom, it's just like,
Was it good for you?
I guess that was the end for me.
So yeah, I remember going over to my friend's house after school one day, and he had this. He was like the richer kid in the neighborhood, and he had what was the big flat Nintendo joystick that was awesome?
Dude, the fucking...
The big one.
I have it, I just don't know the name of it. Hold on.
Check it out.
I'm gonna... Also, you're the same as me. When you're firepower,
Uh-huh.
Luigi's the same.
my
as Mario.
God!
It's called the NES Advantage.
All I was gonna say at the end of that story was,
That's a nice formation.
it is nice. I played this at his house, and I couldn't sleep that night because I was so excited that Nintendo existed. it really was like a moment of like, oh my fucking god, this is amazing.
And then tomorrow I can play it more.
Yep.
And then the day after that, I can
What?
keep playing it.
Most people, like, I went to, like, I guess there's like a Game Grumps wiki, and someone made an article for Orf, and I was being shown, and I was just
Oh.
like, they said Orf doesn't like being held. That's not true.
Oh.
That's not true at all.
Well, that wiki also, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, it also said I slept with my first grade teacher.
Oh my god, does it?
When I was in first grade.
That's badass.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
And
And 1,000,000% true.
that's
Eh.
she should probably go to jail.
Yeah, it's a good point. Sorry, Miss LaChapa.
Is that her name?
But that was the name of my first grade teacher.
Oh wow.
But I did not sleep with her.
Was she married?
I don't know, Ross. I was 6.
Oh.
You're never like,
Well, she was Mrs. She wasn't Miss.
So what are you doing?
I don't remember.
Miss and Mrs. That's how you tell.
Yeah, but I don't remember like what the prefix of her name was.
Right.
I was never an amazing photo taker.
I love taking photos.
I know, you're very good at it. Like, some people have an eye for it. I don't quite have that. The first time I ever tried to take pictures, I was like, I think I was like 7 years old, and it was like one of those disposable CVS cameras, which they still sell somehow. I'm like amazed that they still exist. But I just didn't know. I didn't know that if you push the button on the camera, like, that does all the work. Like, I sort of thought you had to push it down hard, and as a result, like, the camera would, like, move down, like, while I was taking the picture. Like, I was, like, bringing it with my hands. And, so I have an entire roll of film from the 80s, of my family, and no one has heads.
What?
Yeah, it's just like, my mom still laughs about it when I show her one.
That's bizarre, dude.
Well, yeah, just because, like, I kept, like, pulling the camera down when I take the shot.
That is super interesting.
It was just really dumb.
Huh.
My dad was like, I wasted $10!
Aw.
Yeah,
Still laments over it to this day.
yeah.
I
It was $10.80. They were very much more expensive.
Those are like $15 now.
Sorry, Avi. Teachers love to fucking destroy imagination in kids.
Yeah.
They really do. Like, I used to, and I still do. I used to get like super obsessed with like certain things. Like now it's like working on Ninja Sex Party, but when I was a kid it was Stegosaurus. Like I would draw it everywhere. I would like think about it all the time, all that stuff. So I
Something really funny about that.
I know. I just
When I was a kid, it was Stegosaurus all the way.
all the fucking time, all the time. And like if there was an art project, it would be that, like all of it. So my second grade teacher, like just was like, you can't do that anymore. Like you can't think about Stegosaurus or do any art projects with it. And like my mom had read that like one of the indications that like a kid has a good imagination is when they explore like one subject like nonstop. So like she went into like the PTA meeting and the teacher was like proudly like, I got him to stop thinking about Stegosaurus. And my mom was like, you dumb bitch. It's awesome.
Oh, you know, when you think about Stegosauruses all the time, that's a sign of dumb.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
That sounds like a scientific thing you just said.
Yeah, I read it on Dr. Phil. Next time on
read
Game
it in
Grumps.
Highlights magazine.
Oh, fuck! God damn it! Fucking, whoa! Jeez! Elementary school.
What?
I don't know, I think about it sometimes. You ever think about your elementary school?
Yeah, all the time actually.
Yeah, why?
I don't know. It's just a very innocent time.
Yeah, same.
A lot of fun. I remember a house party my friend had while I was in second grade, and there was a really pretty red-haired girl, and I wanted, like, the DJ was, we had a game where we were like throwing balloons to each other, like water balloons, and whoever's water balloon pops, like that team lost. So I kept like nudging my way over so I would like be opposite her and she would be on my water balloon team.
Yeah.
And she was. And then We threw water balloons to each other while Heaven is a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle played in the background. And I was like, ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on Earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on Earth.
That's it.
Anyway, it's just moments like that.
And
but,
now
like,
she's your wife.
She is not, but she's my friend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're still buds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you ever like
Nope.
reminisce about that story with her?
Oh God, I don't know actually. I feel like I did tell her.
I think I did this one.
Yeah, because it's like we were young enough, and like even if like we did quote unquote end up together romantically in second grade, it's still like innocent enough that like I wouldn't have known what to do anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not like it wouldn't have been weird, you know? Like, I feel like if you hook up with someone in high school and you, like, talk about it later with them, it can be kind of like, ugh. Yes, I do remember that dry, tugging hand job I gave you at the Jersey Shore. But, like...
That sounds a little too specific.
No, it's just off the top of my head. But, like, the,
At 3 a.m. while my friends were watching, and I was very embarrassed.
But, like, it's innocent enough in second grade where you can be like, yeah, remember that? Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
she's like, yeah, whatever happened to us?
Whatever happened to Belinda Carlisle? I really like the Go-Go's.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Going up these stairs makes me so barfy.
Sorry.
Wait, can you just go, like, back for a second? Okay, now go up the stairs super fast, like...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to inflict pain upon you by playing a simple video game of
Sorry,
sorts.
I didn't mean to inflict pain upon Kevin by blasting his ears out. All I was gonna say was before, when I was a kid, Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik got arrested together for driving a car smoking weed.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, and that confused the shit out of me, because I was like, why is a good guy hanging out with a bad guy? And that's when I started thinking perhaps wrestling is
Why is a good guy hanging out with a bad
is
guy?
scripted. Yeah.
Nah.
We had an au pair when I was a little kid. Do you know what that is?
No.
I don't know the exact definition, but it's
Pear
like
in the shape of an O?
no, au pair, like AUPAIR, I think. It's like a
A French pear?
something like that. I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if this is the right definition, but like it was like a 20-year-old girl that like lived with us, like sort of as an exchange student, and just like stayed and lived with my family for a little bit.
She mooched and
She was from Holland. She was fucking awesome.
ate all your food.
Named Lise, and she was staying with another woman who was like mistreating her and being like a bitch. And we were like, "Hey, Lise, how you doing?" And she was like, "Not so good." It was like the sweetest, saddest thing. So we took her in, and she became our au pair. And I was like 8 at the time, and I had a
sweet.
super huge crush on her.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Yeah, 'cause she was like a beautiful blonde girl that was like 22, and I'm 8, and I'm just like, this is a bread I have yet to taste.
Yeah, and she was probably like really nice to you
Super nice.
and like made you snacks and shit, and you're like,
Yeah, we're still friends today.
I love your snacks.
Yeah, it's incredible. She's a mom now, but
Wait, so she's like 50 now?
yeah, she'd be like in her mid to late 40s.
Wow, dude.
Isn't that wild?
That's cool.
All I
What
remember,
a legacy.
one thing I do remember about like meeting her was that like, you know when you're like a kid and you like someone and you don't even know what to do, so you just like fucking throw your body like in a crazy way. Like I remember meeting her for the first time, and it was like a snowy day in New Jersey. And my mom was like, "Dan, this is Lise." And I was like, "Hi, Lise. Bye." And then like I just like ran and took a flying leap into the snow, like face planted, because I didn't know what to do. I just freaked out. I was like, "You're too pretty, and I can't deal."
Okay, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like you just want some reason to impress her.
Yeah, but you have no idea how to impress someone like that. So you're just like, I'll just call attention to myself in any way. No, I've never really gambled. My dad took me to like a horse racing, because there were tracks in Jersey,
Yeah.
like at the Meadowlands racetrack and stuff. And my dad took me there once when I was like a little kid, and I just was completely picking horses based on their names, like the ones that sounded cool.
Yeah.
And we hit the trifecta. Like,
Whoa.
Yeah. Like, I picked, just by their names, I accidentally picked all 3 horses. Like my dad like put $2 on it. So it was something, he won like $140, which actually in the 80s was nothing to fucking sneeze at. And I just remember like all the horses crossing the finish line and my dad going, yes! And my dad was like, do you want to stay and keep going? And I was like, no, we won $147. And I was so proud and so happy that my dad was proud that I never gambled again.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was like, I hit the trifecta that one time.
Yeah.
It's got to be all downhill from there.
It kind of is. It's
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah. Because you're like, well, if I did it once, I can do it again.
Yeah, I guess all I wanted was my dad to be proud of me. Shit.
That's all it took was naming a bunch of fucking horses.
I stumbled onto a deep psychological need just by fucking around when I was 8 years old in 1987.
And was immediately gratified.
Yeah, good times.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, go faster. You said you couldn't go faster.
There we go.
You lied to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about it hard enough. Whoa.
I told you about that, right? My fucking third grade teacher, Miss Barish, whose horrible voice still haunts me to this day.
You lied to me!
You lied to me!
What did you lie about?
Well, fucking, she was like, I didn't do my homework, like always.
Yeah.
And she,
Well, what are you gonna do? Tell her you didn't do your homework?
That's the thing. She was like, did you do your homework, Dan? And I was like, yeah. Like, you're a scared 8-year-old kid. And an adult gets in your face, and you don't want to, like, you're already ashamed that you didn't do it. And then she was like, okay, put everything in the center of the table and I'll collect it. And she was like, where's yours, Dan? And I was like, I put it in there, because you just panic.
Yeah.
And she was like, and then she looked through and she's like, you didn't do it! You lied to me! You didn't do it! Yeah, she got all in my face. She made me like walk outside and sit in a desk in the hallway and write an apology letter to her.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd like to redo that apology letter
Do you
now,
still
actually.
have it?
No, I had to give it to her.
Oh.
Yeah, and then she called my mom. And my mom was like, she sounds psychopathic. You do your homework, but like, don't worry about all the rest of that shit. My mom is awesome. She had to defend me from like a bunch of crazy teachers when I was a kid.
She's a nice lady.
Oh yeah, you met my mom.
Yeah, she's great.
She's so rad. I love her.
She makes me smile.
Dude, I fucking totally forgot this until just now, but I had a teacher in 3rd grade that demanded that we use number 3 pencils.
What even is that?
It was just like, number 2 pencils are your standard, but like number 3 is some shit that you have to specifically go to Staples for and ask. It's just got like a different, I guess, composition of graphite, and it's fucking stupid as shit. But she was crazy. All my teachers were crazy, and I had no idea because I was like, adults know what they're talking about.
What the hell is that thing?
Did you just see the fucking message that came on the screen?
What did it say?
It was like, hold Z to jog. Be careful you don't alert any ghosts by jogging.
Oh, well then.
It's like, oh, is that really the first time you're gonna introduce the
I'm sorry, go on.
After waiting a bit. Was that legit?
Oh, yeah.
So when did you start singing?
Started singing at 5, I guess. Like there's still like little school drawings like from me in kindergarten where it's like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And this little stick figure with the words like la 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 coming out of his mouth and shit. I started singing seriously when I was 7. And I guess when I was like 8 or 9.
What does seriously mean?
Just every day, like an hour. Just going for it. No like training or anything really, but when I was 8 or 9, I was recruited into this thing called the American Boy Choir, which was, they would have taken me out of school and I would have been like part of this choir that just travels around the world.
Wow.
Yeah. And, but I didn't want to do it. I was scared. I was mostly, I liked girls. Like that really was it. Like I had a crush on this girl, in like 2nd or 3rd grade. And I was like, I can't leave this school, you know, I'll never get to be with her. You know, how so funny to think about that.
Did it ever happen?
No, but we're still friends actually.
Really?
Yeah, she lives in the Texas area, and whenever I go to RTX, we hang out for a couple hours.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's super neat. And that made me realize, like, oh shit, I really could do this for a living. But at the time, I was so wrapped up in just being a kid. You know, I just want to ride bikes and walk through forests and look at comics and video games and all that stuff.
Whoa, look at Knurt. He's growing up.
I know, dude. He's getting big.
Yeah, good for you.
He's getting huge, man. He needs to start eating more.
Oh, I remember when I killed my first animal.
Wait, hold on. I need to buy some Wait, hold on. What?
I'm sorry.
What did you just say about animal
Go
killing?
on. It's not important. You were saying?
I can't move on from that, dude.
I have never killed an animal.
You need to chill out with that.
In fact, to show you what an amazing pussy I've been my entire life.
Okay. How many dicks?
Whoa. There was a fly. There was like a little fruit fly once when I was a kid, and like it was kind of like on my like desk, and then it flew onto the floor, and I was just like on the floor looking at it, and I was like, hello, little fruit fly. And then my dad came in and he was like, hi, Don, and he like stepped on it and killed it accidentally.
Did you cry?
And I cried.
Aww.
I cried like fucking crazy.
Aww.
Over a fruit fly.
Hi, Dad!
Hello! And I'm like, murderer!
Aww.
Yeah. So that's the degree to which I could not deal with animals getting hurt.
Hey,
Hello.
it's back to Katamari with us.
Oh,
We had
welcome
a-
back, Aaron.
We had a great. Oh, welcome back, Daniel.
Hello.
We had a great
Christmas vacation.
Christmas vacay.
A vacation in which we played different games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually did go to New York since the last time you saw me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went and saw my family
What
fams.
did you do there?
I hung out with my mom and my dad,
Oh, that's nice.
and my mom actually told me some sweet stories about my dad that I didn't know.
Oh yeah.
Like the way he took me for a drive, my sister and I, when we were kids, to the salted sea.
Oh.
And my mom was like, that water doesn't look safe. And he's like, no, it's fine. And like my sister and I are swimming around, and like a year later they find out that it was like a toxic waste dump, like chemical
God.
spill.
What?
Yeah. That's my dad.
Wait.
No, don't worry about it.
But you were okay, right?
I'm fine.
You didn't grow a third leg.
No, I mean my thumbs are weird, but I think they were always like that. Yeah, pretty good, right? Another classic Avi moment. No, don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Did I tell you when I was a kid, like, I didn't know what Christianity was when I was little, because, you know, I didn't even really understand Jewishness, whatever you call it.
Judaism?
Yeah, that's the one. Temple time.
The yarmulke hour.
So I thought whenever I would see, like, the cross, like, around town or in another town, I would think that, like, it was a place where you got tea. Because I thought it was a lowercase t. So I thought it was like a coffee house or something. I was like, can I get tea there? My parents would be like,
What?
oh my god, you're stupid. my first fish, Sarah, we had her for like 3 years, and like an absurdly long time for a goldfish. And I was super sad when she died. So I asked if my mom could drive me down to the pond in the middle of town so I could like let her go. And so like we put the dead fish in a doggy bag and went down to the fucking pond, and I'm at the corner of I'm at the edge of the pond trying to dump out the fish, but like all the water pours out and the fish is like dead and stuck to the edge of the bag. So I'm like shaking it while my mom is like laughing uncontrollably from the car. And I'm all sad.
You're like, how can you be so insensitive?
Oh, I didn't know she was laughing until years later when she told me.
That's really funny.
Yeah, she played it really cool at the time. She was like, is everything okay, Dan? Oh my god.
Is everything
Yeah.
okay?
It's your fucking dumbass fish. Back with her ancestors. After that, they just got flushed down the toilet.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Couldn't put you through that heartache again.
No. Dude, I mean, or they just got fucking killed. Like, we had one fish we called the Terminator that, like, devoured 5 of our other fish.
Was it perchance a shark?
It's like a great white shark stuffed into a bowl on my parents' kitchen counter.
Terminator.
Terminator. It's like unhinging its jaws, like. Arr!
Yeah, that's great. That's good.
Pretty wonderful. Pretty wonderful times.
I had a fish once.
Really?
Yeah, it died.
They do that. I mean, like, that is like their favorite hobby.
I've told you I don't have like actively working sweat glands, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do remember that. Doesn't make it any less weird now.
Yeah, no, it's like
You are practically a freak.
I have. They do work. I just have like malfunctioning sweat glands, so I really don't sweat unless I'm super crazy hot, and then like even then I just glow. I glow a little.
You glisten.
Yeah. So what actually happens is I have fucking heat strokes and I almost die.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The first time it happened was when I was a little kid, and my dad, we were walking through Hershey Park together, and it was like a blazing hot day, and so like everybody's sweating except for me, but my body temperature is like 105 degrees or whatever, and like fever temperatures.
Yeah.
But I was always one of those kids that like I never wanted to bother anyone, so if like something was bothering me, I just would kind of like hold it in.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And so finally I was like, I don't feel so good. And my dad was like, we drove hours to get here, you're fine! You know, like, not in a mean way, but just in a like, whoops, he didn't know he was killing me. And, and everything went white. It was the spookiest thing. Like, I lost my vision completely.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, it was what, like, people describe in, like, early forms of epilepsy when they don't, like, actually have a seizure, but they lose, like, vision. And then like I just started shivering, and we went back to the hotel, and I got like an insane fever of like 100, whatever's very dangerous, like 103, 104 degrees,
Yeah,
something
sure.
like that. And like my mom was super scared, and it was just a good family trip to Hershey Park. It was just a good time.
Great
Yeah.
time.
But I survived, and my dad, much like he always did whenever he had a parenting snafu, took me for pancakes, and all was well.
All was good.
My vision returned.
Oh yeah, didn't you say you have like a PTSD with pancakes?
No, it's whatever the opposite of post-traumatic stress disorder would be. It's like the cure-all.
When you get pancakes, you're like,
Yay! Oh, all the things that bothered me. Even my like deep existential fears are soothed by this boysenberry short stack.
Way, maybe people will stop going up there. I'll leave the details to you. I hope she gives me the rest of the armor. I think she gives me the pants.
Are you on Lionel Safari?
No, Lionel Country Safari. Located in Florida. I used to live right next to that place. Lion Country Safari.
What is that?
It's like a zoo that you can drive through.
With
and,
lions?
And they'll just run up to your car.
Oh, that's unsettling.
No, it's cool.
Really?
Yeah, the giraffes will like reach their head inside your car and stuff.
Well, that stuff
And you can just feed
like,
them.
They had that at Six Flags Great Adventure in Jersey.
Really?
Yeah, the safari.
That's cool.
I don't know if they still do, but like, yeah, my dad fed like a monkey one time. You're not supposed to, and he was like, "What could go wrong?" And like, there's 1,000 monkeys on our car in like within 10 seconds. Yeah, terrifying.
That's awesome. Well, I guess he learned his lesson then, right? And then the next day he went back and fed more monkeys.
Yeah, you kidding? Then
He was fucking thrilled.
then he grabbed the monkeys and fed them to the lions.
Yeah. And then the day after, monkeys attacked a child for wanting food from him. I wonder where they got that idea from.
It's the circle of life. The monkeys are just beating the crap out of it. And it carries us all.
He's eating me!
Aw. Oh my god.
What was your dad's joke about like something was red? He was like, your ass.
oh yeah. Whenever I was like, I look a red car, he's like, your butt's gonna be red in a minute.
It's such a dad joke. I love it. Oh, it's so good.
Look at that red fish. Your butt's gonna be right in a minute. It's like, why? Did I say something bad or?
No, you just gave me a window of opportunity to smack your ass.
He never spanked me.
No, my dad neither.
He hit my brother once and was just like, nope, never again.
Oh, that's what happened with my dad and my sister. Like, he didn't actually hit her. He just, like, gave her, like, a spank. And she was like, my butt's bleeding. Jen, I'm sorry I told that story.
My butt's bleeding.
Yeah.
Was it?
No, of course not.
I don't know. Maybe your dad was, like, vicious.
No way. He's a gentle lamb. But, like, I guess she was just being, like, super overdramatic.
My butt's bleeding.
She might have actually used the word tushy, which is the best. The best of all butt monikers.
My tuchus is bleeding.
My tuchus. We never said tuchus, although we are a very Jewish family. So here's my punch story.
All right, go ahead.
My sister used to hit me all the time when I was a kid.
Is that it?
Yeah. No, well, not all the time, but she took a couple swings, and like, I'd never hit her back, and like as we got older, it hurt, you know. I was like, fuck, I gotta do something about this. So like, she hit me a couple times, and then I just like called in my dad, and I was like, Avi, Dennis hitting me, and he was like, so hit her back, and I was like, all right, and I just fucking reeled back and like punched her in the center of her back, like super hard, and she started crying, and my dad was like, not now.
What do you mean, not now?
I guess.
When?
I guess he meant like defend yourself if she attacks you, but like don't just take a random swing at her. And I felt super bad because she was crying, and I'd never hit anyone again.
Aw.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's amazing because that's like 20 years ago already, more 25 years ago, and I still remember like how bad I felt.
Oh sure, that shit scars.
Yeah, like making your sister cry. You're like, oh. That sucks.
Yeah, I agree. I would never hit my sister.
You don't have one.
Well, then that settles it.
Well, then it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm
Wow,
going.
you know what you just reminded me of that I haven't thought of in a long time?
What?
My dad once risked his life to get me a Giants hat.
Really?
Yeah, I had this giant... Barry, I'll try to find you a picture of me at whatever age in that Giants hat. I had to be like 10 years old. But like, I had this hat that I fucking loved so much, and I stuck my head stupidly out the window while we were driving on the interstate, and of course the hat flies off, and I'm immediately like, my one thing in this world that I loved. So I start crying, and my dad pulled the car over and got out and ran into the middle of the fucking interstate with cars going like 90 miles an hour all around him to get my hat for me.
Man, what a badass.
What a fucking badass dude.
What a dad ass.
Nice.
Because he's a dad.
Oh, I love that guy.
Oh, God.
Avi, you're the best.
And he was like, maybe the traffic could stop, maybe?
Oh. Well,
I had a teacher that ripped up one of my drawings when I was
Oh fuck, no
drawing
way.
in class. Yeah, because he called. I mean, he could, he had the teacher sense. I thought I was being fucking coy and shit, but like, obviously he like called on me because he saw I wasn't paying attention,
Right.
and wanted to make an example out of me.
Right.
So he was like, Aaron, what about this? And I was like, and like I've always been like an honest person, so I was like,
Right.
I'm sorry, I was drawing. And then he just like came over and like ripped up my drawing, and I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
you can't do that,
Dude, I had a teacher. I probably shouldn't say his name in case anyone wants to like fucking do a vendetta on my behalf, but like it rhymed with Lejeski, and like he would like, I don't know, maybe he was like a musician that like didn't succeed or like didn't want to become like a high school music teacher or something like that, but he fucking hated me, and he resented the shit out of the fact that I was clearly like, I love singing, I'm gonna do music for a living,
Yeah.
And so he would just like take me like aside and just like yell at me and tell me I would like never amount to anything.
What?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And at the time, I was in like 6th grade, and at the time, like, you don't know any better. You're just like, adults know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So you're just like, I guess he has a point of some kind. And now I'm just like, if I ever see him again, I'll fucking punch him right in his stupid red-haired face. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's how all my art teachers were too.
Yeah. It's just amazing that, like, as a kid, you have to fight against, like, the repressed, like, insecurity bullshit of adults that are in charge of a part of your life.
That's pretty true.
It's really wild. But hey, just advice to anyone out there who is going through an experience like that, because we have some younger viewers. Those teachers can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, those teachers can really go fuck themselves.
Yeah, ignore them completely and follow your dreams.
Yep. Next time on Game Grumps.
Next time on Game Grumps. Follow your dreams all the time, but also next time on Game Grumps.
Yeah, follow your dreams, but also keep watching Game Grumps.
Yeah. Good job, asshole.
Whatever! I was following my dreams of getting picked up by a giant evil hand. And I succeeded.
Yeah. No, you know.
Hey.
Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Gimme, yeah!
Does he really say that?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god, I used to have the he just reminded me. I used to have the CD single of that song back in 1991.
Was it was the EP?
No, just the
Just the single?
yeah, just the song and the B-side.
Whoa.
And
what was the B-side?
I can't. You think I fucking remember the Life in the Highway cassette B-side? Oh no, it was CD. It was CD. Because my mine like had a scratch in it, and it used to skip like right at that gimme thing.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, I wanna ride it all night long. Gimme, and it like made me laugh so much, and my dad would get so pissed. He's like, Don, what is that noise? Gimme. It like would never get to the yeah.
Look, man.
This game's awesome.
Don't put me on the spot here.
I'm sorry.
We talked about this,
I mean, who doesn't like this game?
right?
Jesus Christ. It's very creative, and I remember my cousin had it, and I was very much in the Nintendo camp, in the Nintendo versus Genesis wars.
But even you could see
Yeah, even
the
I could
blast
see.
processing.
I was like, this game's fucking cool. It was this and Cyberball. Those were the two Genesis games that I really liked.
Cyberball.
Cyberball it's a football game where you like.
Did we play that?
No, we've never played it. It's with like robots, and the ball explodes if you don't score touchdowns or get far enough.
Dude, we should play Cyberball.
I would love to play Cyberball. My team was the New York Enforcers.
Mine was the Florida Murderers.
I can't remember too clearly. Oh, but all I was gonna say on that last Jesus, this shit is so trippy, and I never knew as a kid. You just accept this when you're a kid.
Oh yeah.
You're not like, this is the weirdest, most druggy shit I've ever seen in my life. Do you ever have to do the turn your head and cough hernia exam?
No.
No, you didn't?
Oh shit, maybe I did when I was a kid.
Yeah, like you do it in our school like had us do it. You'd go into the nurse's office and go behind like a curtain, and there was just a dude waiting there who you'd never seen before in your life, and he had fucking gloves on, and then you'd have to fucking remove your pants and trousers, and then he would place his hand gently under and
grundle?
around your nutsack.
Yeah.
And
the
you'd have to
grund
like,
area.
yeah, you have to turn your head and cough, and that was weird. Cause like we were kids too, so like. As you get older, you're like, you know what? People have touched my dick before, you know, it happens.
Yeah.
Like, but when you're a kid, like, it's just way too fucking awkward, and you have to make a joke out of it. So we must have been like in 7th grade or something, because I can hear my friend like
You
Josh.
like fucking like George Carlin as like a 7-year-old, like, you know, you're touching my nuts.
no,
What's up with that, huh?
I mean,
That's
like,
weird.
I do remember like one kid was like, "Shouldn't you buy me dinner first?" I thought that was fucking funny.
Wow, that's a pretty advanced joke for
It was, and that's why I realized like we must have been slightly older than like little kids, you know. But I remember.
Shouldn't you?
It's ridiculous. The other thing my friend Aaron did was
Adam?
Nope. Actually, Aaron.
Oh.
Aaron.
Oh, okay.
like, I guess the guy asked him to like cough or whatever, and he just like let loose like this insane like, like
Oh God!
it was so funny, because you're looking. I mean, it's such an awkward situation. You're looking for any excuse to laugh. I wonder if they
true.
still do that in schools. I bet probably not.
No, there's no way, dude.
Not in today's society.
Yeah, that's such a weird thing. Yeah, I went to school and
Yeah.
teacher,
A man touched me.
a random
for
man
my health.
touched my penis and said it was for science.
Yeah, it was bizarre. It was super bizarre. Yeah, whose job is that? Yes, I'll be the child toucher.
That's me, Randy the child toucher. That's what I went to college for, and dadgummit, I'm the best child toucher there is.
It's because I care. It's because I care about the kids.
That's like what they would have called it in the 50s, you know?
What's that?
It's like,
Oh.
the resident child toucher.
Yeah.
Randall, and it's like, oh, he's a child toucher? Wow, like all the women love him, like,
Wow,
that's
so
such a
sensitive.
classy
Ross,
thing.
why are you listening to this? I looked up and I saw Ross looking through the mirror, or looking through the window with headphones on, just smiling to himself, hearing us talking about child touchers.
But that's not, you wouldn't be able to get that job anymore.
No, definitely not. It is not appropriate. But it's funny. I told you my friend Andy from the Harley Davidson shop.
Milanakis?
Yeah, we worked at a Harley shop together. Wow. He used to tell me like he didn't realize that turning your head was part of like the importance of like recognizing a hernia in the turn your head and cough situation. So he was like, I always thought it was just because the doctor felt bad looking in your eyes while he was fondling your particulars.
Your particulars. Your particulars.
That's fucking how he talked. I remember something. I mean, I had CDs and I listened to songs and I got them stuck in my head all the time. I remember when Nevermind by Nirvana came out. Mm-hmm. That was the first time that I was like, holy shit, I'm going to start collecting music, you know? Like, anything that sounds like this, I'm going to buy the CD and listen to the whole thing.
How old were you?
Nevermind came out in 1991, so I guess I was 12. And CDs were kind of a new thing at that time. So I think I had a bunch of things on cassette. I definitely had Def Leppard on cassette, Spin Doctors on cassette. It's funny to think of that now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's, and they were all warped eventually, but like getting into Nirvana led me to Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and Alice in Chains and that whole group. And then there was a comic book store I used to go to in New Jersey called One Flight Up. And, there's this guy who worked there named Keith, and he was like, this is my favorite band, bro. You gotta check them out. And that was Rush. And that was 1992, I guess. I was 13. And then it was just like, no question, like, this is my favorite band. Like, and they have been for the next, 25 years almost.
Yeah, seriously.
And like from that point on, I was like, this is all I want to do. I never want to do anything but this.
Yeah, so when I was 7, I was listening to Nine Inch Nails.
Oh yeah,
The
me
fucking
too.
unedited album version.
Yes. It's like singing like, "While the devil wants to fuck me in the back of his car."
Yeah.
And like I'm like my grandma's walking in the other room. I'm like, "Bitch, just gonna turn this down a little."
I remember when my dad came in and I was playing the Broken EP by Nine Inch Nails, and it was like that part. Oh fuck, I can't sing it. God damn it.
You can say the lyrics really flatly.
Okay. Bad luck, fist fuck. And like my dad walks in, he's like, I'll come back later. But it's much better if you can sing it. Yeah, I still remember the first fucking like, I remember the first 4 words of my bar mitzvah thing that I had to like sing. Oh God.
What were they?
It's not gonna sound good with this song, but it's like, Ko Amar Adonai Tzivaot. That's all I remember.
Really?
But I mean, like, my Torah passage, like you know what the Torah is, right?
Yeah, that's like the Jewish Bible.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I need to put on a rappel right the fuck now.
Yeah, all these Jews around.
Telling all these Jewy stories. I gotta fucking
Yeah, man, like the
pull
Torah.
out my mouth guard.
It's in these. It's these sacred scrolls, basically. It's the Torah written on scrolls,
Yeah.
and like they're very protected, and like they put coverings over them, and they'll have like a silver like crown on certain ones of them, and they're all different crowns.
Jesus.
And they're
Cool.
and they're behind a curtain too. So when I would go to temple as a little kid, the curtain would be closed all the time. Damn, they are raring to go.
I just put a fucking Max Repel.
And they'd pull the curtain back, and you'd see them, and it was like I remember like the first time, and I'm not a religious person, but like I remember like seeing them as a kid and being like, wow, like reverence, you know, like they just look like really important.
So they're like somewhere.
Oh, every temple has a Torah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like it's essentially the Hebrew Bible, but like written by hand by rabbis, like, and blessed, you know, like it's super sacred. And in medieval times, it would take like your life was like transcribing that shit.
Damn.
Yeah, so it was intense.
That's some fucking like fantasy shit.
It's very interesting, man. Like it's an old religion. I think it's the first monotheistic religion. Maybe not. It's one of the first, certainly. Anywho, I see your game.
Yeah.
So what a bar mitzvah is that's the rite of passage when you're 13, and you have to memorize basically and read and sing in a certain way a passage from the Torah. And it's just like, I don't know what the selection process is. The part of the Torah that I had to read was like the second longest that you can be assigned. So I just had to study it with my mom for like months and months and months, and I had to do it in Israel too.
Oh God.
Yeah, in front of like all these like super elderly Jewish guys that like were like old school Israeli, and they like, you could hear like the murmurs when like they found out like that a kid from America who didn't speak Hebrew was going to be doing it, and like it was really cool because I did it well, and my granddad on my Israeli side, who I never really knew that well, like that was the one time he was really, really proud of me.
Aww.
Yeah, and he was very moved, you could see, because he was like a Holocaust survivor, so to like see his grandson from another part of the world like maintain the traditions that he almost died for, you know, like it was a big deal for him.
Damn, dude.
I know. This got heavier than I meant it to, but like well, I don't even know where I was going with it. Oh yeah,
Singing at your bar mitzvah.
yeah, that's what it was. It was just that like after it was over, I like almost fainted, like walking out of the temple, because I was like, I didn't realize it, but I was so nervous, and like I guess I was too nervous to eat and everything. And as soon as it was over, like my body just like shut down.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy experience. But you only got to do that shit once. Whoops. Oh, Mr. Mart.
That's kind of how I felt when I danced in front of Joey Fatone of anything.
Yeah, the sacred rite of traditional Jewish passage and dancing for Joey Fat One. Probably about the same. On an internet show.
Next time on Game Grumps.
What did he say? Did he like your dancing?
Yeah, I mean, I won the competition.
Oh, that's right. But the biggest trip to Israel was when I was 13 for my bar mitzvah. I got bar mitzvahed in Israel, which was a very big deal. And I remember like I'm in like this old temple and just surrounded by like the most orthodox of Orthodox Jews, and like it was like my first performance really, as I can recall, like outside of like school plays and stuff. And like that's why when we got in front of the MagFest crowd and there was like 5,000 people, like I think you asked me, you were like, dude, are you nervous? And I was like, not at fucking all, because nothing will ever be scarier or more intimidating than being 13 and having to sing like holy Hebrew scripture to like these like fucking old like Hasidic dudes who are like sitting on like, I don't know if they're pews or what you'd call them, but they're balcony seats, and they're looking down at you, and like you're this like American kid that doesn't speak Hebrew, and they're just like, you can see like they're like, why did they bring this kid into this temple? And like they didn't know I could sing, you know, like, and I did really well because like my mom helped me prepare for that for months. And
Wait, so it was just you?
it's just me. Yeah, that's what a bar mitzvah is. Like you sing a section of the Torah, which is the Hebrew Bible, essentially.
Wow.
Yeah, very intense. And I don't know what I'm singing, you know, and I can still remember like the first lines. It started like, Ko Amar Adonai Tzivaot, and like that times 1,000. Yeah, I did it. And at the end, they threw candy at me, which is like the tradition. So you have like a sweet life. And my granddad on my Israeli side was, you know, he died when I was, I guess, 15. And like, I only saw him a handful of times, but that was the one time I could really feel that like he loved me and he was like proud of me. Cause like he was a Holocaust survivor.
Wow.
Yeah. So for him to like come from that, which was like, you know, a time when like they thought like the Jewish people would die as a whole, to having a grandson on the other side of the world come and to Israel, a country that didn't exist at the time. It was only set up after World War II, so the Jews would have like a safe haven. And for that grandson to be interested enough in the culture to like do that, it was super meaningful to him.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy, right?
This is gonna shock you. I did not have a girlfriend when I was a kid.
Oh, Dan,
I
you're
know.
breaking my heart.
Blowing my mind. My first date was when I was 13. I went, oh my God. I went on a date with this girl named Jody, and we went roller skating.
Jody is such a first date.
Isn't it? Isn't it? And
Jody.
Jody. First of all, let me clear something up, because I'm going to catch flack if I say it accidentally. I grew up in New Jersey. When I said I grew up in New York during the Mike Tyson thing, I meant I grew up in the New York area, and I just like didn't complete the thought. But I grew up in Jersey, like right near New York. I'll pour my heart out from Lost Loves, and you pour your heart into this game.
All right, go
and
for it.
We'll meet in the middle. So in Jersey, there weren't many things to do, like as far as like,
Just like how in Heat Man, there's fucking barely anything to do other than hop on blocks. Go ahead with your story.
No, I'm good. I'm almost totally over it.
I haven't even thought about it in the last millisecond or two.
So there was this girl named Jody, and I went on a date with her when we were 13, and so we went roller skating together. And here's a fun fact about going on dates that I didn't know. When you go on a date with a girl, you should spend time with the girl. But I didn't know that. So our date was pretty much like the roller skating rink that we went to had like video games on the side. So it was me playing the arcade game of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 while Jody roller skated by herself in semicircles around the fucking...
Oh God, that is sad.
Yeah, it's super sad. But I will say that the cool thing about going on dates when you're 13 is that the girls don't know what a good date is either. So after that, like, we hugged at the end, you know, and I got a note from her the next day in math class with like little hearts for all the eyes saying like I'm so glad we went on that date. It was
All she knows is that she knows she went on a date.
Yeah. She was like, that was the best date I ever went on. It was super fun. And then we never went on another date, and she gave my friend a hand job.
At 13?
No. This was years later. I'm just finishing the arc of my history with this girl. And then we all went to Wildwood, which is where you go for like spring break in New Jersey. And she gave my best friend a hand job. Good times. Just young love.
Yeah.
Young love. Just so many special memories of betrayal.
Good. I'm glad you shared your story.
Yeah.
You know, I actually had that situation when I was like 13 or 14. Like,
Your penis was too big?
no, quite the opposite. My doctor, like, I had like a pediatrician for way too long.
A pediatrician?
Good one.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And you know how like sometimes you just see your childhood doctor for too long because like, I don't know, you're just like lazy and scared of big person doctors.
You're like best friends.
Yeah, that was the case with me.
Invited him to your barbecue.
It was a woman. It was a lady.
Invited her
A
to
lady
your
woman,
barbecue.
an Indian lady named Dr. Mullock, and she was awesome. I loved her. But like, the problem with that was like, she kind of treated me like a kid for a very long time. And so my mom and she gave me like a physical when I was like 12 or 13.
Uh-huh.
And she's just like in the main like office with like everyone around, and she's like, your son is like, everything's fine, he's totally normal, he's just a little bit of a late bloomer, you know? And I'm like,
You haven't had your period yet?
yeah, I mean, basically she was saying I had a small fucking baby dick for too long. And I'm just like, oh, this is awesome. Just like in front of like all the cute like receptionist girls, like super duper.
You just look to the sky and
What a great fucking day this is for me.
So what was the first band?
The first band I was in, well, there were a lot of false starts.
Okay.
The very first band I was in was when I was 15, and we were called Vacuum because we sucked.
Is that actually the reason?
That is absolutely the reason. But like, we had no idea what we were doing, and like, I was into prog rock, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like, which is the most like technically insane type of music, and
Right.
we did not fucking have any kind of talent like that to pull that shit off.
Did you play an instrument?
I played bass,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and guitar a little bit, but I never really was very good at instruments because I didn't have, you know, I was born being able to sing,
Right.
you know, so starting on a new instrument that you suck at was very frustrating.
Right, right.
That I sucked at. When I was 15, there was this comic convention, either comic convention or video game expo or something that I went to, and they had this table set up, and one of the games you could play was the CD-ROM game called Freak Show, and it was made by a band called The Residents, who are a super weird band. They've been around forever, but they wear big eyeballs and they dress in tuxes and top hats, but like their heads are all eyeballs. So clearly they're unique guys with a strange perspective. And they made this CD-ROM game where it was a freak show, and you would go into these different tents and stuff, and you would see the different freaks. And there was one guy, like, the one I remember for some reason was named like Jello Jack or something like that, and he was the boy with no bones, you know, and you would just see him, and he was like a puddle of goo, and it was ugly, and then they'd play a Jello Jack song, and then you'd walk out, and I was all weirded out and freaked out, and I remember asking the guy who was kind of manning the booth, what's the purpose of this game? And he said, you know, it's just an experience. You just sort of walk around and you see what you can see. And I was like, what's the point of that? Like, I don't understand. It's making me mad.
Like, I don't know when they stopped doing these, but do you remember the "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are" things?
I remember that slogan, but I don't.
Yeah, just every night at 10 on the dot, like, channels used to run that ad, like, "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?" And like, I would always, I mean, I was like a fucking nerdy kid that didn't go out, and so like I'd be sitting right next to my parents, and my dad would look at me like, "I've got a good kid," and I'd be thinking to myself like, "I'm a fucking loser." God damn it.
He's a good kid, that one.
He's all right. I like him.
Sometimes.
My dad used to go to my groups of friends and be like, you know, I don't like you. Like, he would just say that to my friends, like, as a joke. And I remember my friend Mark, he used to say, like, you know, Mark, I don't like you, but of all of Don's friends, I don't like you the least.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's my dad's version of dad humor.
I don't like it the least.
It was-
Meanwhile, he's like permanently scarred for life.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, my friends are like, I already don't have my own dad's love. Why do I have to earn yours?
And then somehow it's like more important.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, I always hated it when like my friends' parents didn't like me.
Oh, yeah, it's a terrible feeling. Because you think, when you're a kid, you think adults, like, just automatically, like, their opinions matter more.
Yeah.
Because they're adults and they know how the world works and all that. And then you become an adult and you're like, adults are just fucking asshole kids that got bigger. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
And bang!
Jimmy's.
Bang!
And we're not talking about sprinkles.
You know Jimmy's?
Well, yeah, we've had this talk before.
Oh.
I only knew the term Jimmy's because I worked at an ice cream shop for my first job. And some people, foreigners to New Jersey, came in and called them Jimmy's. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, little rainbow Jimmy's. And I was like, oh.
But that's like a New England thing. I guess it's
mean
a very specific New England thing.
Sprinkles.
Ah,
Oh, shit.
shit.
Well, there went your fucking head start. Oh, that's not good.
It's cool. It's cool. Don't worry.
Is it
oh,
cool?
Shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, and a rat feasted on my corpse. I actually took a,
So peaceful, too.
in high school, I took my, what I realized was my first, like, bullshit class.
Mm-hmm.
It was, mystery class.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it was awesome. The teacher was really cool, and it was fun, and all we did was watch fucking mysteries all day. And we played Clue a lot. But, yeah, we watched a bunch of, like, Hercule Poirot.
God. I loved bullshit classes. They were my favorite. The best.
That was actually the class I was in when when 9/11 happened.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Way to bring it down, Aaron.
Well, that's just the first memory I had of that class.
Right. The fun thing that I was gonna say was the best thing was when you'd have a bullshit class and the teacher was out. So like there would be a substitute teacher for the bullshit class. Oh, dream come true. Especially when they'd get the gym teacher. The gym teacher was the best.
Oh, yeah.
Because like we had one and he would be like,
Because he already didn't care.
yeah, exactly. And I just remember him like telling stories. Like that's all it would be for 45 minutes. And it would you know, it would be like towards the end of the school year, like maybe it's like March or April and like the weather's getting warm and it's nice outside in the windows and you're just staring out there and everyone's checked out. And like he would just tell stories. He'd be like, yeah, my grandma, she used to make the best pies, the best peach cobbler pies. And I'm just like thinking to myself, like, I'm here to learn. Something's wrong.
My parents put faith in this system.
But it didn't matter because I was creating a Dungeons & Dragons character named Blade Master. So, fuck that shit.
And was he?
He was not. He was killed quickly. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, you brought him up first.
No. Yeah, cool. Thanks for bringing that up.
I didn't bring it up! You brought it up!
Yeah, I start doing like... I do the baby thing where your face crumples and then you start crying like that.
That's my favorite baby move.
There was a girl in my high school who, like, for whatever reason, the only responses she would have to anything are, "You're so funny," and "I'm so sorry," and like, she would just go back and forth between all of them. And she was just like, "You're so funny, I'm so sorry." And my friend had this like comic that he drew of her where like he thought she was actually like just a human Pez dispenser, and like one day she was gonna overload and Pez was just gonna come out of her neck. Like she was just gonna be like, "You're so funny, I'm so sorry, you're so funny, I'm so sorry." And then just like, "Oh, sweet Pez." I'm glad you found that funny, because before I told that story, I was like, is this funny at all?
So like each "you're so funny, I'm so sorry" is like a piece of Pez.
No, she just like says it back and forth and her head's like lolling from side to side, and then it overloads and then her neck opens up and Pez comes out. It's so funny to think about that now. God, that was a long time ago. I had a teacher named Mr. Well, all right.
I have been eaten.
I had a teacher named Mr. Iacano. He was like a gym teacher. He was like super old school, and whenever he was trying to talk and like other kids were talking, he'd be like, excuse me, am I being rude? No, you're being rude. It's like the teacheriest shit you could ever say.
That's like what a teacher in like a fucking first episode of a cartoon show would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, fuck.
I remember the first time I ever like played hooky from school.
You got laid?
No,
Oh.
I didn't get laid until after college.
Oh,
I
that's right.
was 23, but I did get that sweet blowy. And I just remember like, I remember getting a blowjob in like junior year of high school or whatever, and like, because my girlfriend at the time was sick, and I was like, I'll play hooky and skip school and go bring her like soup or something. She was like, oh, soup. And so I was receiving fellatio from her and looking at the clock and seeing that it was like 1:30 in the afternoon and thinking like, wow, my friends are in class right now. This is the best. Oh, I was very checked out towards the end of high school.
Did your dad do that? Like, if you're doing something physical, like carrying something really heavy, and then like, if you just kind of like bump into a wall, they're like, watch it!
My dad really never got too mad at me.
Oh.
Except...
Wait a second!
Yeah.
I blacked that out!
Yeah.
Shit.
Damn.
I landed in the spikes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't fair.
Except for the very, very specific time I remember when my dad was tired of shoveling, and we had like a really, really heavy winter in New Jersey, and like there was just like a
Winter's coming.
yeah. Oh, winter fucking came that year. I think it was like 94, 96. That was it. And there was like
It's really hot, dude.
so dumb. So yeah, like that winter, like there was just one giant snowstorm after another. So my dad just got tired of shoveling all the time, and he was like, he bought a snowblower, and it was like the biggest fucking deal to him. He was so excited, and I managed to destroy it in 30 seconds.
How did you do that?
Well, because like
What is wrong with you?
I was sort of young, and like I didn't have like the same like I just was stupider, and I didn't have the same body control that I have now and all that. So like he was like, Dan, I'll let you use the snowblower, but be careful, okay? Because it's you've never used one. I was like, I think I know how to use a snowblower. Like I was so fucking like, I was nicely done. Way to land in victory on the things that kill you.
Oh yeah, sure. No, I'm invincible after I kill people, so that's,
Okay,
it's
cool.
video game rules. Video game logic. Whoa! Die on spikes, but win against Sky. Don't die on spikes. That's a meme for your Reddit.
Oh goodness. So yeah, like we so he put me in charge of the snowblower, and he walks inside, and like, you know, it's got a long cord that like connects inside the house or to a power source or whatever. And my first like thing that I do is run right over the cord. So it's like and it sucks up the entire cord and fucking destroys the mechanism forever.
Oh man, you're an idiot.
Oh, dude, I felt like it too. And I had to like walk into the house and tell my dad that I just destroyed his pride and joy new thing while he was still removing his jacket from outside. So he had to simultaneously deal with the pain of losing, like going back outside, losing this thing he liked a lot and was looking forward to, and also the realization that his fucking son is an idiot.
Well, I think he already knew that.
Yeah, he was already at peace with that.
He was like, Dan, don't fuck up now. Okay, Daddy.
My dad's awesome, but like he's from Israel, and he always is like, Dan, like he has these,
there were just certain things that he didn't feel super comfortable talking about, and sex was definitely one of them. And so like the quote unquote talk for us was we used to go, we used to take these Christmas trips down to Atlantic City because, you know, Jews get really bored on Christmas. So
Isn't it a tradition to like go to Chinese food?
yeah. Because the Chinese also don't celebrate Christmas. So like Jews go get Chinese food, and like we go down Atlantic City. In fact, so my dad and I would go to Atlantic City, and like it would just be Jews and Chinese people. So like the fucking the buffets in the restaurants would be all like pork fried rice and hamantaschen. And so like thank God the beeping can stop.
Quick.
So we were driving down, and my dad the whole time we would drive down Atlantic City, we would just listen to music. Like there was no talking, just, you know, because it was a nice ride and we could chill out. But there was one time, and I'm like 17 at this point, so like the sex talk was not an issue. It was like nothing I didn't already know. And my dad just like turns the music down, which he never did, and I was like, uh-oh, what's happening? And he was like, Dan, do you know about sex? And I was like, yeah, I know. He was like, okay, and then like the fucking music went back on, and we never talked about it. That was my how to be a man talk. Okay, cool.
No, I kind of agree. I mean, I don't know. It's been so long since I was in school, and I'm sure there's value to like things that I didn't see. You know, like the discipline of doing homework and everything like that. But I just did not care. Like, that's why that question of like what was I doing when I was 17 that like we touched upon in an earlier episode of this. It's like, what the fuck was I doing? And the answer truly was like just enjoying life, you know? Like I would go on bike rides, I would go to the comic book store, I would play video games and chill out with my friends. But like, you know, there was no like major like goal in my life, like career arc like I'm on now, but I was fine with that, you know? And I just remember like that sense of like you have to have you have to be preparing for something bigger, like being jammed down my throat. And I was just like, I don't know what that means. And like the idea of college is just so foreign and unrealized and unexplained. Like I just
Oh, sure. No, dude.
College was so different than I thought it would be anyway.
That was always my biggest problem, and is still my biggest problem to this day. Is the kids would always ask the question, "When am I ever going to use this?" Mm-hmm. And it was such a like scoffed upon question, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you ask that? And it's like, that's the most important question
Yeah.
to be asking. And like, how could you scoff at a question like that?
I don't know.
That is so applicable to every, like, when am I going to use it?
Yeah, what is the purpose of learning?
Why am I wasting all this time?
If not to be able to apply the knowledge that I'm acquiring, like, you know, in my life. But I understand from the perspective of, like, you know, you're learning discipline, you're learning skills, you're learning, like, ways of exercising your brain. But I mean,
I don't believe in that at all.
Yeah, it felt kind of arbitrary, you know? It felt like trigonometry. Like that was one thing where I could not have checked out harder out of any class mentally than I did with trig. And gotta tell you, my life turned out okay. and you know what? Like, I'd be fine with all of that if they also taught us things like how to balance a checkbook, how to buy a house, you know? Like,
Yes.
we've talked about that shit before.
How to talk to people.
Yeah, yeah. How to deal with your emotions, you know? Like,
Yeah. How to deal with if somebody has a mental problem.
yeah. Like, I'd have no problem with, like, all of these subjects in school that I didn't connect with if they weren't replacements for stuff that I really needed to learn and felt unprepared for when I left the schooling system. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Change the schooling system.
Yeah, that's easy. That's pretty easy.
Well,
I learned how to
nothing
J-O.
worth nothing worth doing is easy.
Yeah. Learned how to J-O on my own, and that worked out pretty well.
I would number one is how to talk to people. I can't believe that's not a class.
Yeah.
How is that not a class? Like, how? Communicating with other human beings is quintessential to life on Earth.
Yeah. And also the most important way to share knowledge. Like, and apply everything you've learned in school.
Like, why is talking to someone a given? Like, it's not a given. I didn't know how to talk to people for the longest time.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to have conversations.
Yeah.
My friendships were highly superficial in many areas of my life. And I didn't know how to improve them.
Yeah.
I mean, I do now.
And even sex education, that's an important thing.
Oh, hell yes.
But I mean, it's taught by at least mine was taught by this shriveled up 85-year-old octogenarian raisin that hadn't had sex in 40 years.
Whoa.
And, and just
octogenarian? What the fuck does that mean?
Someone in their 80s. In their 8th decade, I believe.
Oh, a generation.
Yeah.
Octogenarian.
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's just ugh. I'm like, this isn't the person I want to listen to about sex. When was the last time they had it? It's probably changed since the 40s.
You never forget the first kiss of a woman.
You never forget the first piss in your panties. Oh, shit.
How old were you when you got your first kiss, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't even remember what my first kiss was.
Really?
Yeah.
I was 17.
I think it was a girl.
I would assume it was.
Why would you assume that?
I don't know. Because that's what you're into?
Yeah.
I know you like dags. Maybe kiss your dag.
I can go both ways.
Fair
If a
enough.
guy wants to kiss me, fuck it, I don't give a shit.
I just remember, all I remember about my first kiss is I was out with two girls who were friends, and one, they just clearly planned it out, and one we were all on the porch, and the one was like, well, see you guys later, and she just bolted super fast, or I'm gonna start the car, or something like that. I was like, okay, that's weird. I was like, well, good night, and she kissed me, and I just remember my heart exploding out of my chest. I was like, cool.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I think we kissed a second time because I was like, can we do that again? It's just so floored.
Oh, neat, cool. Oh, oh man, that's probably how I was too.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of whoa.
It's a big deal at the time.
Yeah. Because movies make it seem like it's this big fucking thing.
Right.
It's not, man. I fucking kiss my wife every fucking day.
Right. And feel nothing.
Because I was gonna say because I love her.
Okay.
But yeah, sure. Your thing too, I guess.
Whoa.
What?
You've never been in jail, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm a vanillite.
I was not in jail.
Uh-oh.
I was not in a specific thing called jail.
Okay.
I was locked up in a cell
Is that a crazy little thing called jail?
for a few hours. My friends and I were,
I'm sorry, when you started the story, it was
I know.
I was locked in jail for one crazy night.
that was one crazy Yom Kippur. Ow! So I was 18, and my friends and I were walking down the street, and we were gonna have a little party. We were gonna have a little, hey, we're in college now, and we're big guys party. And there was gonna be beer there, because we were adults. We were 18, we can drink beer. And so I was under the impression that you could carry alcohol down the street as long as it was in a closed container, because I was a waiter at the time, and I'd carry wine around from table to table, and I'm like, that's an open container, and I'm just carrying alcohol around. What's the problem? I thought it was the consuming that was the problem. So we got this kid, he was 22, to essentially buy us a bunch of beer, and then it's just 5 underage kids walking with crates of beers down the street in broad daylight on Commonwealth Avenue in Boston. And like these cops just like pull up next to us and they're like, you boys fucking serious?
Ah, damn it.
Yeah. He was like, how old are you? And I was like, dude. Like I didn't want to lie to him. I was like, that'll get worse. So we all handed out IDs.
Wait, is 18 or 21 the drinking age?
21. We were 3 years underage.
Oh.
Yeah, it was that adds a certain dimension to the story. 18 is the drinking age in many European countries.
Oh, okay. Did he like cut you some slack because you were honest?
Hell no.
Oh.
Well, they actually got to like us a lot because they oh sweet freeze ray.
Yeah.
They locked us up and then they were like interrogating us. But like there were a couple of funny things. They just thought like they could tell that we were like good kids and like we weren't trying to hurt anybody. And we kept making them laugh, not intentionally, but like this was before. I'm assuming they have like computerized thumbprint things now. But this was back when they were still using like the ink and like on paper, that kind of thing. And so like they're taking our fingerprints and they do my thumb and you have to like roll it across. And because my thumb is so fucking huge, it like rolls right off the page and like inks up the table.
Oh my
And
god.
they're like, Jimmy, get over here. You gotta see this kid's thumbs. They're like ET thumbs or something.
E.T. thumb.
Yeah, that was hilarious. So they all had a good laugh about that.
Great guffaw.
Yeah, and also the holding cell that there were too many of us. There were like 6 of us, and the holding cell that they had us in couldn't hold us all. So I ended up. They were like, "Does anyone mind being handcuffed to a desk?" And I was like, And he was like, "Cool, you." And so they handcuffed me to a desk, but like it was at an awkward angle, so my hand was like turning purple, like all the circulation was cut off. But I didn't want to say anything because I was all scared and nervous. So they come over and like my hand is like bloated and purple. And they're like, "Son, your hand all right there?" And I'm like, "I don't know, officer." And he was like, "If I uncuff you, are you gonna do anything stupid?" And I was like, "Other than cry, probably not."
You were not that sassy as a fucking 18-year-old.
No, I was just like, "No, sir." And so like they let me go and we didn't do anything. And then we ended up being really cool. We had a fun night with the cops and then they let us go. And we went to court and the judge could also see that we were just like dumb kids, like who didn't mean any harm. And so like I didn't own a tie at that point, so like I was the only guy, like everyone else dressed up in a suit and tie, and I just had a nice sweater. I was like, I got a nice sweater on, it'll be fine, you know? And so like the judge is like, "What do you boys want to be when you grow up?" And like my friend was like, "I want to be a doctor." Another one was like, "I want to be a lawyer." And I was like, "I want to be a musician." And he was like, "Of course, the one without the tie."
Did he really say that?
He really said that. That will stick with me forever. He was a cool judge, and he was like, "Just don't, like, this could easily go on your record forever, but I'm gonna strike it from your record, and don't be stupid for the rest of your life." We were like, "You got it." And now I'm stupid for a living, but stupid within the legal limits of the law.
Well, ain't that a story? That's just a pickle peach.
Yeah, ain't that a story that leads us right to the next time on Game?
Oh, come on, man. I want to hear more of your crazy stories.
Oh, dude, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, we're just gonna start the next episode.
Oh, that's right.
Cool. So, oh God! Oh God in heaven! Okay. Did I ever tell you about the reason I got moved out of my dorm in college, my freshman year?
No.
Oh, okay. So it was my freshman year of college, and it was myself, Greg, and Kelly, and we were part of a study group together. And Kelly, she was very sweet and very nice, but she never did work. Like, she would always like, we would go to her room and start doing like math or whatever, and then she would go watch Dawson's Creek, and leave Greg and I to do all the work. And so we would so we were getting progressively angrier and angrier about it, and not just never taking action. And then finally we once reached our breaking point. Oh shit, look at this.
Yeah, that's right.
Little egg cachet.
So much eggs.
And yeah, so she went to watch Dawson's Creek, and Greg and I were just like, fuck it. Like, this is the time. We're doing something. So we went into her sock drawer, and she had a Kermit the Frog doll, and we fashioned a noose out of socks and hung Kermit by his neck from her ceiling fan and set it on like the gentle, like slow rotation, so it was like swinging around. And then all of the dorm rooms had like a dry erase board on the front of the doors. So 1 minute reft. And so we wrote "It's not easy being green" on the door. And you find it funny. Lord knows we found it funny. Kelly did not find it so funny.
Well, I mean, it was her Kermit, yeah.
It was her Kermit,
Well,
and
you might have ruined it.
and they were like, "You threatened another student," and I was like, "Really?"
Whoa, what?
Yeah, I know.
That's like taking it a little too far.
I completely agree. So I had to change dorms.
You threatened another student.
Yeah, I made a threatening.
This is a clear threat.
It was ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could you just been like, I'm in the local improv troupe, please?
This is a flash mob before flash mobs existed.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know what they mean.
I'm a 1999 pioneer. Thanks.
Shit, I have 2 seconds to get up. Ah!
You did.
I mean, you have 2 seconds to get up.
Thank you.
There's
Well,
no way
it's
that we
Wade.
switched
It's Wade.
controllers.
Blech.
Or like when somebody doesn't know how to fucking... Somebody who doesn't know how to use like a phone or like a phone system very well, just kind of, you know, it's like, would you like to accept a call from... The fuck is that shit? If not,
That is
press 2.
totally my dad. Totally. They have not. It hasn't happened in so long because with cell phones and shit.
Right.
But like when he used to call me during college, it would be like, "You have a call from." Ha! Do you accept?
I don't know. I don't know a
or like or him talking to my mom. Like, you have a call from. I don't understand how these work. Dad, can you show me how to? Do you accept? Oh God. Oh, that is so fucking funny. I haven't thought of that in a while.
Yeah, dude. I bet there's so much, like 90s ass shit.
When I was 18, I got really sick with mono, and I was just laid up for like 8 months. I couldn't like really get out of bed and shit, and it was really, really awful. And it was the first, I had like a really happy childhood, and it was my first experience of like real like sadness, like over a long period of time, and I guess it was depression. But then I noticed, like, even when I got physically healthier, I was still like really struggling like mentally with a lot of stuff, because I had gone away to college and like suddenly like, I don't know. I think that's a tough age, just because like you know who you are when you're a kid, but you're not a kid anymore, and you don't know how to be an adult yet. You don't know where you fit into the world.
Yeah, and then you have these constant anxiety attacks about how like your kid life is over.
Yeah, and what does that mean?
All the stuff that you loved.
Yeah. So yeah, I started noticing that like I was just like really sad all the time, and really like having a lot of trouble just getting out of bed in the morning, and like things were bothering me. And basically the short version of the story is I had obsessive compulsive disorder, and it was undiagnosed, and I didn't really know what it was. OCD kind of like feeds on your imagination, but for me, like, it was that everything in my mind would not stop connecting, and as a result, like, I couldn't do anything. So like when I was struggling with it, my mind would be racing constantly. I almost failed out of school because of it, because I couldn't go to my classes. Like, I didn't really leave like my apartment for maybe like 5 months, something like that. And I'll never forget, dude. Like it was the weirdest thing. Like I was at my friend Adam's house, and I was sitting on the computer, and I said something, and he was like, "Dude, just stop obsessing about that shit." And it was just one of those weird like unconscious like things, and I just randomly typed in obsession into like Google search terms or whatever, and all these pages on obsessive compulsive disorder came up, and like I started reading about it, and I just like fucking immediately started crying, because like just
I was like, oh my God, I'm not fucking crazy. Like, I just have this thing. For me, the moment I found out what it was, as soon as it had a name, I had a focal point from which to attack it from. And then I was like, if it's a disease, quote unquote, then it has a cure, you know? But when it was just like this nameless thing like hanging over my life, it was just really, really tough. That's why I tell people, like, don't be scared to like go to therapy, and like don't think of it as like a sign of weakness to like ask for help if you're feeling sad, because like there's people out there who are like who want to help you and are qualified to help you.
Yeah.
They put me on, I think it was Prozac, for like I was supposed to be on it for an indefinite period of time. And one of the misconceptions about those types of drugs is that they're happy pills. They're definitely not. They don't make you happy. They even things out like in your mind so you can think clearly and solve your own problems. You know, like you have to take the initiative and be like, no, I'm not gonna fucking live like this.
Right.
I think back to those times, which now seem so distant. You know, they were like over a decade ago.
Yeah.
And like, I'm just so happy now, like all the fucking time, because like I know what it's like to be sad. You know, and like it gives you. Like there's the two different kinds of happiness, you know. There's the kid happiness where you're just like, I'm happy because everything's awesome and new and interesting.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah, and then there's the other happy, like the light at the end of the tunnel happiness, where you're like, I had to go through some shit, and like I earned this, you know.
Yeah, the mellow happy.
Yeah. The at peace kind of feeling. Oh yeah, so like that's when I went to France, like as an exchange student. And that really helped me too, like going to like a totally new place and like seeing like different environments and just being like, hey, you know what, like the world isn't what I thought it was. There's like a lot more to it that I haven't seen. Maybe this is like dramatic, overly dramatic to say, but it is what happened. Like there was like this really pretty lake in the middle of the town I was staying in, and I was on Prozac for I guess like 6 months, and then like while I was out there I was like, I don't fucking need this shit anymore. So I like took
Did you throw it?
I did.
Nice.
I took the pill bottle and fucking threw it into the lake. Yes. Yeah, it was like one of the most satisfying like personal moments, I guess.
That's super cool.
After graduating from Jonathan Dayton High School in 1997, correct? Go Bulldogs. I have to say it in the Jersey accent because it's actually spelled Bulldawgs. Or it was at the time anyway. Bulldogs. Go Dogs. Avedon pursued advertising at Boston University in Boston, Massachusetts. Correct. After dropping out due to disinterest in the course, not true, Avedon entered a student exchange program attending a Tufts University satellite campus in Talloires, France to study botany. Okay, so that's correct, except I never dropped out of advertising. I graduated. The student exchange program happened during my junior year or senior year of college, but I just like assembled enough credits to graduate.
Well, wait. So, I see.
Yeah.
So you sort of like circumstantially left the course, but as a result of performance, you were able to just graduate early.
Right. I was not enjoying myself in college, so I was like, I'll just load up on courses and take a couple extra things every semester, so I have all these extra credits, and then I can kind of fuck off for like a semester during my senior year. But instead of fucking off, I decided to fuck off and learn.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's when I went.
That's a good bumper sticker.
Yeah,
fuck off and learn.
With Dan Avedon. So it wasn't until probably college that I was like, I hate what I'm doing right now. Why am I not in a band? You know? And it's funny too, because for years after that, I thought like I was behind, you know? I was like, shit, Rush already put out like 5 albums. Kurt Cobain did Nevermind when he was 23, you know? And then he was dead by 27. And like, what am I doing? You know? I could be dead right now.
So what were you doing in college that you hated?
I went to school for advertising because my high school guidance counselor, when I was younger, I didn't have a sense of that I could control my own life, you know, like, I don't want to say like, I really respect the fact that you dropped out of high school, but like, I respect the fact that you felt capable of making your own choices at that age. Whereas like, I very much felt like adults control my life and like, I get to have fun, but I have to do what they say.
Yeah.
So if my parents say you have to go to college, then I have to do it and I have to finish it. And,
But what made you choose that field specifically?
advertising,
Yeah.
it was literally, I had to figure out something that wasn't music because my parents wouldn't support that.
Really?
My mom would have, but my dad would have been like, you need something that will create a job with like a base income,
Right.
stuff like that. And also I had a lot to live up to in my family. Like my granddad, you know, invented the body electrode with his partner, Dick Berman. Like those sticky pads that attach electrodes to your body, you know?
What? I didn't know that.
You didn't know this?
No.
Yeah, dude. He invented those and, I mean, saved somewhere between millions and billions of lives. You know, they're in every hospital room.
Huh.
So there was a lot to live up to, in my eyes. No one in my family ever said like, you have to change the world or anything like that. But like, I felt it. And my uncle is a radiologist. There's just a lot of smart, sciencey people.
Right.
And I wanted to go into the arts. And I felt like I'd be letting people down or like I'd be fucking up their legacy, you know? If I became a singer. And then, but then it just dawned on me one day in college, like, oh, the reason I went into advertising was simply because my guidance counselor was like, well, you're creative, so why not do advertising? That's a creative field. And meanwhile, it's fucking not at all. Like they tell you what to do. And like, if you get too creative, they fucking rein you in. And
Really?
I mean, I'm sure every client is different, but like, you know my sense of humor.
Right.
You think that's going to fucking sell Prel or like, you know, or like, I don't know, so many, like a real estate company or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, probably could.
Maybe if they're cool.
Yeah.
But you're at the mercy of whoever hires you.
Right.
And I never wanted to be at the mercy of a client. And so I finished college begrudgingly, but I had all kinds of other challenges to deal with in college, as you know, like that's when my OCD was in full swing and I was very physically ill for a while. But now I look back and I'm like, that physical illness was probably tied to like depression and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I started to get better junior year because I went to France, I went to Israel again. I just started traveling a lot and made me realize the world is much bigger than I thought it was. And like the problems that I felt like were so huge and enveloping can fucking just be left behind in another country, you know? And so then as soon as I graduated, I had this newfound sense of like, well, I have a degree that I worked for that I'm never going to do anything with, but I also survived a bunch of fucking trials. So now in my own mind, I've quote unquote like earned the right to pursue music.
I see.
And then as soon as I graduated, I lived with my parents for a couple of months and then I moved down to Philly and started a band. And I've been in bands ever since.
Wow.
It's 15 years ago. I had 2 classes like that. I went on this this exchange student kind of thing. I don't know what else to call it, like a program in France, in Talloires, with Tufts University. And like, I stayed with a family and like the only prerequisite was that you had to take 2 classes while you were there to justify it for like college credit and stuff. And the 2 classes I took were Flowers of the French Alps and Epidemiology.
Epidemiology?
The study of diseases, like worldwide large-scale diseases.
I see.
Like epidemics.
Gotcha.
I failed both of those classes.
Cool.
With a 0.0% average.
Great.
But I had the reverse of your conversation. Whoa, illusory wall. I went to both of the teachers and was like, listen, I just want to apologize for failing the absolute shit out of your class. I just want you to know that being here in Talwar has been one of the greatest experiences of my life, and I've learned an incredible amount about myself. And in fact, I learned an incredible amount of everything except flowers of the French Alps and epidemiology. And they were both like, cool, we get it. I was like, this is awesome. Honesty is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Even when you're like, you're in a shit position and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna get fucked if I tell the truth.
Right.
Usually when you try to tell the truth, people are like, oh man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because I mean, like, everybody's human, and I mean, some people will like take it personally and be like, I'm the most interesting teacher in the world. Why don't you care about my class? But you know what? They're probably not the most interesting teacher in the world.
Yeah. In fact, I suffice to say, they probably are one of the worst, most least interesting teachers.
Oh shiz.
This is a good time for a story. Mm-hmm. This is a classic tale. So, as we've said before, it's very ironic that I play a character who's like the world's fucking sexiest lover and like all about the ladies, which is also true. I mean, like in real life, like didn't we make that statement? Like the line between actual me and Danny Sexbang is fucking getting thinner and thinner by the day. It is, yeah. So, but I got off to a slow start. I was a bit of a late bloomer. And, so yeah, I was a virgin until I was 23. Because I was in love with one girl and it didn't...
Get out of town! Get right the fuck out of town!
I was waiting...
Take a goddamn train out of town!
I was gonna...
No, I was letting you that time.
Okay. I was waiting for this one girl who I was super in love with, and it didn't end up happening. So she got married when I was like 21, maybe, and so I like had 1 year of just like super depression. I was like, listen to Radiohead all the time, draw the shades closed. But then I had another year where I just bit a virgin and I felt ready to. I was just like, get this thing out of me, you know, like I'm ready.
like aliens.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So, my friend, I don't know if I should use the real names. Let's say my friend Brendan, was dating a girl. This was when I was living in North Jersey, and he was dating a girl, who worked at a strip club just outside of Philadelphia, so about 2 hours away. And he doesn't have a license, so it was at a time in my life when I was a heavy pot smoker, and he was like, "How about this? I will buy you weed if you will drive me down to see my girlfriend at the strip club." Did I mention she was a stripper?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, you did.
Yes. So we would do this. I would roll up a joint or something, and we would take these like stony rides down to the strip club in South Jersey, right outside of Philly, and we just hang out and talk. And then when we got there, he would God, they're so disturbing when they're huge like that.
Won't be huge for long, son.
Yeah. He would go and spend time with her in the champagne room where the romance happens. And I would just like hang out at the bar and drink Cokes and watch TV or whatever. And
No, you were into Coke, dude.
No,
I thought you were into weed. But...
delicious Cokes, delicious Coca-Colas.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a hard drug guy. So I would just hang out there for like hours, and like watch TV or whatever, and like talk to the dancers, because like they would come around and they'd be like, "Do you want a lap dance?" And I was like, "Oh no, thanks." And like after doing that for like 3 weeks, they were like, "Why are you here?" And then like we just started talking and like we became friends, and it was kind of fucked up actually, because they were like, "You're so nice and respectful. Like, you never try to grab us or anything." I was like, I think you need to create a higher floor standard of what you consider respectful. But like, so one of them was named Gemini, possibly not her real name. And
I think you need to rethink your standards on people's names.
Yeah, you're possibly right.
Because that's offensive. That's just downright
After
offensive.
the Freebird debacle of
Yeah,
1996.
That's fucked up, man.
I agree. So she became my best friend there, and we talked for a while. And then just one day, she was like, "Do you want to go in the back room and have sex?" And I was like, "What? What? It's like, that can happen?" And I had like, I was high at the time, and like, I just really had like this moment of like, oh my god.
Well, you were high your first time?
No, I didn't do it.
Oh.
I was high when I was debating whether or not to do it, and I just couldn't. Yeah.
That's funny because I can imagine you like somebody being like, "You said no? What are you, high?"
Yeah.
Yes, actually I was.
As a matter of fact, I was extremely high. Thank you. Well, no, I mean she was really nice and she was pretty, but like I couldn't. Listen, when you wait that long to have sex, you're like, fuck. At this point, it really might as well be with someone special, you know?
Okay.
And
she was special.
She was my friend, yeah. But
she said you were sweet and kind.
well, my fear was realized because I told her no, thank you. Like I just wanted to get to know her better, and she was like, whatever. She just didn't care. And then I went back the next week when I drove Brendan. Sorry, Barry, make that Brendan. Where I drove Brendan there, and what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I was like, "Where's Gemini?" And the bartender was like, "Oh, she's not working here anymore." And I was like, "Really? That's kind of abrupt." And they were like, "Yeah, she was arrested for prostitution."
Oh.
And I was like, "Oh, okay." So, and that was my other secret fear. Like, I didn't know she was a prostitute, but like, you never want to run the risk of your first time, like, you finish and like you're just lying there and you're like, that was so awesome, and then the girl like rolls over and she's like, "That'll be $500, please."
Well, you don't want to run the risk of your first time also being your last time.
Yeah. Oh, solid point.
Because your wiener itches too much
Right.
to put it anywhere else.
There's a lot of dick safety precautions that a young man must take out of respect for his future partners.
Mm-hmm.
So I waited, and my first time ended up being with a good friend of mine, and she was awesome, and that was awesome, and I'm glad. And so that's my tale. And yeah, Gemini turned out not to be her real name. It was Antoinette.
Wow, you wouldn't think.
Yeah, go figure.
Wouldn't think.
That was my Gemini story. I hope you enjoyed it.
I didn't. No, thank you for sharing. That's a very personal story.
If I had like $10 million, I'd be like, all right, I'm good.
That's the thing, man. Like, it's just weird. Like, my uncle, like, was like, "Listen, kiddo, like, you think you make $1 million and that's it, you'll be fine. But to live the way you think a millionaire lives, you actually need closer to like $10 to $12 million."
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I made 300. And I was like, oh, sweet, $300. Oh, dude. Have you ever been in like natural hot springs?
Yeah, once.
Really?
Yeah, I was in Japan.
They're the best, aren't they? I was same uncle actually. I was out on a road trip with him through the desert in Death Valley and like all parts of California and Nevada. It was when I was like, I had taken some time off college because I was going through some stuff, and I was like, it'd be better if I wasn't here right now trying to learn.
Yeah.
And so like we took a road trip together, and it was awesome, but like you're out there and you're like just hundreds of miles from any kind of civilization, you know? So like anyone you run into out there, like, they can do terrible things to you and never be caught, you know? So, like, and you'll never be found and all that sort of thing. So we're out there. It's my uncle, myself, and his 2 dogs. And we stop at these, like, natural hot springs. And then, like, while we're there, it's, like, nighttime and we're just hanging out. And this dude just comes out of nowhere. Like, there's no cars anywhere. Like, I have no idea where he came from. And, like, I didn't get a bad vibe because, like, I'm, like, you know me. Like, I'm unusually trusting of strangers, you know? Like, I was like, hey, a new friend! Hello, desert friend!
Why do you brandish a knife before me?
Yeah, but, like, my uncle, I guess, had an immediate bad vibe about from him, and the guy was like, hey, your dog's friendly? And my uncle, like, without a trace of, like, humor, was like, no. Meanwhile, like, they're the friendliest dogs in the world. And the guy was like, oh, okay. And then he left. He just disappeared, like, over a hill and was gone again. And I was like, that was weird, but we didn't talk about it again. Like, 10 years later, my uncle told me, because we slept in, like, the pickup truck, you know, we just, like, put blankets and pillows down. And my uncle was like, yeah, just so you know, I slept with a handgun under the pillow that night. I was like, oh my fucking God.
Jeez.
Yeah. So I had a retroactively stressful hot spring experience. But
damn, dude.
Yeah, that was a wild trip, man. Like, cause I had blue hair at the time.
Where was it?
That was
blue hair.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
When I was.
You always told me you wanted to dye your hair blue, but.
Oh, I know. I wanted to dye my hair blue again.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember if I had blue dreadlocks, but I definitely had blue hair and dreadlocks in the same year. Not my best year, frankly. In terms of looking hot.
Next time on Game Grumps.
Oh, okay. I got more stories from that trip.
All right.
Okay.
More stories next time on Game Grumps.
Okay, bye.
It's the hook. It's the cliffhanger.
It's intense. No, so my uncle and I were driving through the desert, and one of the many weird adventures we had, we had some kind of, like, car problem, and we pulled over. I'm talking the middle of nowhere, and, like, there's just this dude and his shack, and, like, he has, like, some car parts outside, so so we're like, he probably can fix things, and we go into his shop, and there's, like, just, God damn it, Aaron.
Oops.
Okay, load game. Okay, so this old dude, like real salt of the earth kind of guy. His name was Jusky, and, like,
whoa, that is a name.
It is cool. And my uncle, of course, like, plays the part. Like, he's from New Jersey, like the rest of my family, but, like, if he drives into the desert, he's wearing cowboy boots and a cowboy hat and a leather jacket and all that. So Jusky has no problem with him, but I have, like, possibly dreadlocks, definitely blue hair, and, like, I look like nothing he's ever seen before. He keeps, like, giving me, like, the awkward eye, as Eminem used to say, and it just keeps looking over, and I'm like, hi, Jusky, you know, like super nice, and he's like, eh. And yeah, and I'm pretty sure, like, he's about to call, like, the, I don't know, the local chapter of the Klan on me or something. And my uncle who can read these situations really well, just immediately is like, oh yeah, you're probably looking at my nephew's hair, but he's a good boy, loves his Jesus, goes to church every Sunday. And Jusky's like, oh, all right. And, like, from that moment on, he was totally cool with me. And meanwhile, inside, I'm like, what's church?
Daddy!
Yeah, it was really funny. But it was one of those very interesting moments in my life where, like, damn.
Just want to put him to sleep.
Yeah. There's very few times, because, I mean, like, you know, if you're Jewish, like, you experience anti-Semitism and stuff, but, like, it's not as difficult. Well, I shouldn't say it's not as difficult, but, like, it's not immediately recognizable. Like, racism, if you're an African American person and you walk into a room, everyone knows, you know, that you're African American. But, like, Judaism, like in a lot of cases, you know, like they don't know until you tell them. In which case they're like, you just like a lying, sneaky Jew not to I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So like, so I'd never experienced like straight hatred from someone I'd never said a word to before, you know? Like that was a real interesting experience. And then to just watch it like completely drain away as soon as he found out that I was down with the J-Man.
Dude, I'm down with the J-Man.
You mean Jesus, right? Not Jew-Man, the superhero.
No, Jesus, my gardener.
Oh, real nice, Aaron. I'm just... Jesus Christ.
What? He's a nice guy.
I found... You just reminded me. I found this old journal of mine from like 20 years ago. And I used to write down funny things my friends would say to each other. And I forgot that one of my friends, Jason, I had two buds, Jason and John, and Jason would absolutely go off on John for no reason. And he would just like, just these insane stream of consciousness things. They were always video game related. And you just reminded me because we were playing, let's see. My favorite moments of the month came when John would make a negative comment about a Nintendo game and Jason would completely flip his shit. Like when John suggested that it was pointless to make the Mario Brothers plumbers. So this is what Jason said. And he's stoned while he's saying this. So he's like, oh, so being a plumber isn't a respectable job now? I'd fucking love to see your toilet explode. What would you do then, John? What the fuck would you do then? Would you fix the toilet? No, you'd call a plumber, you piece of shit. You are a piece of shit. And then there was another one. Or when John found out that the plot of Super Mario Bros. 2 takes place in Mario's dream. What the hell is Luigi doing in Mario's dream? John, you dumb fucking bastard. Luigi is Mario's best friend. He's taking like a fucking spaceship into his best friend's dream to help him. That's what best friends do, John. I guess you don't care because you don't give a fuck about your friends. I hope you slip into a dream world tonight. You just see how fucking fast I come to help you. You just see.
Who are these guys?
I mean, I'm still close friends with Jason. I haven't seen John in a long time, but they were wonderful guys. It's so funny. I have to call him and tell him I found that because he will find that hysterical.
God, that's so funny. That is such a great. That reminds me of the Snorlax guy, where they just. I guess that's a Jersey thing, right? They just fucking argue with each other.
Yes,
and
very much so.
Immediately go to a 10 for no reason.
Oh God. Like I just remember cry laughing like when he would go on those tangents. He did it all the time. Those are the only two I wrote down though, but that was a daily occurrence.
You just see how fucking fast I go in a rocket.
I hope it always turned into something like I hope blank happens to you based on what you're saying. I hope you slip into a dream world tonight.
Jesus. All right, that was a great tangent. I love that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, man. That was wonderful. I'm so glad I got to share that.
I haven't peed in the sink in like 12 years.
Yeah, well, I haven't peed in your sink in like 12 days. So I guess we both got our streaks going.
I don't even know why.
What?
I guess it's just because like I didn't want to flush.
Oh, for me it was because I didn't want to wake up my parents because I'd come home high as hell at like 3 in the morning. And I didn't. That was during the time when like my dad was like, get a real job, man. What are you doing? And so I didn't want to wake him up at 3 a.m. because it would just give him more ammunition for like, you're turning the day into night, you know, like that kind of thing. Like, oh, you got this. Nice. So I pee in the sink. That's where
that makes sense, dude.
That's where that story begins and ends.
Makes total sense.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. But I made sure it was the kitchen sink so I could get as much bacteria on our food as possible.
Oh, that's really sweet.
It was sweet.
You know what's sweet though? Like my mom, when I was a pot smoker, my mom was very concerned, obviously, because you know, like you don't want your kids smoking weed because you make dumb decisions when you smoke weed. But whatever.
For Rizzle.
For Rizzle. And I remember she found like I was always very careful about keeping very small amounts at one time because like
I was already up there.
yeah, because the more you have on you, the more illegal it is, obviously. So I had like maybe like a tiny like one enough for like one hit in like a tiny little bag in my room, and she found it and she was just like, Dan, is that an ounce? I was like, Debbie, they're dried leaves. Like, in order to have an ounce, it would have to. It was just adorable. It would have to be like a brick.
Is that an ounce?
Well, because I guess she saw.
Is that like a term?
Well, yeah, because an ounce, I guess she read somewhere that's the point at which it like becomes like a more serious offense in the eyes of the law. Yeah, it's just very sweet. And I was like, I should stop doing this soon. Like,
I should stop with the drugging.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, but like, if it's making my mom sad, then like, at least while I'm living under her roof, I should not do it.
Yeah. So how's the drugs doing now?
Haven't smoked in 2 years, 3 years.
I was just doing a joke. But
Oh, sorry.
You decided to take it to a serious place.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were just asking me.
No, because you're not under your mom's roof anymore.
Oh, right.
So.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Because I was still living with my parents. It hits close to home, man. I lived with my parents a lot longer than I should have.
Oh, true. Yeah, me too, probably.
I mean, they were supporting me when
Is there a thing up here?
when I was just doing music.
Well, that's cool.
It was super cool.
I got that MTV gig with my parents. I was living with my parents, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's famous now," and I'm like, "I get paid like $200." It's like worse than minimum wage.
It's true. It's true. Did I ever tell you I got invited to an orgy one time? Did I not tell you this? I don't. Is this a Game Grumps appropriate story?
I guess.
I guess it is. I didn't do it. All right. So, the story is I had two friends and they were a lesbian couple. Let's call them Michelle and Janine to protect the innocent.
Okay.
And
They were actually called Blushell and
Blushell and
Manine.
Manine. Yeah. You've cracked the code. But they were my good friends and they were just beautiful. And they were a couple. And of course, when you're a guy and you have a couple of like lesbian girlfriends, even though you know they're not into dudes at all, you're always secretly hoping like,
maybe I will be the guy who will be invited into the threesome.
like the threesome that they're not having, you know?
And never will.
Yeah, of course. But so, oh man, what a beautiful cloudy background to tell this orgy story to.
Yep.
So one day I was just hanging out at their place and the three of us are on the couch together and we're just playing video games or whatever. And
Shit.
yay!
There it goes. There you go.
And Janine puts her hand on my leg out of nowhere and she's like, Dan, we have a proposition for you. And I was like, go on! Shit. Damn it! Oh, sorry. Damn it. So what?
You're inside your head. There's like fireworks and shit going on.
Yeah. Outside, I was like, "Oh, do tell," but on the inside, I'm like, So, what it turned out to be was they were swingers and they were part of this like underground orgy club of like these people in New York. They would get together, and so I got invited into a 25-person orgy where the breakdown was 6 dudes and 19 girls.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do some quick math. That's something like 3.2 girls for every dude, and that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. You gotta really fucking, you gotta cross train for shit like that. So I didn't end up doing it for a couple of reasons. One, because because of that, and also because I couldn't help. I don't want gonorrhea herpes syphilis, you know.
Yeah.
And like, I can't assume that fucking everyone else at that orgy is having their first orgy. You know, like it's gotta be like if you like combined everyone's sexual history together, there have to be like 1,000 boning cases in that one room, which is gross. But the funny part was that I wanted to bring up was they made me like fill out like a form card, like you had to write a paragraph, like you had to submit a headshot so you were attractive enough to do it, and then like
Jesus.
I know it was really official.
High standards.
I know, and then you had to fill out like a little card saying why you wanted to be in the orgy. Like,
You know, this is really hard for me.
Yeah.
So, oh gosh.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like you know the comedian Hannibal Buress? Mm-mm. He's a really great comedian, but he has a joke where he talks about like he applied to work at Starbucks, and like one of the things he had to fill out to work at Starbucks was why do you want to work at Starbucks? And so he wrote out, because shit isn't working out the way I thought it would. Ooh, excuse me.
Like in the Everglades.
Oh god, yeah, those are crazy.
The Everglades?
Yeah, it was super scary. Yeah, like I've told you that I wrestled an alligator while I was there, right?
Sorry, what?
Did I never fucking tell you about this?
No.
I had to have. I must have. Apologies if we've told this story before.
I know.
Yeah, I wrestled an alligator.
Oh, okay.
I have a picture. I can show you. It wasn't the world's biggest alligator. It was
was it a baby alligator?
It was. I think it was a youth. It was like 6 feet long.
That's still pretty.
It was big. It was big enough to be disconcerting. It was many years ago, and you go on the tour. You go on the airboat boat tour, and you can do it.
Come on. God, what the fuck, man? Come on. I hate Mario. Would you just for a gosh darn second do what I tell you?
Oh man. Okay, so you have these tours that this Cajun dude or like a swamp person will take you on. Like, yeah, just like a guy you can't understand.
Come on, my
tour. Like, yeah, like they're cool as shit, but you can't understand a word they're saying. And before you go on the tour, they have like these alligator pens for like alligators that are like sort of like domesticated or whatever.
Domesticated by name only.
Yeah, exactly. A domesticated, cold, fucking heartless reptile capable of murdering you. So yeah, like at this pen, like they have like 20 people gathered around, like looking at all the alligators, and the guy comes out. He's like, "Who wants to wrestle this alligator?" And my friend Brett, oh my god, my friend Brett was. He was like, "Hey, my buddy Dan does," and I was really stoned at the time, and I was too stoned to like be like, no, I don't want that. That's not a thing that I want.
You're like, dude.
Yeah, it just like, well, just everyone like turned to me, and like everyone's face, they were all so excited. They were like, "Yeah, do it!" And I was like, I guess I'll do it. And so I wrestled an alligator. It was yes, Aaron.
Thanks,
yes.
Thanks. Thanks for the enthusiasm.
I'm happy for you. And yeah, like it's once you get the jaws closed, it's super easy because like the way their jaws work, they have unbelievable force that they can bring them down with, that they can like close them with, but they have no power opening their jaws.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, so you're just holding it closed. But like there is this picture that exists of me that my friend took. And it's like I've got this like look on my face. I'm like holding the alligator jaw shut and sitting on its back, and I'm smiling. But it's like that worried smile where it's like, maybe you should take that picture quickly before this alligator up and kills me.
Straight up kills me, bro.
Straight up kills.
Oh no! Come on! Oh my fucking Mario! I'll kill your fucking bitch ass! Slap you in the mouth and beat you. The one thing about gators, though, that people don't know is that?
All right, we're gonna fast forward through this.
2001 is sort of where I consider like my career starting, because that's where I like picked up a guitar and was like, I'm gonna be a musician.
Oh, a guitar?
Yeah, that's what I started with.
Oh, I thought you were like bass all the way.
Yes, I liked bass too, but like, bass was always like, bass is a very tough instrument to play solo by yourself, unless you're like that super talented dude that's constantly in my fucking YouTube feed subscription who's like, I'm playing bass on a plane, you know?
What?
I don't know what his name is, but he's an amazing bass player.
I'm pretty bass. I was just thinking of like Victor Wooten or.
Oh God, yeah, that's another one. Like just ridiculous.
It looks like he's wrapped in like solder.
Yeah. Oh God, how much fun was it to solder shit when you were young? And just watch like.
It wasn't. It was my job.
Oh, never mind. I just like watching like metal turn into like Terminator 2 liquid metal.
Oh yeah, that is kind of cool.
It was super cool.
I actually did it for a hobby for a while too.
You worked as a, what were you soldering for a job?
It was my first job with my dad.
Oh my God. Tell me what year that was.
Oh, it was the year like Mega Man. It was the year that the Nintendo themed Game Boy SP came out. Whoa.
Damn. So like 2000?
Look that up.
2001?
I don't know. It was a long time ago. Yeah, that seems about right, maybe.
Because in 2001, I was living in Israel, working in a fucking factory making plastic wheel rings. So
yeah.
So like, there's a chance that damn, wow, that thing's not fucking around. There's a chance that at the same time that you were like electrically soldering shit, I was in a fucking like stone grinding factory creating plastic rings. And somehow those fucking those hard driving man paths led to this doofy job. I love it.
It's true. Well, yeah, I don't know. It was just the first job I could get with my dad. That's what I bought with my first paycheck was that Game Boy Advance SP.
No
and
shit.
Then, I got Mega Man Zero. Played the shit out of it every day during lunch.
God, man. Remember how exciting it was to get like $20, you know? Like when you first got your job and you were like, oh my God, like $20 for like 3 hours work. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And now, I mean, as Ninja Brian says, I don't take a shit for less than 75,000. Just kidding. Totally kidding.
Can you even huff hydrogen peroxide?
I doubt it. I mean, I guess if you can huff anything if you put your heart and mind to it. I don't know if I ever told this story, but when I was in Trinidad, it was like 2002, I think, and those were like, I was a pot smoker for a long time, but those were like my championship smoking days.
Really? Did you win tournaments?
No, but if there were tournaments, we could have won them. In Trinidad, like the kid we stayed with, like owned a ton of property, and there were just like fields of weed, like as far as the eye could see. So he would just go out like for an hour and come back with like garbage bags full of it, and it wasn't the best weed, but it was the real deal, and like so. There were four of us.
It was like the Costco of weed.
That's exactly what it felt like. Yes. So there were four of us, and we smoked. I believe it was 4 pounds of weed in 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd say that's tourney worthy.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
Dude, you would have been banned from tournaments, dude.
It involves doing nothing but staying inside and going from one blunt to the next, and I remember looking at it, like the pile of weed on the table, and being like, can we really fucking smoke pounds of weed in a day? And my friend Erin, who was with me, just turned to me, and without a trace of irony, just like determination in her eyes, she was like, if we put our hearts and minds to it, we can accomplish anything. I was like, this is really inspiring / not inspiring.
If we really think hard and give it our all, this weed will be gone tomorrow.
So help me, God. And it was amazing too, because like Trinidad is a country where you don't want to be caught smoking weed. Like,
is it a criminal offense?
Absolutely. And the police there are not like police like we think of. Like in their light blue button-down shirts, and if you're in trouble, they'll help you. Like the police in Trinidad, like they were dressed all in black, like military gear, and they had like the fucking like machine guns crossed in the X formation on their backs.
Oh my god! So they're not protect and serve. They're serve.
Yeah. they're I think, I mean, it just seems like they're extensions of the military, and they're just like to keep people in line. It was really crazy because that wasn't even like Trinidad proper. That was Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what the deal is, but they're two different countries that like have the same government, I think.
Yeah, they have the same flag.
Yeah, it's always Trinidad and Tobago. It's just crazy there. Like Tobago's like untamed jungle, and it's super beautiful, but like crazy dangerous at the same time.
Did you ever get into any danger?
The most dangerous thing I witnessed was a machete fight.
Were you an active member of this machete fight?
No, we were on the... God, I hope my mom doesn't hear this. She'd be like retroactively scared of shit that happened 10 years ago. We were on the back of a flatbed truck just driving along, and we see this dude like just running with like a big clay pot. He's running with a clay pot in his hands, and we're like, that's really weird. And then we drive like further up the road, and there are these 3 guys just like that all have machetes just chasing after him. And they're like, the most like disturbing thing about it was like, they weren't even like running super fast. They were just like at a trot. It was just like, they were like, we know that like the police are not going to stop us. Like nothing's stopping us. We're going to catch this guy eventually, so we can just conserve our energy.
Wow.
Yeah, and then like later we saw ambulances like go flying by us. And we were like, time to stay at the resort, please.
Was the guy who stole the clay pots, was he going, one jump ahead of the bread line, one step ahead of the sword?
He was not in any way that jovial.
Oh, okay.
He was not in the mood for singing or dancing.
Dun, 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 dun. And then they're all like, street rat! Scoundrel!
Oh my god. It was fucked up. But we were pretty high, so it didn't really register.
Oh, you were just like, cool.
Yeah, we were just like, oh, wow, that sucks. I was gonna tell a quick story that you reminded me of from last time. Because...
What's that?
The story I told in yesterday's episode was the second time I was face to face with a bunch of cops with a blunt hidden in my sock.
Right.
I was not a smart fucking 24-year-old.
Right.
I was stupid.
Right.
I'm not advocating the use of marijuana. I'm not against it. I'm not for it, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But I was super for it
right.
when I was 24. And it almost got me into a lot of trouble. It could have been way worse than it was.
Right.
So anyway, I'm an idiot stoner. I'm moving to Philadelphia, and I've got this couch. My friend's got this couch in Washington, D.C., so I have to transfer it from D.C. to Philly. This will require the use of a U-Haul truck, which I've never driven before.
Okay.
Also, I'm really high. Really high. So I rent the U-Haul truck.
Why are you moving while you're high?
Because I did everything while I was high. I was high literally morning till night for 5 or 6 years.
Doesn't that make you like, what's it called?
Stupid.
Functioning.
A functioning, like a functional alcoholic, but like the weed version.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was certainly that. Because, I mean, it just becomes the new normal.
Right.
Yeah, you just feel kind of silly all the time. So I'm trying to drive this U-Haul truck, and I can't really get the hang of it because there's no rear view mirror in U-Haul trucks other than the side mirrors. And I don't really use side mirrors that much. I'm very dependent on the central rearview mirror more so. So this was... Should I ask why you're repeatedly ramming yourself into a purple and yellow
I thought I
teddy
could move him with sheer momentum.
With cut?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like I'm fucking driving, and in New Jersey, there's a place called the Menlo Park Mall, and around the Menlo Park Mall there are these old train bridges from like the 18th or 19th century, and they're stone and they're lower to the ground than everything else, and than other bridges, I should say. And at this point in my life, I've never driven any kind of truck before, so I just never put it together that those yellow signs with numbers on them on a bridge indicate how high that bridge is. And how that corresponds to the truck you're driving and what can and can't fit under it. So like I start driving under this thing, and it's the road is sloping downwards. So as I'm going under the tunnel, like the roof of the truck rather, is getting farther away from the bridge, and I'm like, oh, this is good. And then like halfway underneath, the road starts curving back up, and I'm like, oh, this is less good. This is very snug. And all of a sudden I hear like, and what that sound was
a puppy dog trapped in the back. And he just wanted a little bit of love.
the end. Nope. It was fucking pipes and stone girders and shit, fucking like spearing the roof of the U-Haul truck. And I was like, I bet I can just fucking get out of this by flooring it. And so like I floor it, and it's like
For some reason, that sound effect is so funny.
it was not funny at the time. And so picture this. I have now fused the top of my U-Haul truck into the ceiling of this tunnel. It is a two-way tunnel, but one lane each way. So there's cars coming at me going to the left, and there's cars stuck behind me who can't do anything. And they have nowhere to go. It's in a tunnel, like there's no way out. So it's December, it's like frigid temperatures. I run outside into the tunnel, fucking, I stop the oncoming traffic with my hand, and then I run around to the back of the truck and like help the people around the people who are stuck behind me get around. And then I tell those people to stop once enough have gone around. I run back and let the first people through, and I do this back and forth for like half an hour until somebody calls the cops and is like, oh, this kid needs help. And like people were, like some were pissed, of course, but other people just like felt so sorry for him because I must have been like freezing, like my hands were purple, and like fucking these, like one couple like stopped and gave me like gloves because they were like, I love them, whoever they were. And that's how it went until the cops arrived, and then like they gave me so much shit that like I'm in the back of the cop car, and they're like, you know, cops. I have plenty of cops who are friends now, and they just like to do this. Like they're talking over the radio, and they're like, yeah, Einstein over here thought he could get the truck under the bridge. And I'm like, I swear to God, if I wasn't on drugs right now, with more drugs on my person, I would give you some back chat. I would write a strongly worded letter to your superior.
Einstein here.
Oh, yeah. But even the cops, like, because at the time, like, cops just did not like me because of the way I looked. Like, I mean, like, I have kind of long hair now, but I had really long hair back then. Like, center of the back long. It was like, full-on Def Leppard situation. And I looked like your typical, like, whatever the antithesis of a cop is. That's how I looked. So they were not fans of me. But,
the antithesis of a cop.
Yeah, like a not cop. And so, but eventually, like, after talking to me long enough, they could tell that I wasn't going to be a dick or whatever. And then they dropped me off at a Dunkin' Donuts. And they were like, you all right? You going to be all right getting home? And I was like, yes, I'll be fine. Thank you. And my friend came and picked me up. And then my mom came afterwards. And then my mom put her hand on my shoulder, and I started crying.
Next time on Game Grumps!
Yeah! Oh, God.
That's a great story.
Oh, it's so sad.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Einstein over here.
On the good side,
Yeah.
I just taught beat drill cut, just went through a tree, and now I'm in the fucking Brooklyn City gym.
Yeah!
So, woo!
Oh, wait, one last thing. They had to laser cut the roof off of the U-Haul truck to get it out.
Next time on Game Grumps!
Yeah! I'm an idiot.
So then I was in a bunch of bands in college, or right after college. There was one called the New York Fuzz. There's one, yeah, just like very like Radiohead influenced stuff. The first band that really took was called the Northern Hues, and That was the band that I moved to Philly for. I answered was it a Craigslist ad? It was some kind of classified ad of these guys, Aaron and Jeff, and they were two guitarists and they were looking for a singer. And that was the first. That was another time, kind of like, you know how we've talked about how so much of my life now can be traced back to the first time you ever wrote Brian and I, like that one email. That answering that Craigslist ad was another one of those moments. Like it led me to move to Philly, which led to my entire life path after that.
Wow.
But you know, Aaron and Jeff, they were good guitarists, but they very inexperienced with like writing songs and stuff. So the three of us would like go over to Aaron's parents' basement in Edison, New Jersey, and play music. You know, objectively looking back, we weren't very good, but it was thrilling because I smoked a lot of weed at the time. So like, and when you're smoking weed, you can like imagine stuff. It like gets your imagination going a lot. So even though like it just felt like three guys, even though it was just three guys in a basement playing, just dicking around kind of, it felt like I could see the VH1 behind the music, you know, like 30 years from now, like they started with humble beginnings in Edison, New Jersey, like that kind of thing. But like, then there, like Aaron's dad would like walk through the middle of our practice and be like, I gotta get the antifreeze from the garage, you know, like, and we were like, oh, we got to get out of here. So then we moved to Philly. And we probably should have moved to New York because that's a much bigger talent pool, much more like if you're serious, you're moving there.
Right.
But like it was after 9/11, so New York was like a scary place to be. Like no one knew what was going to happen. This was like 2002.
Wow, that was right afterward.
Yeah. And Philly, even though I hadn't really been there that much, it felt like a very safe like starter city. You know, it's like like a big small town.
Right. Sort of like the Seattle of grunge rock.
Yeah. And man, I learned so much, you know, because we found other musicians there and we eventually became a 6-piece band. And there was, there were lots of variation, varied degrees of talent in the band, you know, and there was friction in the personalities and stuff like that. And that was exhausting because I had to play like peacekeeper a lot, and, like all these weird politics and stuff. So it ended maybe 3 years later. And I remember crying my eyes out just because like, you know, it's like you breaking up with someone who you know is not right for you ultimately, but like you still think like maybe it'll work if these things change, you know, but then like when it's over, it's like the finality of like, fuck, that's all it was, you know?
Yeah.
So I was very bummed at the time, but you know, I started that band we're playing with those guys when I was 22. And by the time we broke up, I was 26.
Wow.
Yeah. So, in that time, I had learned what it was like to play live shows, what it was like to record an EP.
Yeah.
The demands of like trying to be a musician full time, like the very serious financial consequences of not having a steady day job and all that. Just real struggles, but like, and also like it was kind of the first time I'd ever lived on my own. Cause even with college, like you're in dorms and like things are set up for you. I came out of Philadelphia a much more adult person than I went into it.
Sure.
You know? And, so the experience was very, very good for me. So we've moved on to the career section. 2003 to 2008, the Northern Hues and Sky Hill. Okay, so those years are correct. In response to a Craigslist ad in late 2003, it would actually be 2002, late 2002. Avedon joined the indie rock band The Northern Hues, a Philadelphia-based group created in early 2002. Yeah, there you go. How would I have responded to the Craigslist ad of the band I formed? a year later. Composed of Aaron Brand, Jeff Rains, Alex Yacker, Justin Early, and Ian Creech. Yep, Aaron Brand and Jeff Rains were the two guys I started the group with. Aaron lived in Edison, Edison, New Jersey. And so we practiced there and kind of got to know each other and got to play together. And then we moved down to Philly after maybe like 5 or 6 months of doing that. And that's where we met Alex. Justin, I've never called him Justin. He's just Jay Early, and Ian Creech. Like that band slowly formed of just working our way through people, like just various musicians we found in different places. Although that was not the final lineup. Ian Creech left and he was replaced by our drummer Darren, who is a good dude. And I believe his nephew is a Game Grumps fan.
Oh.
So if that's correct and you're listening, hello.
That's very sweet.
Yeah. Avedon acted as the group's lead singer and songwriter. I would not say that. I was the lead singer. The songwriting was communal. I would say a lot of the bass ideas were done by Alex, like a lot of the basic music ideas. And then I would write sort of like the lyrical stuff and the melodies and things. Or like the vocal melodies rather. And provided most of the band's lyrics while staying in northern New Jersey. Nope, not true. They released one self-titled EP and one live track recorded in early 2005 at World Cafe Live in Philadelphia. Oh, I think the live track, if they're talking about the live track that's on the end of the EP, that was recorded in 2004 at a place called Pianos in New York. Although we did play World Cafe Live in Philly, and who knows, maybe a track got released from that. Yeah, geez. In mid-2005, the band split up. Avedon attributes the separation to spending years in a band that went nowhere due to lack of planning and focus. Maybe I did say that. I would not say that was the reason we split up. I would say it was much more personality conflicts and that old like creative differences idea. Like
Yeah.
It was just, by that point, it was like an unwieldy thing of 6 people that wanted to do different things.
Yeah, that's tough with that many cooks in the kitchen.
For sure. But yeah, I mean, there was lack of planning and focus, but lack of planning kind of makes it sound like we knew what needed to be done, but like we just didn't execute it. Like we had no idea like how to gain attention as a band or anything like that. But yeah, that it was very sad, but also a great relief when that band ended, because I think it's fair to say that very few people were having fun at that point.
That's a good enough reason for me.
Yeah, seriously.
You were gonna tell some Harley stories.
Yeah, so when I was 23, I worked at a Harley Davidson shop.
Yes.
And I had a buddy named Andy, and Andy was my age now, 36. And he was a great dude, and he kind of took me under his wing, and he was like, you know what, kid, you fucking live your life, you do your thing. And every day we used to in the morning we used to get, damn it, we used to get a burger, a double-decker burger with a fried egg on top of it.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
It was disgusting, and because there was a greasy like Jersey diner next door to us.
It sounds awesome.
So we'd just eat those burgers and go into a goddamn coma, and
For work.
for work, yeah,
That's cool.
And just Harley drivers would come, Harley riders, I should say, would come in and be like, "What's going on, kid?" And I'd be like, "I've never been on a motorcycle, and I'm all fat now from this burger." Just a weird coma the entire day. But he was really cool. Like, those guys like gave me so much good advice.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah. I was gonna say
So much good advice.
advice. Yeah, he was like, "Listen, you I know you feel like you've got plenty of time, but your 20s, they're gonna fucking fly by. And I was like, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Andy, because now I can really kind of focus and really enjoy it and make sure like I take advantage of every second. And they fucking flew by anyway.
Yeah.
And my 30s are flying by. Time just flies.
Oh yeah, there's no way to fucking protect against that shit.
Yeah, it just goes.
Just enjoy your life. You know what? You just live your life.
You just fucking live your life. He was awesome. And then there was another guy named Mike who was an Indian. Oh yeah, we were talking about
an
that.
American.
Native
American,
yes,
or
yes, he was woo Indian, not red dot. And so he was Native American. He was fucking awesome. And like, we used to after work every day, we used to go and smoke weed in the New Jersey Transit parking lot. And he was just.
You want a spirit quest?
He was just.
Here you go. You got the Master Sword, a blade for a true hero. 5 hours of being when you're full health.
Yeah, and that reminds me of something my woo-woo Indian friend Mike said.
Yeah.
He was like, he said, never take your exceptional health for granted. And I always remembered that, because that is the best advice ever.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he would appreciate me referring to him as woo-woo Indian Mike. So, apologies, Mike, if you're watching this. You know I love you, bro.
Yeah, I had a little roach in my bathroom named
Smoke it.
His name was Charles.
Roaches are cuter if you name them. Like, I had one in my apartment in Philly, and it was huge, and we just came to an understanding that I wasn't gonna deal with it, and it was just gonna live on the wall. And it wasn't in my apartment, it was like outside the door in the hallway. And I named it Kevin. And after I named it Kevin, like, we got along a lot better.
That's good.
Yeah, I was like, I can't
What the fuck, man?
God damn it.
You can't kill my nerd, dude!
He did.
Where'd you get that fucking medal, Tails? Wow.
Same place you got your friendship bracelet, Sonic. Who's that from? Some bitch.
You told me you'd tell me every woman you talk to.
Oh, God. Ugh, you're so lucky Susie's not the jealous type.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I had one girlfriend who, like, would just flip her mind apart when, like, I remember, like, one time I just went to order coffee at Starbucks, and the girl behind the counter is like, she's just asking me the normal questions, like cream or sugar or whatever, like, and I'm just talking to her like that, and I come back and my girlfriend is just like, you like her, don't you? I saw that. I'm like, what are you possibly talking about?
Oh, that's like immediate, like, grounds for, all right,
yeah,
maybe we should take a break.
Maybe we should take a break. Yeah, by take a break, do you mean forever? Yeah. Because I do.
And break it off completely?
Yeah. Maybe we should...
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar?
I was with a girl one time, and she just fucking unloaded on me, just like reeled back and cracked me across the face. I was like, fucking ow! And she was like, take it. I'm like, what am I gonna... Of course I'm gonna take it. I'm not gonna hit you back.
Take it.
You already hit me.
Stop. That's
Ow! Like, do the fucking super kid thing.
Yeah. Dude!
No! What if I was just like...
You just start crying. Take it back!
She's like, no Brexies.
Do you hate me? Why would you slap me if you like me?
Oh man, that girl was crazy.
That's cool.
It was fun.
I'm happy for you.
Thanks.
What was her full name?
Reginald P. Tinklebottoms.
Hey Dan.
Hey Aaron.
Have you ever been with a girl who was like that girl? You know, the girl who's like, yeah, oh yeah, baby. Like that.
Like during sex, or
feels
just
so good.
Just in general? Just like while she's enjoying a particularly good piece of pizza.
Yeah, I love this pizza. Yeah. Give me more.
I have been with some girls who have said some crazy things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to like betray too much, but like.
But here goes.
Yeah. No. Well, I won't. I will say that I struggle I struggle with girls who want to be hit.
Oh yeah.
You know, like, and some girls do. But yeah, maybe I did say this on the show. I was with a girl one time, and we were making sweet love, and
as opposed to sour love.
no, I don't.
nobody likes.
I don't believe in that.
That's if you let the love sit out for an extra 4
Yeah,
days.
yeah, that love will curdle. But she was like, slap me in the face. And I was like, no, I don't want to. Just do it, you fucking pussy. And I was like, I gave her like the wussiest like little tap on the cheek, and she's like, oh, fine, I'll do it myself. And then she fucking wailed on herself. I was like, wow, well,
Well, some
okay.
people like that kind of stuff. It's like,
hey, and there's no judgment. It's
you just can't personally do it.
I wouldn't say I can't. If I know that the girl really wants it and it will make her the happiest, I could probably bring myself to do it. But like, it's certainly not my default setting.
Mm-hmm. You don't go in and immediately just go like, ah, and start like flailing away like Andy Kaufman when he's just, you know, he does like the wheel punches.
Yeah, yeah. Generally, after a girl and I kiss for the first time, I like to just reel back and pick up a vase and throw it out the window, just as an exclamation of the rage that lives inside me.
Did I ever tell you the story of why I think... Well, one of my many stories of why I think black people are fucking awesome.
Yeah, why?
The diner scene, the girl I was in love with at the diner. Did I ever tell you this? All right. When I lived in Philadelphia, there was this place called the Silk City Diner, and there was a girl who worked there, and I just had like a crazy crush on her. But it was a place I went all the time, and like all the other people at the diner knew me, so it was like kind of tough to like hit on her, you know, and like. I just wanted it to be perfect, you know? Like, I liked her so much that I would just see her all the time, and, like, I just couldn't ask her out for whatever reason. And this is many, many years ago already. And so I'm, like, thinking up... Every time I see her, I'm like, I'm gonna do it today. And then I'm like, no, I can't do it. And I'm, like, imagining, like, 80s movie-style scenarios where I can drop my book, and she helps me pick it up, and, like, our hands touch and our eyes... lock for a second,
Yeah.
like that kind of thing, and then like one day I was finally like, you know what, I'm gonna do it pretty soon, you know, I was just getting closer and closer, and this black dude just like came in and was like, yo, you got a boyfriend? She was like, no. It's like, you want to go out? She was like, yeah. I was like, that can fucking happen. You can just do that. Oh, but I mean, culturally, like that is apparently like a black thing to do. Like, just fucking have a pair of balls,
Yeah.
and just do it and
Just
go for
have
it.
a pair.
Yeah, just go for it. And I was like, God damn it, they're black people are so awesome.
Yeah, that is very admirable.
Yeah, so now I just do it.
That like sheer confidence.
Yeah. Now I will ask girls out now for, you know, with no warning. Just do it.
Yo, you got a boyfriend? Yeah. Oh no, what's step 2?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I'm sure if she'd said yes, he would have been like, fucking, let's go out anyway.
Yeah. So?
Yeah. He don't have to know. Oh, don't he?
Don't he ever?
Yeah, like, honestly, like, that's, yeah, and I mean, you get rejected sometimes, like, because there's nobody who's, like, everybody's type, you know? But, like, fuck it. Like, that getting rejected is the worst thing that can happen, and who gives a shit? You just,
Yeah, seriously.
yeah, you just press on. Plenty
You get
of...
rejected, it's like, well, no, I don't have to waste my time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, now I know what would have happened. Because, like, it's always... And this is a cliche, but it's true. It's always the stuff that you don't do that you regret. Like,
Oh yeah.
the stuff that you try and it doesn't work out, like, it stings in the moment, but later you're like, fuck it. You know, like, I found out what would have happened. So that's what was gonna happen anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I agree.
Little life tips from the Grumps.
Yeah, anything that makes for a good story, I think is.
Oh, totally. And that's the other thing that, like, is true. Like, it definitely, the stuff that,
Yes.
wow, you gotta clear that whole goddamn thing.
Yeah.
The weird thing about, like, getting older is that, like, the stuff that makes you laugh in the moment can sometimes make you cry later, like, out of nostalgia. And the stuff that makes you cry in the moment always makes you laugh. Because you're like, I was so fucking stupid!
Wow.
Isn't that deep? Did I just blow your goddamn mind while you're cleaning paint off Serena Beach?
That was so deep I drowned in it, bro.
Yeah.
You know, that was actually the first, like, compliment I got from, like, a random girl.
What, that you've got a black girl booty?
No, that somebody was, like, it was a girl at a fucking...
There you go.
A girl at a hot dog on a stick, and she was cute.
Uh-huh.
And I got one, this is a long time ago.
Okay.
I got one, and I was walking away, and she was like, you got a nice butt. And I was like,
Really?
thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Neat.
This is awesome.
I love it.
'Cause I'd never gotten compliments from girls like that before.
That shit really does stick with you.
Yeah.
A girl of African American descent once in Philadelphia, she was like really forward. She was like, "You're beautiful. Do you have a girlfriend?" And I was like, "Oh," and I did at the time, and I was just like, "Oh, I want to say no," but I was like, "Yeah, I do, but thank you," and I never forgot. And then the girlfriend and I broke up like a week later, and I was like, "Why couldn't you have broken up with me before the fucking black girl liked me?" Because I've still never gotten to be with a black girl.
Oh.
And I've been told, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I've heard once you go black, you never go back.
I know that's true because I'm of a different descent, and it's once you go Jewish, there's a 40 to 45% chance that you never go back. But that's actually being pretty generous.
Once you go Jewish, you enjoy... Anyway, Muntag.
Muntag.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you about Metal Mondays?
Nope.
Aw. That was when I still worked at Mugshots in Philadelphia, the little coffee shop. Me and my buddy Josh.
Oh, Mugshots. That's cute.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Not your usual lineup. That was the tagline.
Really?
Adorable. It still exists, but it's in a different location, different people, different world now. But I used to work there, and like the only times it would get really intense was at like 6 in the morning. You know, like when the early. Whoa, you get that monkey! Get that monkey! Anywho, my buddy Josh and I would come in at 5:30 a.m. when we'd have that shift, and we'd have Metal Mondays because that was the day. So like we'd go to sleep early on Sunday, wake up Monday morning all excited, like the sun hadn't even come up yet, and we would just fucking blast Mastodon and like other assorted fucking like insane metal bands.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, and you know what? Their face-melting guitar solos not popular with the 6 a.m. espresso latte crowd.
Yeah, you know what? You can go fuck themselves. It's your day.
Are you a sour Sammy right now? I'm seeing it on your face. You look like a sour Sammy.
Like all my experience with Japanese musicians, like is it time? Is it time to tell the fucking L'Arc-en-Ciel story?
Oh man.
Let's do it.
Yes, please.
One of my all-time favorite moments since I got into like anime and all things nerdy, which is more or less since the beginning of my life, was I went to Otakon in 2004, I think, and this band called L'Arc-en-Ciel was they were there, and they did the music for Full Metal Alchemist.
That's right, yeah.
And that's what
Red Steady Helmet Bag.
Yeah, they did music for a lot of shit. What was it?
I don't know. They did a bunch of theme songs for anime.
Yeah, lots of different cool anime things.
They did some Naruto.
Yeah. And so like they came and did a show, which was incredibly rare. So in America rather, and everyone freaked the fuck out, and they sold out the Baltimore Convention Center, and it was like a big party. It was awesome, and they were into it. And I guess the lead singer, sweet, here we are. I guess the lead singer was like, he had made the effort to like learn a little bit of English before he came to perform here, which was a super nice gesture, but hilarious because like his accent was very strong. And so he wanted to like get the crowd charged up, so he tried to do the "Are you having fun?" thing, like, but it came out, "Are you having fun?" Me too. Me too. And then, like, because it was Baltimore and, like, everyone eats crab there, that's, like, Baltimore's main dish, he tried to make a reference to that, and he was like, "Do you eat a crab?" "Me too." And then the next thing he yelled was, like, something about Baltimore, but it was so unintelligible. It was like, "Ariana Baltimore, Soto Ishua! Ah! Soto Ishua!" It was amazing.
Use your rangs, dude.
My what?
Your rangs.
Oh, yeah.
You can kill him in one hit.
That's right. Good call, brah.
And diagonal.
Yeah. And so Aaron found the Lark on CL.
It's on DVD.
Yeah, it's on DVD.
Live in Baltimore.
That actual performance. So we are gonna watch it, and we will get back to you and see if we can find footage, if they left it in, of him talking between songs and yelling "Me too."
Me too. Me too. Do you like a crab? And you can rest easy knowing that on that DVD, Dan is in the audience.
Oh man, I sure was losing my friggin' mind because I believe I was drunk at the time and laughing uncontrollably.
Like you were drunk and it like warped him, but like you watch the DVD now and he's like, "Are you guys having fun?
Are you having a good time?"
And everyone's like, "Woo!" And he's like, "Yes, me too.
Me too.
I'm also having a good time."
Yay.
But in your mind, he's fucking.
Hello! That was a fun time.
You can only kill the Dark Nuts.
Aliens and Willow, we're doing it. It's a fucking combo platter tonight.
Go back down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But first we gotta watch the fucking Larkin CL.
Oh yeah.
Me too. Me too.
Are you having fun?
Me too. Me too.
That was part. Excuse me. That's what part of what made it great. The fact that each of his "me too" were at like a higher, more intense clip. So it was like "me too," followed by "me too," culminating in "me too."
Are you having fun? Are you having fun? Me too.
Woo!
Nice work.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you used what I taught you.
Yeah, I learned the ways of lessons of the crabs and
The grasshopper.
Oh man.
Get the crabs, dude.
I'm trying to turn around.
Get the crabs. How else are you gonna make California rolls?
Do you eat the crab?
Me too.
Crab? Crap? Crap? and like everyone's screaming like, yeah! Crap! What a surreal situation that concert was.
Just over and over.
That was my favorite.
Crap! Crap! And everyone's like, play Uchi Kuchi Walking Down. Crap!
Oh, I got the fiddler crabs now, son.
Me too. Me too.
You eat the crab? Me too. Oh,
Get the green craft.
Can I?
Yeah, you can get the green craft. There you go.
Craft? Oh, nice craft?
Work. Nice work. Nice work.
I wonder if people are getting tired of me saying craft.
No, why would they ever?
Dude, if you don't know what we're talking about, look up Lark on CL.
Live in Ontario, 2012.
No, it's live in Baltimore, 2004.
2010, no reason.
It's my favorite fucking concert
No reason.
of all time.
Did you eat crabs? Did you eat crabs? Crab? I ate too.
And then I moved back up to New York, to Brooklyn, and then met Peter Lennox, and we started Sky Hill together. And Sky Hill seemed like a much better situation for me because Pete and I got along great. There's only 2 people in the band, you know, and at that point I enjoyed assembling music in the studio more than I liked playing live.
Okay.
You know, now I like them both, but that was definitely a big step forward because it was more in lines with the music that I wanted to play.
Yeah. Did you feel like it was sort of more intimate?
Much more intimate. And like, you know, if there's 6 people in a group, like, unless everyone's in lockstep with each other, musically and mentally, and emotionally, like, it's very hard. You're only, I'm not good at math. You're only like 15 to 20% of the band, you know? And like, your ideas are only going to go so far before someone's like, like even the name, the Northern Hues, I don't think anyone really loved that name,
Right.
but like, it was just endless debates on what we should be called, you know? And to get 6 people to decide on anything, you know? So like Northern Hues was just kind of like the compromise of everything. And so Sky Hill was much more like, wow, I'm getting all of my ideas out.
Right.
And so is Pete. And we made an album that was very satisfying to us. And we were very proud of it. And I kind of had this feeling of like, see, Dad, see, like I can do this, you know? And I was a better singer at that point because I'd been working at it for so long by then. But we just couldn't get anybody to listen, you know? Like the internet, YouTube had just come out, but we didn't know anything about it. It was a very strange time for music, as it still is, because the industry was sort of collapsing in on itself. Like no one was buying CDs. Everyone was downloading music for free. But YouTube hadn't been developed really as a way to get your music out there.
Right.
You know? So it was just very hard to get anyone to listen. And I kept a list of everyone I personally like gave CDs to. Like I would travel around the country to like shows and hang out afterwards and meet bands and just give them the CD. But it always felt like I was begging.
Right.
You know, which is a very like gross way to feel when you're meeting people. Even though I was proud of the CD, but like I still have the notebook at home of like, I'd write down the name of someone I gave and it's just like a notebook filled. And like, it probably took a thousand CDs got out there. And I was like, this is amazing. 1,000 CDs are out there, you know?
Wow.
And, but then we split up because Pete was a little bit older than I was, and he just didn't love doing it. If there wasn't going to be, I shouldn't say a financial reward to it, but kind of, you know?
No,
like
totally.
And I just remember him asking me like, what's the end game here? And I was like, that was such a heartbreaking thing to hear. Cause I was like, what do you mean? Like we do another album and we keep working hard and then it'll catch on eventually, you know? But I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I was doing. So that split up. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm just like yammering about my entire like history and not letting you ask any questions. Should I just keep going?
Well, I mean, that's what this is about.
Oh, that's a really good fucking point. Okay. So that was 2008 that we broke up, and that was as painful as any like relationship with a girl breakup that I'd ever had at that point. And so I kind of like stepped away from music for a little bit. And
was it like tumultuous? Did you like not get along with him afterwards? Or?
No, it was fine. We didn't talk a lot after that, but I think it wasn't necessarily because we didn't like each other or I was mad at him or anything like that. You know, we just had our separate lives, and like Sky Hill was the thing we did together.
Right.
You know, so when that wasn't there, there was no connecting thread. In the winter of 2006, Avedon teamed up with Peter Lennox to form a Brooklyn-based alternative pop duo named Sky Hill. True. Again, Avedon acted as lead singer and songwriter. Songwriter is that gives me too much credit. Like, Pete wrote most of the music, if not all of the music, and I would write vocal melodies and lyrics. And the group released one full album, Run with the Hunted, on May 16th, 2007. Wow, they have an exact date for that, huh?
Was that the date?
That makes sense. It was in 2007. Because we wrote it and recorded it in 2006, and it came out the following year. Still proud of that album. I think that band really could have been something if Pete wanted it. They toured New York in early 2008 before eventually separating due to creative differences. I wouldn't say it was creative. I think Pete just wasn't feeling it. But it, like, creatively, we were always good together. Like we always wrote songs and thought like, when one of us had an idea and he thought it was good, almost always the other guy thought it was good. You know, there's very little like, nah, you know, that sort of thing.
That's rare.
Yeah, it was a good thing. Brian and I have a very similar kind of dynamic.
Yeah. Look at that little baby Dan right there.
You know what?
It's 10 years ago.
Oh, more than that.
It says in
2000.
2008.
Oh yeah, I get maybe. I actually do not like that picture at all, but like I don't know how to change it. Like I'm afraid to touch a Wikipedia page that of mine.
Oh, the fact that you've just said that now, like people are gonna be scrambling, like find a better picture.
It just doesn't look like me anymore, you know. So like,
wasn't that kind of what's interesting about it?
Perhaps it didn't exactly look like me then either, though. There's something deceptive about that picture.
It looks very much like an older picture of someone, you know, like
yeah.
Even when that picture was taken and it was new, it feels like, oh, this is from the 70s or something.
Yeah. It reminds me of that Mitch Hedberg joke of like, this is a picture from when I was younger. I was like, all pictures of you are from when you were younger.
Show me a picture of you when you were older. Fuck, how'd you do that?
I love it. 2009 to present, Ninja Sex Party.
Yeah.
Hey. Here's another picture that I wish would go away. I mean, it's not a huge deal. It's just that you can see the whole of my dick. Like in that spandex. That was before I started wearing a cup, and I'm just like, man, there's all the parts. Like there's the boober, and here is the shaft area, and like here are the balls. So if anyone wants to replace that picture, I sure would be grateful.
There's another picture. It should just go away.
Yeah, there's a lot of many more recent Ninja Sex Party pictures, which would be a lot cooler to put in there.
Yeah.
Okay. In 2008, Avedon began studying storytelling and improv at the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater in New York under the guidance of Margot Lightman, and had conceptualized the possibility of a new musical project. Okay, so all that's technically true. Storytelling was the course that Margot Lightman taught. Improv was taught by other teachers. Doug Moe, Eliza Skinner did musical improv. Shit, I wish I could remember these names better. Oh fuck, who's the guy who became Gabe on The Office?
Oh, I don't know his name.
The really tall guy.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I can't remember his name. He was one of my teachers too. He was so cool, and I'm embarrassed that I can't remember his name. Sorry, dude. But yeah, Margot Lightman was a fantastic teacher for storytelling. And yeah, by that point, I was starting to think about something like Ninja Sex Party. And I actually just talked about this on a podcast with the guys who do Steve Lichman. But we were talking about why I went into comedy, and I mentioned that like my heart was so broken after Sky Hill split up, because like I really thought that one could go somewhere, you know? And then I went into comedy because like I liked it. I liked comedy a little bit less than music, and it was nice to put time and energy into something where the stakes didn't feel like they were so insanely high.
Yeah.
You know? So that's initially why I went into comedy. And then when Lonely Island and Flight of the Conchords came out right around that time, or I got introduced to them, then it occurred to me that like comedy music could actually be cool music. And I was like, oh, comedy music, you know, that could do both, you know? And then I started thinking about Ninja Sex Party. In need of a producer, Avedon was introduced to Brian Wecht, the musical director of another troupe, by mutual friends at the theater in early 2009. I wouldn't agree with the phrasing of that sentence. I was just looking for another like band member, like someone who could do music. You know, guitar or keyboard would have worked, you know, but I wasn't looking for a producer, and Brian's not a producer. He's a musician. And the musical director of another troupe. So what he was doing was there were musical improv groups, lots of them floating around. and he would be hired as a piano player for their groups, which is a testament to how talented he is. Because with improv music, you have to know like every style, you know. So it's like this moment calls for a bossa nova song, or this moment calls for a rock song, and he could just play anything off the top of his head. That's, we were introduced by Julie Katz, who was the girl in the Decision music video, and also the Next to You music video. Great lady. Avedon had already chosen the name Ninja Sex Party after everybody's three favorite things, and worked together with Weck to create characters to represent the band. Yeah, that's technically true. That doesn't give Brian as much credit as he deserves, you know, because like I knew like I wanted like the partner, quote unquote, to be a ninja that was silent, but like he brought so much to like the silent character, you know. So yeah, I feel it was definitely 50-50. They eventually settled with Danny Sexbag as Avedon's character, and Ninja Brian as Wecht's. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we were gonna call the ninja whatever his name was gonna be. Like if a guy named Jeff had joined the band, he would have been Ninja Jeff, you know?
Yeah.
But Brian was perfect because it's such a white guy name, you know, and like it just sounded ridiculous. And Danny Sexbang, as we've said a few times before, the original name was Danny Sweetnuts, which started as like the name that I would give my characters in Guitar Hero. But then it was changed to Danny Sexbang when we started the band because it sounded more explosive, exciting.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I Just Want to Dance.
Yep.
Which was the first video that you released?
Yes.
So the story is that you were both ninjas.
Yes.
But you gave up the ninja lifestyle because you just wanted to dance.
Yes, correct.
Is that still like the lore or?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, the amazing thing about our fans is that they're so creative and so dedicated that like they've managed to like retcon all the random stupid shit we've said throughout the years just to be funny into like one cohesive storyline. But it's very much like Zelda. It's just like we were going like thing by thing, and,
right.
And then like later someone was like, I think I can make this work.
Right.
You know? So yeah. The duo first gained popularity by performing as a musical guest on Lightman's improvisational comedy show Strip Stories. That's true. Our first show was in the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater in Chelsea, which I don't think exists anymore, which is a shame, although they probably moved to a nicer place. And yeah, that was very exciting because that was even in that jokey first show where we only did 2 songs. We did Accept My Shaft, which ended up on the first album, and a song that like was so shitty it didn't even make it to the first album called Taint Nothing. About a girl's taint. And like that was very exciting because like the response was so boisterous and fun in a way that like I had almost never experienced with years of being in Sky Hill and the Northern Hues. Inspired by The Lonely Island and Flight of the Conchords, still true, still hold those 2 groups in enormously high regard. And I don't know if they know about us, but I hope they do, and I hope they enjoy what we do, as opposed to like seeing it and just thinking like, what a fucking crock, these assholes just doing our thing. But I love them. The band is about a Jewish superhero who wears a unitard with his best friend who is a ninja, and together they sing songs about dicks and try to hit unsuccessfully on women. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's kind of grown since then, but that's certainly like the initial mission statement.
Your band was like a sitcom, like a low concept sitcom with high concept ideas.
Yeah.
And then as it goes on, it delves further and further away from the original concept.
Well, yeah, because like when we started, we didn't intend on doing YouTube stuff. We were just going to be like, we were going to try to do a show like Flight of the Conchords and like try to sell it to whoever. But then we started putting out YouTube videos, and that's what kind of hit. And then we were like, oh, maybe we could just be a band. Like maybe we could actually just be a cool band. And then it's in the past few years, the focus has become much more on the music, and less on like the ridiculousness of the comedy.
Right.
But like I'd say that stayed at the same level, but like the music level is raised, which is exciting.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, as much as I love like the Sacred Chalice, it's that's what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it would be a weird thing to produce now. It's not super on brand.
Yeah.
Although I would love it if it was.
And like if we did it now, it would be much closer to what we'd envisioned in our heads at the time.
Yeah.
You know, like we just didn't know how to pull stuff like that off. But
that's what made it fucking great.
Yeah, you know, like I can look back at all the NSP stuff and be like, okay, and Northern Hughes and Skyhill too, like with all their like deficiencies in certain areas. I'm like, that is the absolute best I could do at the time, you know? So that's good enough.
Truly outrageous.
Fucking love Jim.
Me too.
Have you read the new comics?
Samesies. No, I haven't.
It's good.
It's Showtime Synergy.
It's pretty good.
I think I told you that at the comic book store I used to work at, there was this really cool gay guy. And like every time the comic store would like it'd be a release day of new comics and everyone would start pouring in, he'd be like, it's Showtime Synergy. That's a Gem reference if you don't get it.
I want to meet that guy.
Yeah, I want to meet that guy.
Because Synergy is like her cyborg friend that
yes,
into
it's
Gem.
the computer, right?
Yeah. But that GameStop actually used to be, because it was a small chain.
Right.
It was one of the lesser chains. EB was the big one.
Mm-hmm.
And GameStop had old games. And I remember going to GameStop and being like, fuck yeah, man, I'm getting some old games at GameStop. I'm gonna play some NES games.
Did you ever work at any of those places?
No, I worked at a Blockbuster.
Oh, that's right. I worked at a GameStop on West 4th Street in New York.
What?
Yeah. 2009, I guess, like the first year of Ninja Sex Party.
I know you worked at a comic book shop, but...
Yeah, I worked at Midtown Comics on 45th. But that was... I got fired from that because the guy running it wanted to give his friend a job.
Oh, what a dickhole.
He was such a dick. Fuck you, Brian.
not that Brian.
Yeah, not you, Ninja Brian. I mean, fuck you too, obviously, but like... Yeah, no, it was one of those situations where it was like, yeah, today is your last day. Like, it was like the total fucking dude from Office Space moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, shit, man, why? And like, I was super upset because like I had friends there. I still have friends who work there. Great people work there. Like my boy Demetrios.
Yo, what's up, Demetrios?
Demetrios Fragascatus.
Shout out to my boy Demetrios.
Doesn't get any more fucking Greek than that.
Damn.
Yeah. But he's...
Did he pop his collars often?
Oh, I wish. He should. He's writing a comic book now, actually.
What a badass.
Yeah, Millennials, I think it's called.
Like crap.
Yeah. But yeah, he's awesome. Jose, like Sean, Serge, so many fucking cool people at that store. So like I was super bummed when it happened. But then that time off, and by time off I mean crippling unemployment, gave me more time to just fucking concentrate on creating NSP. And then I met Brian like a few months later.
Oh damn.
Yeah, and my friend Demetrius.
A blessing in disguise.
Yeah, he came up to me like the next time I was in there, and he was like, "Dude, getting fired from this place was like, it's going to be the best thing that ever happened to you." And I was like, "That's really nice of you to say," and it actually turned out to be true.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yo, he was a regular soothsayer. You should. What?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what a soothsayer is.
It's like a fortune teller.
Oh.
But in my experiences, a soothsayer is usually like sort of like a witch, you know?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Like, come into my lair and I will tell you the secret.
That's more along the lines of what I was thinking you were talking about. And I was like, I'm sure he'd be happy to know that you consider him some sort of gross old crone-like witch.
Crone.
Yeah. Yeah, they're so like they know exactly what to do. And there, I remember a lot of Onion writers came from like the comedy schools or would perform at the comedy schools that Brian and I started out at in New York many years ago. And like I remember talking to a few of them and saying like, and they were saying how highly trained they were to like study the language of how newspapers work and like the way that they address topics and when like which sentence they move on to the deeper meaning. It's really interesting. They just take their craft so seriously, which is why it's so fucking funny every time.
Yeah.
Damn you, Fall Out Boy, with your seductive rhythms and harmonies.
Oh wait, didn't they do that one song? Dance, dance, we're falling in love to hurt my hand.
That does sound like them.
Live all the life you won't live. Yeah, this was the weird And it's just like, what is he saying?
I used to sell comic books to the drummer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he would, when I worked at Midtown Comics in New York.
What did he read?
Shit, I don't remember. He was like the top type of comic. He was legit. He was not a poser fan, because he would come in and buy like stacks and stacks every week. And he had a really, really attractive girlfriend.
Of course he did. He's in a fucking rock.
Well, that was the thing, because I didn't put it together that he was the drummer of Fall Out Boy, and you may not get this because it's a football term, but we have a thing when a guy outkicks his coverage, as they say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His girlfriend was just a little too attractive.
Batting outside his average.
Yeah, exactly. That's and she would look very bored while he excitedly leafed through his comics.
Yeah, probably.
He was a cool dude. He was super nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and that made me like Fall Out Boy more. Excuse me. Well, the thing was, I used to work at Midtown Comics in New York, and that was 2009, I guess.
Yeah.
And they would always play the same radio station, and All the Single Ladies by Beyonce was the hotness. That was the new 2009 hotness.
Right.
And so like I heard that song probably upwards of 20 times a day, every day for like 8 months or however long I worked there.
Put your hands up. I don't remember I just remember the put your hands up.
Yeah. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. And that's all I remember too.
I liked it.
Yeah. So you liked Susie, so you put a ring on it.
Could you imagine walking into somebody's room and they just have rings on everything they own and they're like, I like it all.
I like these things. What am I gonna do? What can I do?
Not put a ring on them?
Oh.
Not according to Beyonce.
Yeah.
Other collaborations. In 2009, Avedon composed and pitched the theme song for the children's television series Power Rangers RPM alongside producer William J. Sullivan. However, due to the tone of the show's plot clashing with Avedon's demo, the song was scrapped. That is true.
What, really?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the reasoning as much, but Will, who was my buddy, I met him when Northern Hughes was recording its first EP in Philly. We worked with a producer named Noah, and Noah was Will's friend. So when Will needed like someone to sing like these little like kind of commercial jingles and stuff or whatever he was working on, Noah recommended me, and we became buds, and we ended up doing lots of little like weird things together, like 30 seconds long. And they would end up in like TV shows randomly and stuff like that. They were just like not public domain, but they were part of a catalog that like TV shows could kind of go through and be like, we'd like to use this. And we'd get some royalties, but we wouldn't charge as much as like, I don't know, say Guns N' Roses or an established band or something like that.
Just so it's the cheaper option.
Yes. So one of the things he was doing was the Power Rangers show, and so I still remember it. It's like Man vs. Machine. I can't remember. The Vengeance Network spreading fear. Power Rangers get in gear. Yeah. Oh, that's how it went. But yeah, like it was just a demo. It didn't go anywhere.
So you helped write that?
Yeah. We wrote it together. Although I didn't know what the hell the Vengeance Network was. Like, he just kind of told me. And so then I didn't know what to do. I felt like I felt like a failure. I really felt like a failure. I was 29 and I remember like 30 was looming and I was like, wow, I'm 29. And that's when those thoughts of like Kurt Cobain had changed the world by now, all Jim Morrison, like all these 29 was getting less and less to be a sexy rock star age, you know?
You're right.
And it was scary. It was really scary. So I was like, why don't I take a step back and take a year where I just try to join established bands. And so I just took bands that had like instrumental songs and made up lyrics and sang vocals over them. That's where that 07 track that I played for you one time came from, that Rat-a-Tat track. Yeah. That was all during that year where I was just like, and I would go to their concerts and hand deliver it to them and they'd say thank you and then nothing would happen and that would be it. Except 07, who I did become friends with actually.
Cool.
That was cool. And in the meantime, I started doing comedy stuff at Upright Citizens Brigade in New York. And that felt good too. Just because like there was no pressure to it. It wasn't like, I'm going to change the world doing this. And then two things happened right in a row. Flight of the Conchords came out on HBO. I don't know if you've ever seen that show.
No.
It's really fucking great and funny. That I saw Tenacious D live.
Wow.
And yeah. And I just, it just clicked for me that like, holy shit, like comedy music can actually be really fucking good music, you know? And so as I went up the ranks in that comedy school and like up in classes and stuff, I started to think like, I wonder if I could find someone to do this type of comedy music with. So I put out a classified ad, which went nowhere. And then I asked my friend Julie if she knew anyone, and she knew Brian. She had just worked with Brian randomly because he was working that circuit, like playing music for musical improv comedians. And Brian and I met and we started Ninja Sex Party, and everything from that moment on was totally different than all other musical experiences I'd had or creative experiences of any kind. Because with the other ones, it always felt like I was pushing a stone up a hill. But with Ninja Sex Party, right from the beginning, it had its own momentum. Like Brian was like an immediate best friend, you know? And it just felt like I'm good at two things, you know? Playing video games is not one of them. I'm good at singing and I'm good at comedy, you know? And to suddenly be able to use both of those things in a project gave me such a sense of power, because I was like, holy shit, now I can really like carve out an artistic corner in the world, you know, and do something really unusual. Cause like most good musicians aren't funny, and most good comedians aren't that great at their instruments, you know? That's just generally the way it works. There are definite huge exceptions. But it was like this niche, you know?
Yeah.
And Lonely Island had come out, and that gave us the idea to start doing YouTube videos, because those guys are fucking brilliant. And that's kind of what got the ball rolling. And like, it always felt like, holy shit, this could work, you know? And the second video we put out was called The Decision. And Donald Glover, who's a very funny guy, who was also he was like, I think I might have told you this before, like he was like the senior class at UCB when I was a freshman, so to speak. And he found that video and like put it out there, like retweeted it or whatever, or put it on his blog, and it got like something like 7,000 or 8,000 views on YouTube. And I just remember like wanting to cry, because I was like, holy shit, people like a thing I did, you know? And it could do things. I remember Do You Want to Date My Avatar by Felicia Day and the Guild crew. That had come out, and that had like 7 million views at the time. And I was like, oh my God, 7 million views. Like, think of what my life would be if something I did had that, you know? and it happened. It's fucking crazy. But at the time, I was mostly just really excited to be respected in the little comedy community I was in. You know, like that meant a lot because there were a lot of really funny, talented people there. And after 4 years of the Northern Hues, 2 years of Sky Hill, and then a year of just being rejected by these bands that I was trying to join, that's a lot of, I mean, none of those things were failures, but like, that's a lot of not success.
Yeah.
The way you dream it, you know? So to finally have something that was clicking with people felt amazing. Look at you, $5 just floating in the air, waiting for me to grab you, use you at GameStop. Whoa, Aaron.
Sorry. I gotta figure out how to get, because this is the tricky one.
I was talking to like a businessy guy, and he was like, "So how long have you worked at GameStop?" And I knew, some part of my brain knew he meant Game Grumps.
Yeah.
But I was like, shit, I worked at GameStop too. And like, it just didn't register with my brain. And I was like, from like 2009 to 2010? He was like, what the fuck have you been doing for the, what? Caused a lot of confusion.
Yeah, seriously.
Though
we work for GameStop. We should just change the name.
Yeah. But for the last episode of Game Grumps, whenever that is, like many years from now, we should call it GameStop.
Okay.
Yeah. And then get sued right out the door.
I'm sure I'll remember that gag.
Me too. It's not even that funny. So you know you're going to remember it.
Ooh, jeez, well.
I'm a harsh on myself.
I know, I guess
Where's
so.
that? Oh, there it is.
Zach091 asks, how did Aaron and Danny meet? How did we meet?
Go ahead, because I just drank boiling tea way too fast.
Actually, you know what? Ross showed me Ninja Sex Party.
It was Ross?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ross is responsible for all this?
He showed me Ninja Sex Party when you guys had like
It figures.
9,000 subs.
Oh, like a year ago.
And I was like, why don't these guys get more hits? And then I sent you guys a message.
I remember it.
And then did you guys like not reply right away or like?
No. I remember it very clearly. We got a message. It was early on in our career, and we got a message from you saying, because it was buried in like all the weird messages from like, hey, why don't you join our crappy network, which is not even a network, it's just some guy in a basement. And you were like, you were super humble, and you were like, I've got an okay channel. I like what you guys do. If you want to check out what I do, go ahead. And you're like, hell yeah, man. And so we looked at it, and it had like 250 million somethings, and I was like, what? That can happen? Because we, like, Brian and I, we were like musicians and comedians. YouTube was kind of a foreign thing to us. We just wanted to make videos, and YouTube was like the venue that you put videos on. But we weren't really part of the community. We didn't know what was going on. So we had never heard of you. That is weird that you had heard of us, but not like vice versa. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's fine. Better off for it, I'm sure.
I mean, it was funny too, because like it was a very flattering email, and I think you said like, if you're ever in LA, like just let me know, and I'll show you around. And normally I would be like, no, like we're not hanging out, but like there was something really cool about your letter, and like I was just like, I just happened to be going to LA like I think 2 weeks later, so.
We picked you up.
Yeah, we went and got sushi together, and then like you dropped me off at my uncle's house, and I was like, I made a new friend.
You had your backpack and everything.
Yeah, I did have a backpack.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty.
and then dinosaur laser fight. That's what really kicked it off, I guess.
That's true. And then, although I would say that doing Game Grumps, like now it's like I feel more like you're like a brother, in a way, just because like Game Grumps, like you spend so much time together with the person, and also like you're kind of laid bare as a person. You just say so much about your personal life that you get to know someone pretty quick. You're all right. I never had
a real brother. My brother would be so upset.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never had a brother.
He'd be like, "I'm your brother." Oh. He's always like, "Why don't you do Game Grumps with me? Screw this guy."
Sorry, brah.
He's my brother now.
I remember maybe a couple years ago when we were still getting to know each other, you know, like it takes a little while before like you realize what someone's like, you know, where someone's boundaries lie in terms of like,
Oh God.
you know, like what you can say and what you can't say. And we were talking about hanging out, and I was like, I want to say like, I'm so fucking pumped up, I can't wait. But I was like, it's too early. I don't know if like he'd be, you know, whatever. So I was just like, I'm excited to see you, man. And I think you responded with like, dude, I cannot wait to get inside your asshole.
He's amazing.
I think he can do this.
I was like, I guess we're friends now. I guess that is official.
Oh man. Oh.
In 2002, Avedon briefly partnered with Mondo Media to host a sketch comedy miniseries written by Lena Dunham. What the fuck?
What?
It's called Dirty Shorts? That is not true. Lena Dunham did not write that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure. In which Avedon portrayed an exaggerated version of himself similar to that of Danny Sexbang. The series was not received well and was dropped after the first 12-episode season. Avedon has commented that the Mondo Media staff experience was welcoming, although he was not confident the way his character was written would appeal to audiences. Okay, so that, let's see. Stevie, our very sweet girl who now works for Rhett and Link, she used to work at Mondo, and I can't, that's how we met, through that connection. I can't remember how it started, but I remember auditioning for it and putting together like a reel for it and stuff. But the gist was the company wanted to, they had a hit with Dick Figures on their hands, and they had a hit with Happy Tree Friends. And they wanted to find the next one of those. So their idea was to create 60 pilots and just like throw all that spaghetti at the wall and see if one of them stuck with people. That's kind of a crazy idea, you know?
Yeah.
And like,
it's a little much.
Yeah. And now like you can look back and be like, oh, of course that wasn't going to work. But they needed someone to, they wanted to find a host, like a live action host, to kind of introduce the concept and, you know, all these different things, and sort of become the face of the channel. So I was like, that could be cool. And so I auditioned for that. And plus, like, it was 2012. So it was when I was very sick, as you remember, and I needed to pay medical bills, which were piling up. And this was kind of like a lifeline. I was like, oh my God, like, this will pay those bills. And it did. So even though I'm not at all proud of those episodes in any way, they did help my life behind the camera a lot. So it was a huge learning experience for me in the sense that like, anytime it showed me that anytime there's a big change in an internet show's kind of world, in the creative approach, there's going to be backlash, and there's going to be a good deal of people getting pissed off and not liking it. So just the fact that there was a live action human being on this Cartoon Network, it just, people were like, what the fuck is this bullshit? You know? And also like the first episode I remember was pretty promising because, the guy who did the opening to Tim and Eric's Awesome Show, like created the backgrounds and the effects. And I was like, this is kind of cool. Like this could be something, but we were never able to get him again. And then like, so some other talented and creative people worked on it, but it was just very like, it was very piecemeal from that point on. You kind of never knew what you were going to get. But certainly by the end, but earlier than that, I would say by the early to middle, I kind of felt like like it just wasn't going to go anywhere.
It didn't feel authentic.
That's exactly right. Like they would just be like more funny faces and more like this. And I was like, it felt a little like, and this is not a statement on the people at Mondo because like they were uniformly awesome people and they were just trying to like make something work, you know? But it felt a little Dance Monkey Dance.
Yeah.
And like very much like, I was like, I don't think this is going to work at all. But it did three very, very great things for my life. One was it helped me pay off those medical bills. Two was that it helped move me out to LA because it gave me a reason, you know, and that needed to happen because at the time, Ninja Brian had just moved to London to take a tenured professorship, and Ninja Sex Party was very much in doubt. And three, it totally prepared me for taking John's place on the show because I was like, okay, I'm going to catch a lot of heat and everyone's going to hate me for a little while, but I've been through this before.
Yeah.
You know, and also it taught me how to handle it better because whereas with the Dirty Shorts show, I had to take direction and I had to play a character that felt just adversarial towards the audience and like just kind of weird and lame. On Game Grumps, I could actually just be myself.
Right.
So I was like, all right, I'm going to take this in the opposite direction and just be myself. And if that's not good enough for people, then I mean, what can you do? You know?
Right.
But at least I won't like feel inauthentic, like you said.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So overall, Dirty Shorts was great for my life. If those episodes got taken off the internet tomorrow, I would not shed a tear. And it was definitely not written by Lena Dunham.
Well, because I asked you to join Game Grumps somewhat shortly after Dirty Shorts, and you were still sort of on the ass end of the health shit. So the reason that we have amazing health insurance was when I asked you to join, I wanted to treat it more like a company and like salary and everything.
Right.
So I got health insurance for the company, and the reason it's awesome is because of you.
No shit.
So I've gotten many comments from different employees like, I went to the hospital and I showed them my card and like I didn't get charged shit.
Yeah,
The health insurance rules.
Yeah, it was.
And I was
really...
like, it's all because of Dan, man.
Oh well, it's all because of you. But like, all I did was get sick.
Well, I wanted to make sure you were taken care of.
Yeah, and you really did because I remember the hospital bills. Like, I mean, not to get too fucking personal or whatever, but like it was a 6-figure number. You know, like it was very high. So to pay that off. And have that covered was like an enormous weight off my shoulders. And I'm sure it helped me get healthier sooner, you know? Avedon also created, wrote, and provided voice acting for the studio's short-lived animated comedy miniseries DJs and PJs. So let's start with that. That was when that concept was brought up, like with Mondo, like, would you like to create your own cartoon show? Brian and I were so excited. We were like, this is an amazing opportunity where like we can write these fun little songs and like work, just create something awesome. And it was a real good learning experience because piece by piece, it started getting like taken away from us a little bit. Like, we came up with these characters that we really liked and like these ideas that we really liked. And we recorded, I believe, the audio for 5 episodes. And that was sort of like, that was a tricky thing because we had an idea of what the animation would be. We were like, it'll be so cool if like we can have an explosion here and like all kinds of cool stuff there. But like they just I don't know, they kind of gave us to the animation B team. Is that fair to say? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
like I sensed some interns working on that one. You know?
Uh-huh.
And like when the characters would move, they would just kind of like wobble. It was just one of those situations where like the end result was so far from what we'd envisioned, you know?
Yeah.
That it was
well, they probably didn't have a huge budget for it.
They didn't. And I don't want to make it seem like anything was overpromised. It's just that like what we had in our heads was very not what it turned out to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so we released the first episode and it just got shat on mercilessly. It was like one of those like half dislike bars.
Yeah, I can see that.
And we were just like, whoa, this is a bummer. And then for the second episode, they were a lot more like, okay, here's what's got to change. We got to have big tits in the thumbnail. So that's why like the mom who's tucking the kid in has giant tits for no reason. And like we just all these different things like.
Yeah, that hit like right at that point in YouTube history where it was like you had to have boobs in the thumbnail, and then you would get hits.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it was another like lesson learned regarding like how certain types of audiences are just resistant to anything new, you know? And I mean, and not that DJs and PJs conceptually or like, not that we did our greatest work of our careers on that either, you know? It's not like we made something amazing and it got fucked up by other people. Like we could have brought more to the table, but like we were learning on the job, you know? And I think that's another thing that like, you know, there's no reason for that to still be on YouTube. Like, let's just let the past be the past, you know? But after episode 2, they wrote to us and were like, I think we're going to put the series on a brief hiatus, which has lasted to this day.
Yeah.
And by that point, we were fine with it because it was like, okay, this is clearly not connecting with people. They don't like it. Whatever we thought was cool about it is not there, and whatever we wanted to get out of it, we've already gotten out of it. So let's just let it go. And then Ross caught wind of it, you know, and you saw it, and then you reached out to us, and then we became friends, and things just built from there. And then when you asked me to join Game Grumps, I had a sense that could be like the ultimate break.
Well, before that was Starbomb.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true.
The inception of Starbomb.
Right. Well, it felt like the break was coming.
Yeah.
No matter what. But Game Grumps already had like 1 million subscribers, you know? So it felt like instead of building something from the ground floor, like, holy shit, I can be part of something that's already amazing, you know? And, I mean, it was scary at the time, as, you know, as we're on record saying that those were scary times, just because I felt like, you know, if I blow this, all my friends are out of a job, you know, and like all my friends' artistic careers will suffer because Game Grumps brings so much attention to the stuff that they do individually.
Yeah.
You know? So it was intense, but like by that point, I was 34, you know, and I'd been kicked around a lot, you know, and I'd been working on my voice and my comedy for many, many, many years, you know, and so without realizing it, I'd become like a cagey veteran of like a lot of these things. Like I had a lot of improv comedy training. So sitting down with you to play video games was easier than that because you and I have like a natural chemistry. And with improv, the hardest thing for me was always coming up with something out of nothing.
Yeah.
You know, but with Game Grumps, with that format, like whenever you felt like you were running out of crazy shit to say, there's something visual to just play off of.
Right.
You're constantly getting like new material that you can think of. All right, in mid-2013, John Jafari left his position as co-host of the Let's Play web series Game Grumps. Aaron Hansen, co-creator of Game Grumps, brought Avedon on to replace Jafari as co-host after being introduced to Ninja Sex Party's content by fellow animator Ross O'Donovan. True.
That's right.
Yep, all correct. I will never forget that phone call.
Was it a phone call?
Yeah, you called me at my uncle's house, and you were like, "Hey, man, John just left. Do you want to join me on Game Grumps?" And I was like, yes. It's like,
did you say yes right away?
Yeah.
Because I remember you saying that you like asked for advice from a bunch of people.
Well, I don't know. I think it was just like, I mean, the answer in my head was yes right away, but I think I knew immediately that it was such a huge life-changing thing that like, that's the sort of thing I will very rarely just be like, okay, you know, to like, it seemed too big to like, I had to give you the Helena, like, could you let me think about it? But I mean, there was only a day to think about it, you know, because those episodes needed to happen immediately. Avedon would also join O'Donovan as co-host of the Game Grumps spin-off show Steam Train, where both hosts play PC games as opposed to console games. Yep, Ross deserves credit for creating that show. That he just, I was just kind of along for the ride. And God, we were so young.
Yeah.
Avedon has remained the co-host of the show since. The co-host of Game Grumps. Yes.
Yeah. And also to Ross's credit, it was Steam Train as an idea was before. It wasn't before Game Grumps, but it was before Dan had joined Game Grumps.
That's true.
So he wanted to do a show with Dan as a co-host.
We had never released an episode of Steam Train, but we were like recording them just like kind of to get our sea legs under us, because this is a weird type of performance that this show is, and it takes a little getting used to. I don't know. I think it was because it was such a frantic time and we were so short on episodes when I first joined. Was that when we were like, just put up the practice episodes? Was that it?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that like the Hotline Miami and stuff, like we never expected that to see the light of day. But in retrospect, it was kind of the best case scenario, because like any kind of like huge change like that, especially unexpected, and it was kind of unexpected for all of us, like that was always going to be met with a lot of hate and a lot of like very intense emotions.
Yeah.
So better to like sacrifice a bunch of like not great episodes that we weren't like prepared for to like absorb all the hate.
Yeah.
And then like we kind of like had learned on the job by the time those kind of worked their way through the factory.
Yeah. Although still love those Punch-Out episodes.
Oh, I love the Punch-Out episodes too. I'm talking about the Steam Trains.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, like the first episode of Game Grumps wasn't very good either.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The Kirby one?
Yeah. I mean, it's so frantic and like, even the first episode with you was like, really frantic and like,
well, that
it's like you have good memories of it because it was like, oh, I was hanging out with my friend Dan. But
no, I remember it as, God, I can't remember if I ever talked about this on the show or not. Maybe I did, but like, when I look back at those early episodes, the Punch-Outs and the Super Mario 2, I can hear in my voice, like,
the nerves.
Yeah, just how badly I wanted to do a good job, you know? Because, like, because John is such a good performer and, like, a tough act to follow, and, like, because I didn't want to blow it for you and Barry and Susie, and, like, suddenly you guys are out of jobs because I sucked, you know? So like it was super.
Plus, I mean, the pressure was on. I remember I told you I was like, "You're probably going to be hated."
Oh yeah, there was no, but that's the thing, because like I did those Mondo episodes. Like I was a spokesman for a cartoon company called Mondo, and nothing against Mondo, they're a good company, but like they had this idea at one point to do like 60 pilots for a video, or rather for their channel. Whereas like what works on the internet is kind of the opposite. Like you have dick figures and you have happy tree friends, and like just roll with those. Like the ones that work are what people want to see, and just keep giving them what they want, you know? But they were like, let's parlay this into like 100 new shows and then just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. But they needed someone to like put that messaging out there. So they asked me to do it. And I was very sick at the time, and I needed like money for like medical bills.
Money?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, drug money. Yeah, right? In a sense. Yeah. Pharmaceutical drugs. And so I took the job, and I was also very happy to take it because it, it allowed me to come to LA, which is something I needed to do to try to make Ninja Sex Party happen. And it directly led to Game Grumps. But like, all of this is like a long-winded way of saying like, it was an idea that didn't exactly work well with the fans. It was hard to get across. And also, like, it's a cartoon network that suddenly had like this guy on it that nobody knew, doing live action stuff, trying to like get across what these shows are. So it's a very tough position to be in. And I just became like very, very disliked on that channel. And it got a little bit better as time went on, but like still it was an uphill climb. But it kind of like, oh, the big kid, you did it.
Yeah.
But it kind of got me used to how it feels to be hated on the internet.
Oh.
You know? Because Ninja Sex Party was like kind of liked off the bat, you know? But it also had a very small fan base. So it was like, bless you. It was like
it wasn't rubbing up against anything. It was just something new.
Right. It was its own thing. It wasn't like something already established that suddenly I was just there, you know? So when you asked me to join Game Grumps, I was already used to it, you know? I was like, well, here's something that's already established, and now I'll just be there, and people are going to be like, what the fuck, you know? And that certainly did happen, but like I'm also glad in retrospect that it all worked out the way it did, because even though it was a much bigger scale than the Mondo thing, I knew that, you know, the hatred passes, and the people that, like, it is what it is. Like, it, you know, I have nothing to do with, you know, John and his decisions and all that. And so it was just like, all right, this is what it is. And if they hate me, they hate me. And those people that can't deal with it will move on. And maybe new people will come in and all that. So it was just this, it was a very strange time in all of our lives, you know? And it was. I think it reflects in those episodes early on. I think I really started to get comfortable like a month or two in.
I think, to me, the like, oh, this is good was Mario 2.
Yeah, that was early. That was early. Yeah. And also, oh, Volvagia!
I love Volvagia, dude.
Oh, me too. Finally.
I love getting all up on Volvagia.
Yeah, get it all up in Volvagia.
Hammering Volvagia.
Yeah. And I started to feel better about it too. I can't remember which episode it was, but
Jackal.
No. I think it was one of the shit, I don't remember. But it was one of the fairly early episodes, and John texted me, and
I think it was Mario 3.
Might have been.
I remember that.
Yeah. And he and I have texted a couple of times about stuff like this to discuss the show and things, and he was just like, I can't think of a better person to carry the torch and everything like that. And he was like, you totally have my blessing, and I really fucking appreciated that, and I thought that was awesome of him to do, and that helped me calm down a little bit too, because like, you know, if you respect what I'm bringing to the show, and John respects what I'm bringing to the show, and my mom and dad like me, then really what, you know, everything's okay. Everything's okay.
The Ford baby. No. Have you ever just like mumbled into the voice recognition shit and see what comes out?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, you just treat it like a human, because you're supposed to be like, who was the guy from The Who?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, who was... Shit.
My dad is the best with Siri. Siri! I'm looking for the and then it's like bing, out of time.
You're an idiot. Please put me down.
Learn to speak English.
Learn to speak English. I don't mind.
Yeah, neither do I. Mostly because of this music.
Yeah. Yeah! Uh-huh.
Oh god, it's so catchy.
And all this is because my fucking dad decided to go on a bender and destroy the fucking universe.
Who, Lloyd?
No, the king of all gods.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant your real dad.
Yes, my dad went on a bender and destroyed the universe.
Yeah.
He played guitar way too hard.
Oh, my dad, by the way, is all into Game Grumps now.
Really?
Yeah, because he saw the footage of, like, us at MagFest.
Yeah.
And he saw, like, the panel and, like, all the people there, and that, like, made it real for him, like, what's been going on in my life.
Nice.
So now he's like, Dan! I'm so excited! It's awesome.
I'm so excited!
Yeah. The best is when, like, because Dan is the Israeli pronunciation of Dan. That's just how they say A's there. But, like, sometimes he'll try to be more American than he actually is. So he'll try, like, to force himself to say Dan.
Uh-huh.
But it'll come out, like, really forced. It'll be like, hi, Dan! Like, Avi, there's not a Y in my name. Like,
Dan!
Dan! D-A-Y-A-N.
Oh, that's sweet, though.
Yeah, he's the best.
Avedon returned to Mondo in September 2013 to compose Dick Figures, the movie, the song for the Dick Figures, the movie soundtrack with Ninja Sex Party. Yes, that's true. And that was a lot of fun. The two guys who created Dick Figures are wonderful dudes, and they were very good to us. And one of them, Ed, he just took like little video camera footage of us in his green screen office and just spliced us in to Dick Figures. And that was cool too, because like it was very surreal, because Dick Figures was a gigantically popular thing at the time.
Yeah.
And then to see ourselves spliced in with those characters, I was like, whoa, this is a little bit surreal.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a really nice experience. And that was sort of the end of my working with Mondo. So I'm glad that ended on a nice note. Although I have stayed in touch with Stevie, and she set me up with Rhett and Link a few times on various things.
Yeah.
In late 2013, Avedon teamed up with Wecht and Hansen to create a side project band named Starbomb, with Avedon as the lead singer-songwriter. Again, I get a lot of credit just because like you're out there singing things front and center.
Yeah.
So it seems like you created it because people are hearing it in your voice. I was the lead singer, but the songwriter credits go to everyone, all three of us.
Well, mostly you and Brian. I think I came up with a lot of the concepts for the songs, but in terms of actually writing the lyrics, it was mostly you and a little bit of Brian.
That might be true, but like when I think about like Ninja Sex Party and Starbomb, even though like those two first Starbomb albums are like the music is very Ninja Sex Party-esque, like they're so different than NSP. And so like I don't think I could exclude you from like a 33% songwriting credit on those first two albums, from my perspective at least, just because like if you weren't there, it's not Starbomb. It's not anything, you know?
Right.
So that's how I would look at it. The band writes parody songs about video games, bringing together the sexually provocative music stylings of Avedon's Ninja Sex Party and the video game-based humor of Hansen. I guess that's sort of correct.
Yeah. It seems like overly general, but
yeah, it's a little less like delineated like that. It's more like a mishmash of everything.
Hey, welcome back to Game Bros.
Hey, we're here. Hello.
I am not asking Dan to do any favors for me.
Yeah, specifically fucking you.
What? Why would you even say that?
God, what if we just fucked one day?
Dude, you're so weird right now. What is going on with you, man?
Why is it weird, man? Just two bros fucking each other?
Dude, what?
Just hanging out, going to a baseball game, fucking give each other hot blowies.
Oh my god!
In center field.
Whoa!
Just jumping down onto the base paths.
Dude!
All right, never mind. I've been hanging out with Ninja Brian too much.
How could you say shit like that?
I don't know.
Man, messed up.
Aaron.
What?
You do realize that I have voice messages from you saying like, hey Dan. Hey Dan, it's Aaron. Listen, I just need you inside my asshole right now. So,
what? Did that really happen?
Of course that happened.
What?
That happened like 2 years ago.
Man, you gotta send me that.
Okay. It's on my old phone, but I'm sure I kept it. Because it made me laugh every time. You're like, listen, I know you're busy, but like...
Man, I used to be funny.
Oh, god damn, dude. It's just hilarious that, like, how quickly we forget.
Yeah. I would totally still do that.
Yeah, of course. Oh, nice, you did it.
Oh, man. Now I gotta wait around. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, it's just because you literally sounded like you just woken up. Like all your words were slurred and shit. Like, hey Dan, it's Aaron. I know you're busy right now, but I just need you inside my asshole. So you could just come on over. You know my address. Come in the back door. You know what I mean? Do you remember the fucking?
Sacrilegious.
Do you remember the fucking like first MagFest we did together, and like the John's cheese nips controversy?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that shit?
Oh shit.
That was like, I mean, I don't know. I never got upset at anyone for like being like, oh my god, things, you know, just conspiracy theories, all these crazy things, but like none of which were ever correct. And like but there were certain ones that were just like super ridiculous, and that was my favorite one of all the ridiculous ones. Like, cause someone apparently gave John some cheese nips at a panel that he did. Yeah, and later we were at the same panel, and I just saw a box of cheese nips there, and I was like, oh sweet, cheese nips. And people were like, like everyone's going crazy, and I don't know why, but like when you're up there, you can't make out what people are saying. Like, you can hear one voice, but when everyone's yelling at once, it just sounds like this garbled mess.
Yeah.
So, like, everybody's like, those are John's! And I'm like, what? Who? Like, what do you... And so, like, I eat one, and people are like, oh my god! It's so ridiculous. It's so funny.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and then when I like then when I finally like heard what they were saying, like after it calmed down, yeah, when it calmed down, I was like, oh, all right, I'll save him for him. And they were like, he's gonna see him later. It's like it's fucking reading way too much into everything. So bananas.
What if it was like something like horrible and they were like just trying to tell you? They were like, there's syphilis in those Cheez-Its!
Those are Al-Qaeda's Cheez-Its!
Should I eat them? They're like, no, they have syphilis! You're like, here I go. And they're like, why didn't he listen?
Yeah. Fucking... That's stupid. Did they just put a coin arrow on the arrow?
Look at this fucker. I'm popping Vicodin 3 times a day, but this fucker, that's what that was. Yeah, thank you. I would like cheese nips, yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Keep childhood alive. I agree. We should put more funding into child hospitals. Keep childhood alive!
Well, it's been kind of freeform lately because, like, of all the the events and shit we've been going to, so like...
Dude, they got cheese nips back here, excuse me.
So I'd say like, I don't know,
How does it taste, Nip? Sorry, I'll save them for him. What was I saying?
2019.
God damn it. You're the king, Borch.
I am the fuck king.
And you know what I am?
What?
I'm a sexy little baby.
Are you a sexy? Are you a soy un baby caliente?
Sexy little baby.
So, while we were on the road, things got pretty gay.
Brian constantly threatens to give Dan
Brian
a
is
beach.
constantly. Although Brian is married, he constantly threatens to, just do terrible homosexual things to me, and so he he made the request. He was like, Dan, can I make one request of you?
Perfect impression.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, what? He's like, I need you to say, I'm a sexy little baby. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking do that.
And he's like, what's the big deal?
He's like,
come on.
Yeah, come, just do it. Just do it. Everybody's here. We're all friends. You're a sexy little baby. Do it. I'm like, oh, fine. God damn it. So I was just like, I'm a sexy little baby. And he was like, louder, louder. So everyone can hear.
You have to say it louder. What? I didn't hear you.
So I was like, I'm a sexy little baby. And everybody loves it. Barry and Susie are big fans.
We just came in. I just wanted to say one thing to you, Dan.
Oh yeah.
I'm a sexy little baby.
Dan.
What's up, Barry?
Dan. Soy un baby caliente.
That means spicy, not sexy.
No, it means hot.
Oh, does it?
Hot.
Oh,
You're a
definitely.
hot little
Yeah,
baby.
we get sold.
Boy, babies.
Adios.
You're sexy and
Sexy
little.
little baby.
Just like me.
But I think it's because I quit my day job yesterday.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Well, it won't be yesterday when this airs, but like, I quit my day job because we got to a point where I can do Game Grumps and Ninja Sex Party and Starbomb full time and pay my bills and live, and it's fucking amazing. And walking out of that place was the best because they gave me a slow 80s applause clap.
Really?
Yeah. I started walking out and my buddy was like, and then everyone like joined in. It was really, really special. And
that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And as I walked
You didn't
out,
tell me that.
well, I'm telling you now. Like, and the coolest thing about it was realizing that like the moment I walked out of that place, like into the fucking California sunshine, it was the first moment where like, however many years out of college, more than a decade, like I finally reached a point where I can do like fun shit and music for a living full time.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I never thought I'd get there.
So this is fun to you?
This is super fun. Are you not having a good time?
I just always got the impression that you hated my guts. So.
No way. This is a dream. This is a dream whose name I dare not name. My dad is the king of stories that go nowhere and barely qualify as stories. So we were with my other relatives in Israel. And my mom's a huge baseball fan. She loves the Red Sox. And her favorite player was a guy named Nomar Garcia-Parra.
Is that where you got it?
What do you mean?
That you like sports? You get it from your mom?
No, I liked sports way before. And I
I like sports before my mom likes sports.
Yeah, I was in before it was cool, and my mom liked it. No, I was a football fan. I'm not really a baseball fan, but she loves the Red Sox, and her favorite player is Nomar Garcia-Parra, and so like my dad was telling the story like to our other Israeli relatives. He's like, so that's her favorite player, and her email address is Debbie Loves Nomar. And like my other Israeli like cousin who like barely speaks any English was like,
that was a good story, Avi.
Like that's the only response he knows to like hearing a story.
It was like the culmination of all his English. It's like, wow, he barely knows the language well enough to drop some fucking biting sarcasm on my dad. It's hilarious. Oh, have I told you that my dad recently learned about the word sick.
Really?
But doesn't like fully understand how to use it yet. Like he understands that it means like really good, but he doesn't know like when it's appropriate. So like he bought like a cantaloupe and he was like, "Hey Dan, this cantaloupe is pretty sick, right?" I'm like, "I don't know if it is, Avi."
This is a sick cantaloupe. You're going to feel real sick when you eat this cantaloupe.
It is rife with E. coli. All right, so I promised you guys a voicemail from my dad.
Here goes.
He wanted to congratulate me on getting 5 million hits on Luigi's Ballad, which is very exciting for him.
Wait, Luigi's Ballad has 5 million hits?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
You fucking serious?
Yeah. We don't check it the way our parents do, you know, like.
Wait, you're not fucking with me.
Yeah, no,
Luigi's Ballad literally has 5 million
It's over
hits?
5 million. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Isn't that cool?
Holy crap.
I know. Thank you, everybody.
That's a lot of hits.
I know, but it's a dream come true, especially for my dad. He's like 5 million hits. All right, here we go.
Hey, Don. Your dad. I want to congratulate you on breaking the 5 million hits on YouTube. And enjoy Mom. I'm freezing my ass off with Roxy here. It never stopped snowing. So I love you, and call me when you can. Bye.
Oh my god, he sounds exactly like your impression of him.
Oh, dude, I fucking... And I'm freezing my ass off.
There's snow. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, congratulations on 5 million hits.
It's like fucking Ren.
It's the best.
5! I couldn't do my Ren voice.
Oh god, I told you that like he left a voicemail. I fucking deleted it. I knew I shouldn't. But he left me a voicemail. He was like, "Hi Dan. Bye."
Really?
Yeah, just 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
That's amazing.
He's my favorite.
Oh god damn it, dude! I wish I could play it for you. My dad left me right before I came here. My dad left me another fucking absolute gem of a voicemail, but like, okay, right at the end he was like, "And don't play this on Game Grumps, or I'm never talking to you again." Damn it! Because like all I'm thinking is like, oh, I cannot wait.
But I mean, he didn't. Oh shit! I think there was a thing up there that I could have got if the guy stuck around.
That's it.
Yeah, but he didn't say don't paraphrase it on Game Grumps.
Oh, I mean, I don't need to paraphrase. It's just like it's just your typical fair with tons of shit, and then like an mixed in.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
What was he like in the middle of taking a dump?
He was just thinking about too many things at once.
The stock market and driving and the cost of cars these days.
That's kind of what it was like. I can probably. I wonder if I'm allowed to share texts he sent me, because there was another good one recently. He was at. It's funny because he doesn't have the strongest grip on the English language, but he loves to make fun of other people who don't, as if he's like Mr. English. So he found this menu, and in some part of New York that like, I guess it's the restaurant owned by immigrants, and it's like the best tiramisu cake in New Jersey. Oh, it's in New Jersey. If you know like, you know pay. And so like, yeah, so he writes me, he's like, ah, if you know like, you know pay.
Like not even adding anything to it.
Yeah. I was like, did you like? And he was like, we didn't get there, we're eating the main dish. And I was like, all right, just make sure to no pay if you know like. And he responds with, you're not the boss of me. So fucking out of nowhere.
You're not the boss.
You're not the boss.
He's like joking around, and then he's like, "Hey, you can't tell me what to do."
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You are not the boss of me. Love you.
Did I ever play the The voicemail where he told me never to play it on Game Grumps?
Yes.
It's like, I'll kill you.
Yes, that is a great one. I'm sure it's in the Dan's Dad compilations.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll play it again.
Like an hour-long compilations of you talking about and also hearing.
Granny Sexbang is with me in the car. She's in the house. And,
That's my mom.
We all want to thank you how much we enjoyed the video. So, lots of luck with it. And if I ever hear myself again on Game One, I'll never call you again.
Bye.
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
from
man.
June of last year.
Jesus.
That's how long I keep these things and treasure them.
Oh, because they're beautiful.
Avi, I love
it's like
you.
art.
Yeah, it really is.
God, not this level.
My dad does not realize that every time he's about to leave a message on my phone, it's a masterpiece that I will treasure for decades to come. He had a good one while I was home this past time. He was like, Dan, where can people buy your music? And I was like, oh, like digitally. Usually people get it digitally, but I mean with Starbomb there's also physical copies, and we'll probably do CDs of Ninja Sex Party. And he's like, can people hear it on Spoofy? I'm like,
does he mean Spotify?
Do you mean Spotify? And he's like,
Spoofy.
He's like, yeah. Yeah! I'm in a restaurant, so I'm trying not to laugh and cause him embarrassment. Oh my god, that was my favorite. Can I listen to that spoofing? I'd imagine you could, Father. If that were a thing.
If there were such a thing, Spoofy would be the one place you could go.
I'm naming my next dog Spoofy. Alright, so I found another voicemail from my dad that I really enjoyed.
Good, go.
Okay, check it out.
Do it.
Here we go.
Where is it?
Oh, balls. Hold on, I forgot to hit speakerphone.
Idiot.
Got it.
Dummy.
Here we go. From my dad.
All right, go for it.
Welcome to the East Coast, to the snow. I hope you made it and you're not stuck in the airport someplace. So if you get the message, give us a call. I'll text you. So bye.
He really does that.
Oh my god, dude! You can tell when I wish I had a readout, a heart monitor readout of his brain where you can see where it just flatlines. It's just like,
bye,
bye. Oh, he is the best.
There it is, Ghost.
So what? He explained to me why he does that, because Hebrew is his first language. So he actually thinks everything in Hebrew, then has to translate it in his head into English, and then he can say it. So sometimes between sentences, he'll just have to reload and just be like, but sometimes he gets caught in a fucking logic loop.
A time loop?
Yeah, and then he's just stuck there for 7 seconds.
Doing the time loop.
Oh.
Let's do the A. Bye.
You can actually, I'll play it again for you later. You can hear my mom laughing in the background.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
Special requests from the Eagle Raptor.
I don't like the way those balls are just there.
Son of Raptor.
Son of Papa Raptor.
Oh shit. Oh shit, there's a nanner! Damn! Yo, monkey shooting fucking shit at me.
I finally talked to my dad about, because he's very excited, and so he reads up on what's going on with us on the subreddit and shit like that. And I was like, people love hearing about you. And he was like, I would appreciate if maybe you kept me out of it. I'm like, sorry, buddy. As long as you continue to be hilarious and cool,
I'm gonna have to talk about you. You know, you just reminded me of when we were in the hotel room, and you were like, just eating and farting uncontrollably, and you were like, "Oh, just like a fucking garbage factory."
I was though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
God,
You got
shit stank, dude.
It was. You don't have to tell me that was a tiny hotel room. Wow. Barry and I would just look at each other like, "Wow, we should look after him."
Well, that was the point where Susie was like, "Oh no!" and just like walked out.
Yeah. Aaron. She loves you, man.
Yeah.
She must.
Oh, next time on Game Grumps.
Oh, right. He's also thrilled that, you know,
Spoofy?
Yeah, that spoofy has become a thing, and people quote it. It's great. Because, I mean, for the most part, he wants to stay out of the public eye, you know? But, he loves the fact that spoofy is a thing.
Superman's real name is Peter Sparker. Everybody knows that. Dude, my little nephew, when I visited him, my mom was like tucking them in, and like my smallest nephew, he's like 2, so he like barely speaks, but like she was tucking in the other one's asleep, and then she turns, and he's just standing in his crib, like eyes open, looking right at her in the darkness, and he just says, like, deadly serious, "Fighter-Man's real name is Peter Parker."
Mystery solved.
Yeah.
The children really do have clarity on the world.
Fighter-Man.
Fighter-Man. Why isn't there a superhero named Fighter-Man?
I know. I don't know if he spells it F-I-D-E-R or F-I-G-H. T-E-R.
I like to think it's F-I-D-E-R.
Fighter-Man. Yeah.
65 years in the future, I will be playing video games on a television show called Game Grumps. CBS.
It's
Tune in
true.
Wednesdays.
Like your mom, my mom was like, "You really did get like the dream job that you wanted when you were a kid," and I was like, "This wasn't a job when I was a kid.
Yeah.
These are just amazing times that we're living in."
That's true, right?
Yeah.
That's true. Everybody's like, "Oh man, we're in the worst economic place we've ever been in," and it's like, all right, well, I play video games and then I go home.
Yeah, we're very.
And then when I get home, oh shit, I got to pause
We're
it.
very fortunate. Not to sound like dicks about it. We're very blessed.
Blessed.
Yeah.
A chew.
Oh, speaking of crazy, stupid vocabulary shit. I went and visited my family. And my dad gave me some amazing, some pearls dropped out of his mouth while I was there.
Did you make sure to write them down?
You know I did. So he was like, my dad, as I've mentioned before, was initially very skeptical about my life choices and career choices. And as things have worked out miraculously, just in time after 15 years of not working out, he's totally come around and he's super into it and he's excited and he loves everything about this. So he wants to learn more about Let's Plays because the concept is still sort of foreign to him.
Right.
So like he's asking me about like, he's like, I see you have a friend, Mark, and I was like, yeah, Markiplier. He's very cool. Like he's a buddy of ours, and he's like, what about the Swedish guy, Pee-wee Didi? I'm like, do you mean PewDiePie? He's like, yeah, it's PewDiePie. Pee-wee Didi. I was like,
hi guys, my name's Dee Dee. They call me Pee-wee Dee Dee.
P-E-E-W-E-E-D-I-D-I? Avi, is that what you're trying to say? Oh my God, Pee-wee Dee Dee.
You might not be able to guess why they call me Pee-wee Dee Dee. I'll give you a little hint. I'm 3'4", but I'm full of spunk.
Oh, it's the best. It's just amazing. Like everything he says. And so like, I mean, we went through some stuff recently and like we all needed a little bit of a break and like I was certainly like stressed out, and so the week at home was super good for me because I just hung out with friends and family. And my dad comes in, I'm just lying there watching TV, and he's like, it's nice to have you home. And I'm like, thank you, Avi. It's nice to be home. And he's like, it's really good that you have a nice place that you can come and decompose and like.
Decompose?
You mean decompress? It's like fucking
no.
Yeah,
Where
no.
you can naturally rot your body away.
A place where you can die and then return to the elements from which you came. Oh my god, a place where you can decompose.
Place where you can decompose.
And I was like, I'm laughing uncontrollably, and he's like, listen, don't say this on Game Grumps. And I'm like, then stop saying amazing shit all the time. I told him straight out, I was like, I have to share this one. So do it, Lomster.
Yes. He's like, no, please don't. But secretly he's like, yes.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that's what it is, honestly. Because like, he's a very private guy, you know? Like, he wouldn't want any, like, anyone walking up to him and being like, hey, you're Avi, you know? But he secretly loves, like, you know, being adored online, you know? I know he does.
Oh, Spoofy is...
Oh, well, because he...
world-renowned.
Yeah, when we, I visited my uncle and my grandma, and he came with me. And, he played, he took out his phone and he played the Spoofy animated that, that someone did, and, like, he's just smiling, so happy the entire time. It's great. It's great to watch.
That's adorable.
Yeah. And, of course, it led to a conversation with my mom, and she, like... My mom, like, was an editor when she was younger, so she's, like, a linguist and very, like, into language. So, like, no one loves the crazy shit my dad says more than she does. And she's been apparently writing them down for years.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
And he was trying to say,
Did
like...
she, like, show, like, a secret book that had, like, a lock on it? And she's like, I wanted to share this with you your whole life, Dan.
On the fridge, there was a Post-it note of something he had said, and it was... they were talking about something political, and he's like generally a moderate with like most of his thinking. And so like he meant to say, like, he was trying to say like extremists aren't, you know, the way to go in either direction, and he actually ended up saying was down with extremism.
Whoa.
Yeah. Extremism, baby. Yep, down with it. I'm tired of it.
Oh, I love extremism. That is something that you and me and your dad were gonna have to disagree on.
Yeah, me too.
Extremism. Everybody loves extremism, dude. I say up with extremism.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
In fact, we need mandatory extremism sessions.
Yeah, exactly. God. I often think, like, whenever I'm watching Pee Wee Dee, it's so nice to have a place where I can decompose and just think about my extremism.
That's very extremistic of you.
It's like my dad is just slowly but surely creating his own language. Hey, Aaron.
What?
Can I share something with you from earlier today?
What is it, Dan?
Well, I sent you a text early in the morning.
Yeah.
Because I have to go out of town for one weekend this month. And so I was like, I won't give specific dates, but I was like, do you have any preference whether I go this weekend or the next weekend? Your response at 9:30 in the morning. Motherfucking Jesse Eisenberg. Jesus Christ, fuck, dude. Motherfucking Facebook movie bullshit. Jesus, can you fucking believe this shit? No punctuation.
You just made me die. Oh.
Random capitalizations. So I respond, I have no idea what we're talking about right now. 45 minutes pass. I get a text from you. Goddamn creative Facebook and fucking lawyers and shit, right? Fucking Winklevoss twins, goddamn rowing the boat. Fuck yo shit, I can't even fucking believe this shit. Have you seen this shit? Fuck, I just watched this shit. Fuck Jesse Eisenberg, man. I respond, Aaron, you're scaring me. An hour passes. You respond, motherfucking Spider-Man, you put in the time. Fuck, put in the time. Motherfucking build shit with his bare hands. Fucking best friend shit, Jesse Eisenberg. I'm very tired. I'm just like, no problem, man. I'll do most of the talking at the Grump session today. Immediate, like, response. I'm talking like 5 seconds later.
No, man, I'll just talk about the Facebook movie all day. Shit, man, you have to be so interested in the shit I have to say about the Facebook movie. Fuck, dude, I just watched it a year and a half ago. Fuck Jesse Eisenberg, man. He fucked over Spider-Man, crazy Winklevoss twins rowing. Trent Reznor did the soundtrack. Fuck this guy who invented Facebook. I don't like dying. I can't think of who the fuck invented Facebook. All I can think is the guy who played the guy who invented Facebook. Who the fuck invented Facebook? And then, in all capital letters, 2 hours later, Mark Zuckerberg. What the fuck?
I swear to God. Okay, first of all, I had to wake up supremely early.
I was
to take
crying reading those.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Well, I didn't want to call you out and be like, "What are you talking about?" anymore, because I was afraid you'd stop. So I was just like, I'll just calmly keep responding with my own agenda and see what happens.
I had to wake up way earlier than I usually wake up.
Right.
To take Barry to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the way fucking back, where the fuck is this fucking bridge? On the way back, I was just like so tired, and I saw this one.
You were texting that while driving?
No. Here's the thing. That was all Siri. So that's why it was just the fucking nonsense. Nope.
That was insane.
But as I was leaving the airport, I saw this fucking kid that looked just like Jesse Eisenberg in the fucking car. And then it got me thinking about Jesse Eisenberg in the Facebook movie, and then I was just like, fucking Jesse Eisenberg, man. And then I had my phone in my hand because I just started the GPS situation.
Oh, sure.
And then I was just like, beep beep. Hey, text Dan. Fuck Jesse Eisenberg, man. And then it just made me laugh really hard. So I just kept going. And I was really surprised that it stayed on track with everything that I said.
It was amazing. Can I tell you the voice I think you were talking to Syrian now that I know that?
Yeah.
Fucking all Spider-Man and shit. Fucking doesn't even know fucking... That's how I imagined it was going.
Exactly how it was.
Wow. Wow.
Fucking Jesse Eisenberg and shit. Fuck. Trent Reznor did the music.
Trent Reznor. R-E-S-I-N space O-R.
Oh, that shit made me... No, but seriously, after I was done with that, that was an actual fucking text when I was like, what the hell is the guy who made Facebook's name? What the fuck is his name?
Yeah.
And I'm just like... For fucking 2 hours on the ride home, I'm like, what is his name? All I can think of is Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, it's another Berg name, so it's close.
Yeah, and then finally, like, as I was fucking like pulling into my driveway, I was just like, Mark Zuckerberg! And I had to be like, text Dan! Mark Zuckerberg!
Oh my god, all caps. All caps. I mean, honestly, knowing that, I'm lucky you didn't just fucking run over to my door and just start banging.
Poof, poof. Oh my god, that would have been fucking amazing.
Like at my window, just screaming Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg!
When I come home, my dad gets all excited. And so, like, I'll talk to him for like 45 minutes or an hour when I get home, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go lie down now, because, you know, just had a cross-country flight. He's like, okay. And then I go in there, and like 30 seconds later, he comes in, hey, Don, I thought of something. Like, 5 more times at least with that. Like,
I thought of something.
Yeah,
Turkey burger.
Yeah, or he won't even qualify it with "I thought of something." He's just like our first conversation never happened. It's like, hey Don, the soccer game's on tonight. I'm like, okay, cool, okay. And like, close the door.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, 45 seconds go by. Hey Don. Oh, it's so sweet. Let's do it.
Hey, let's go.
Okay. So, my dad, who, as I've gone on record many times as saying, he's a very sweet guy.
Yeah.
But
I think I can go into quicksand with this.
Not exactly a man who qualifies his statements well. So, whoa.
Right. Of that I am aware.
Yeah. So, I guess he saw the new Ninja Sex Party t-shirts we put out.
Uh-huh.
and I'm sure what he wanted to say was great job on the new t-shirts, Dan. Like, I think they're awesome. By the way, this is my size. Can I buy one? I'd love to have one, or something like that. What he ended up texting to me was, I like the new NSP t-shirt. Large, extra large? Thanks. Dark colors, please.
No! The laughter made me die!
Like, that's pretty presumptuous, Avi. Just fucking give me that shit. Yeah, that's cool. There you go. See?
I kept my cool.
If you'd gotten angry, you would have fallen off there.
You think so?
Yeah. Like my dad, who I went to visit my parents for the past few days.
Yeah.
And they're great. Everything's cool. But my mom had an amazing moment where she was like, she was telling me that my dad is the one man that can turn lemonade into lemons. Like,
what?
Like, he can make like a good situation bad just because he has like a negative attitude sometimes. So she was like, "You're the only man I know who can actually take delicious lemonade and turn it into lemons." And my dad's response was, "Sugar is bad for you." He is the fucking best.
Oh, I guess it is.
So let's take that approach.
Okay. But yeah, that sort of blew my mind. I was like, whoa, what an accent.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I love foreign accents. Especially my dad's. Hi, Dan. Oh God, he said some fucking funny shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you just saw him recently.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 'cause I was hanging out with him. He was giving me the rundown of what he thought of the new Ninja Sex Party album.
Yeah.
It was very. He was like, "Would you like a critique?" And I was like, "You're gonna give it to me anyway, Avi. Like, there's no sense in me saying no." He was like, "I like 6969 is the best song you have ever done," and I was like, "That's really nice. I'm so happy." He's like, "On the other hand, Samurai Abstinence Patrol, that sounds like Starbomb." And I'm like, "What's wrong with that?" And he's like, "No, nothing. It just..." Oh, man.
Welcome back.
Yo. Oh, dude, I was...
You losing batteries?
No, I just remembered, like, I got a call from the CVS pharmacy, but I guess they're having trouble with, like, the, like, certain parts of their automated system.
Yeah.
Like, because you know how automated systems have the parts that, like, are used for every part of every phone call? And then, like, there's the part that, like, changes based on the patient. And so the part that's changed on the patient, I guess, is fucking up. So it was like, "Hello, this is CVS Pharmacy, calling for... We wanted to tell you that your prescription for... is now available." It was so fucking funny. Oh my God.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was dying.
Oh.
You also just reminded me of, let me see if I can find it. My dad left me a voicemail, just where he, like, comes really strong out of the gate, you know?
Hi there!
Yeah, he's just like, "Ah!" Hold on, let me...
Oh my God, that's exactly what I said.
Hey! Oh, that's great. That's great.
I've just recently seen a picture of your father.
Oh yeah, he's totally awesome, normal suburban dad type guy.
And not what I expected.
Well, everyone thinks he has like long gray hair. My dad looks nothing like me.
Yeah.
I look more like my mom.
Definitely your mom.
Yeah, but my dad was super like handsome back in the 70s. That he did have long hair then, and like he was like just out of the Israeli army, so he was all like fucking like super cut up. I was like, "Jesus, Avi, you look fucking awesome." He was like,
Yeah, whatever.
On August 3rd, 2015, Avedon performed with Steel Panther at their House of Blues venue, singing Party All Day. That was another dream come true situation. That was the last night of the House of Blues in LA, or the original House of Blues location. It was August 1st, 2015 was the final Rush show at the Forum. So, and I knew it was going to be the last show before they retired. So I was like, fuck it. I'm screaming at this. I'm singing every song, you know.
Mhm.
I totally blew out my voice. So I did not have the best vocal performance at the Steel Panther show, but it was so great to be on stage with those guys, and it taught me a ton because they're such seasoned pros. And that was sort of before this newest iteration of NSP with TWRP as our backing band had hit the road. So it was very beneficial to see how they did it. And that's where I learned, like, oh, I need in-ear monitors, you know, and I need, like, look at how they sound check. And it was a big learning experience for Brian and I. The two have collaborated on multiple occasions, with Steel Panther making a cameo in Ninja Sex Party's Road Trip music video and providing vocals for 6969. Yep, that's Michael Starr as the Dick Elder, who you played.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which he was supposed to play, but I guess he wasn't available when you guys were shooting.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are road dogs.
Yeah.
But that was very helpful, you know, like that worked out really well. And there was something else. Oh yeah. So when we were filming the No Reason Boner video 8 or 9 years ago, Brian played me Steel Panther for the first time. And he actually said, like, if we ever get to a point where we're collaborating with these guys, I will consider our band a success. And lo and behold, 5 years later, there we were, you know, on stage with them.
Wow.
So that was a really cool moment.
Did you, like, bring that up to him?
Oh yeah, we've talked about it.
Or was he like, see?
he was amped.
Yeah.
All the way.
That's awesome.
So, little heads up, I rocked out in a concert yesterday.
With your cock out.
I did, well, no more so than usual, but it was present. And Steel Panther, my friggin' favorite rock band, and slash friends, they had Ryan and I come on stage and sing with them at the House of Blues last night. And it was a crazy party and it was super awesome. But my voice, body, and soul are all shattered right now. So
yeah, I can tell based on your quiet demeanor.
Yeah. So I apologize if for the next however many episodes we do today, I guess 7. For the next 7 episodes, I seem just a touch drained, but please know that it was one of the happiest experiences of my life, and I fucking super loved it.
Bro, you know your happiness means a lot to me.
Thank you, Aaron.
You're welcome. Thank you for being happy for me.
God knows it's a feeling that I have forgotten even what it Okay. Well done. Yeah, dude, so many stories.
Yeah, tell one of them.
Well, Billy Ray Cyrus and Miley Cyrus were there.
That's weird.
And they walked by. They were with Reggie Watts. And
What, really?
Yeah, it was really trippy. And
I saw Reggie Watts exiting an airport.
He's very noticeable from a great distance.
Yeah, he's got the same thing that you've got with the huge hair.
Oh yeah, it's true. Except he's even wider than I am. Not even. He's like 2 of me standing next to each other in one sweater-wearing human.
Oh man, that's harsh.
It's not harsh. I'm just like terrifyingly skinny.
That's true too.
Yeah, he's like a normal-sized human being. Yeah. So the only one we talked to was Billy Ray Cyrus, and he was super fucking cool. I was like, my God, man, I danced to the Achy Breaky Heart in my 6th grade school dance.
Really?
1991, sure.
I can't even remember the last time I heard Achy Breaky Heart.
Well, I mean, we've all experienced the feeling, so you just gotta, like, cure the breaky.
Yeah, but...
and that'll help with the achy.
I don't for some reason. That's not like the tune that plays in my heart when when I'm very sad.
When you're going through heartache?
Yeah, it's probably like the soundtrack to Requiem for a Dream.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, heartbreak is very difficult to deal with, but I find if I just listen to country music sung by a man with a mullet, then things really turn around for me eventually.
Yeah. I feel you.
With that and time. It takes time.
And 2, baby.
Yeah.
It takes 2, baby.
To make you feel all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was really cool. And I told you this off camera, but it was a real day of reckoning for me.
Yeah.
Because I met Dane Cook, who was also there, and he's a super fucking nice guy.
Yeah.
He was really chill, and then Chad Kroeger from fucking Nickelback was also in the audience.
Yeah.
And just coincidentally, I was talking to it was the last night of the House of Blues. It's getting demolished, the one on Sunset Strip.
That's a shame.
Yeah, very sad actually. Great honor to play that show. And so I asked the doorman, in all of his experiences, because he was one of those 20-year dudes. And I was like, who was the coolest and who was the douchiest guy you ever encountered? And the douchiest was someone I didn't recognize. It was Tiger, something like that. It was a rapper guy with the last name Tiger. Tiger, I don't know.
He's like an avid Game Grumps fan. He's like, oh man, what the hell, man? Oh man.
I find that somewhat unlikely. But he said the coolest guy was Chad Kroeger from fucking Nickelback.
Aww.
So I had to find out that the 2 people I rag on most in this world, just for my own personal fun, Chad Kroeger and fucking Dane Cook, are actually super chill, cool guys. And now I have to stop.
Yeah.
Now I have to just stop with it. What a downer. Isn't it the worst when the people you shit on suddenly become actual people in your mind?
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, fuck. Oh, I forgot to tell you.
What?
Speaking of touching things.
Yeah.
One more thing about that show last night.
Yeah.
I saw Ron Jeremy get kicked the fuck out of House of Blues.
Please tell that story.
Well, not too much of a story. Ninja Brian, our buddy Brent, and my friend Joe were all hanging out in the VIP section. I don't mean to brag. It's just important for the story, I swear. And I guess Ron Jeremy tried to come through. And he was like...
Is this on Tried?
Yeah. And he walks in, and they're like, I don't think you can come through here, man. And he's like, but I'm Ron Jeremy. And they're like, all right. So he starts to walk in, and then the big, security dude comes in, and he's like, I don't care who the fuck it is. They're not coming in this way. And they kicked Ron Jeremy the fuck out right in front of us. And I was like, oh my God, this is so weird. And it's extra weird because he's very small. And my friend was like, wow, he's so tiny. And I'm like, not where it counts.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
yeah. It's gross. Sorry. But
That's true.
fascinating to watch in person. And we were like, are we having the ultimate LA experience right now?
Does he have a big fat monster dong?
Yeah.
I've never actually seen a Ron Jeremy pornographer.
How have you missed it? He's been making them since the 70s.
I know, but why would I want to? It's gross.
He's the hedgehog, bro.
Ew.
A little respect.
I mean, a little respect because he has boned many women.
I don't know. I just feel
camera.
anyone who's dedicated decades to their craft deserves a little fucking respect.
Is he good at it? Super good at
I don't know.
pornography?
I kind of fell off pornography for a while.
I mean, I got nothing against the guy. I'm just saying.
Arg, not again. I hate you.
I don't want to watch porno. I want to.
That is a lie.
I want to see a big.
Just like I was lying when I said I'd fallen off pornography for a while.
I want to see a big ripped dude with an 8-pack just plowing into with a big fat monster dong.
An 8-pack?
4 veins on it. Yeah.
Where do the extra two cans come from?
It's the long part that goes into the penile area.
Oh, the super low, the deep V.
Yeah.
Oh.
Deep V. There you go.
Cool.
I want to see that action because you know, society has programmed me to only be attracted to people who are super skinny and in shape.
Well, thank you.
What?
Just kidding. I really loved the place where I grew up.
I'm trying to look for this turtle shell, but
I love New Jersey, man. It gets such a bad rap because most people only see the turnpike, which is a disgusting, stanky mess. But there's a lot of like beautiful forests and waterfalls and stuff in the wilds of Jersey.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
And it's weird too because like I went to school in Boston and then I immediately moved to New York and Philadelphia and all sorts of different places. And like since I honestly since I left home at like 17 or 18, like I've never had a place that I felt like I was home, you know?
Yeah.
And it's weird because you go back to those places and they don't feel like home anymore because you know so much has changed. But that was what was so cool because this past year I started going to Oregon a lot. And even now, like, I mean, because our CD manufacturer, CD Baby, is up there and we're signing those CDs, like actually tonight I'm going, after we finish these episodes, I'm getting on a flight and going back up there.
Yeah,
And-
talking about that fucking busy life.
Yeah,
in that earlier episode.
It's crazy. But that's the thing, like Oregon, for whatever reason, like gave me that feeling for the first time in like, what, 20 years of like actually being home, you know? And it's such an awesome like thing when you find it. Of course I can't live there right now, but like, it's just cool to like know that you can find that in other places.
Yeah, totally.
I did get an email from, I will not, of course, give any names, but she was 12 years old, and she was like, listen, I really like you, and I wish we could be together, but I'm only 12, so I don't feel like it's appropriate. And I was like, is that right? I think you might be onto something with that. Because I am exactly 3 times your age.
Exactly. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Gotta have that cutoff.
Yeah, a little bit of a cutoff.
Yeah. And I don't know exactly where my cutoff is, but
draw the line.
12 is underneath it.
Faux show.
Whoa, look at you, Slidey McSidey sides. Damn, this got weird. But I thought that was very sweet. I thought that was very sweet that she kind of like apologized about like being 12. And I'm like, it's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Enjoy
it's not
it.
your fault. Wow, that was really clever.
Yeah, I like that.
You know what?
Being 12 is fun.
Not the 12 part.
Oh, okay. On October 7th, 2015, Avedon and Lennox reunited to release the single Firefly, a claim for the band's maturing in both lyrics and sound over their previous album.
That was 2015?
Isn't that amazing? Well, yeah, that's correct because it's funny because the Run with the Hunted was a breakup album, you know, like it was, the lyrics were me dealing with like this very painful breakup I'd just gone through. And then Pete and I hadn't talked for a long time, and then we reconnected, and it was totally cool. And in 2015, I had just gone through another like super painful breakup, like the other like kind of big one of my life. And so when he was like, let's write another Sky Hill song, I was like, perfect, I'm in the mood for it, you know? And so that's what that song was. And yeah, I was quite proud of that one. I thought like we had both gotten better at what we'd done, or what we brought to the table.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking beautiful song.
Well, thank you, Aaron. So Avedon has stated Sky Hill may start new projects in the future. Yeah, sure, like I did like a minute ago. But as of July 2018, nothing has been announced. Yeah, and nothing's in the works either. It is completely up to Pete, who is not, you know, doing music for a living, and I don't even know how high it is on his list of like chill time priorities, you know. But if he ever wants to, he knows that I'm into it because I like him and I like the music we make. So that's Sky Hill.
Hey, babies.
The Good Egg Galaxy.
Yeah, it's so good.
What now?
Nah, I'm just gonna jump on his head. That's what now.
Yeah, my
Don't test me. I'm a fucking plumber.
Oh, my mom, the Good Egg Galaxy reminded me. My mom is a teacher of young children.
Yeah.
And I guess there's like one British kid in his class named Charlie, and his mom every day, like when she drops him off at school, is like, Charlie, be a good egg. Be a good egg at school.
Really?
Yeah. How cute is that?
That's adorable.
I know. So like every now and then my mom will be like when I'm leaving for California, I'll go visit her. And as I'm leaving, she'll be like, bye, Dan, be a good egg. I'm like, no!
I won't listen to you.
Don't tell me what to do. Oh, I'm almost 50.
Shut up. You don't know anything. Ugh. How long have you been around? Oh. Ugh. I've been around the block a couple times.
Yeah, once or twice. I came back, obviously,
My friends
to live in your basement some more. Here's something else you might not know. Everyone who works for us gradually becomes more gay in their interactions because we are always just getting weirdly gay with each other. You know what I mean?
It's true.
It's totally true. And like Vernon, we just I don't think you were here for this, Aaron, but we were. Oh yeah, you were right there. God damn it. Vernon, who has recently come on board, helping us out with various projects from Hot Pepper Gaming. Great dude, known him for years. Not gay, and neither are we for that matter. And yet, he's lying on one of the beanbag things, face down, and just his butt's right out there. And I was like, I'm gonna smack that butt. I just fucking reeled back and I fucking really laced into him. I was like, ah! Like a fucking full-on jump down smash on, like open palm to butt. And like, I feel like when he first joined the show, he would have been like, dude, what the fuck? But now he was like, oh no, we don't have an HR manager. I can't do anything. That was fucking hilarious. And now that I've said it on the show, he'll certainly be hearing about that from people.
Cool.
Yeah. Looks like he made a poor life decision.
Well.
In being funny in a moment.
Yeah. Well, you've made a great life decision in smacking dad ass.
Yeah, well. I like smacking my friends' butts.
I mean, that's the only reason I hired him, honestly.
Really? Just
smack
he had a
ass.
firm.
Oh, I can just cross
supple...
it. Okay.
Wow, Aaron.
Well, it looks broken. I don't know.
Oh, so my dad saw the picture of Brian and I that we took for Instagram in front, like smiling in front of the boxes. And those are like a fourth of the boxes that we have to do. But he meant to write, "You poor guys, how many CDs in every box?" Here's what he actually wrote.
You poor gays. How many CDs in every box?
And I was like, Avi, I think you meant you poor guys. And he just responded, ha ha ha. And then,
sure I did.
And then, yeah, and then my mom texted me from her phone and she was like, Avi strikes again.
Look, I texted you poor gays.
It's the fucking best.
You fucking sick hot blorp.
Blorp. Gonna get some blorp tonight. Oh, hey, you'll appreciate this. While I was hanging out with my family, I was telling my dad about, like, I shave with a straight razor now. Like, I used to use electric razors and stuff, but like, I like the, this isn't interesting, but I like the ritual of, like, you know, using the horsetail brush and all that and the single blade and whatever. So I was like, yeah, Avi, I use the single blade now. Gotta take care of the moneymaker, my face. And he was like, yeah, you gotta take the money shot. And I'm like, no, that's not what that means, Avi. I think he meant like pictures that like are really great and they like get you a lot of cash. Like, no, father. He's like, why? What does it mean? I was like, I'll tell you later.
Money shot.
You gotta take the money shot. Well played, Aaron.
What?
As that last episode ended, I was like, oh, can I do you mind if I respond to this text message? And Aaron was like, sure, go ahead. as I'm texting, I get a text from Aaron that says, it says,
No, I said, I'll take the time to respond to a text of my own.
that's right. And then I get a text from Aaron that says, yeah, he's responding to text messages, wasting my fucking time, followed by, sorry, wrong person. You fucking bastard. In 2015, internet personalities Jesse Cox and Michelle Morrow began developing an untitled comedy web series starring the Game Grumps for YouTube Premium.
It's called Premium now.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it was YouTube Red when it was released and conceptualized, but
wow.
It's called YouTube Premium now.
I guess the phrase YouTube Red just got a bad rap.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's probably a smart rebrand.
Also, because when you Siri it, it always comes out as YouTube Bread.
Yeah. I've noticed that. I had no idea Jesse and Michelle were working on it for that long.
From what I understand, yeah, they had been developing it for quite some time before they called. They called me. I was in a hotel. I think I was on tour, and they called me in a hotel room. And I remember like pacing around the hotel. It was Michelle that called me, and she was just like, "Hey, we're doing this thing, and we got Dan Harmon attached, and we thought you'd be interested." And I was like, I'll talk with Dan."
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna be a yes.
Oh, it was great. It was a great experience.
Yeah.
Casting. Although the wording of this is a little misleading, just because they didn't write it with us in mind as starring in it.
Yeah.
They wrote it and then casted it. Were casting later and then approached us. Casting Avedon in a lead acting role as esports coach Alex Taylor. Yes.
What was interesting about, I'm not sure if you know this, but you weren't originally intended to even be a character in it.
No shit.
I think it was just supposed to be me. And then Brent and I were going into conversations and we were like, well, this is Game Grumps. It should be me and Dan. And then they were like, well, we had an idea for Dan to be like this minor character, as like this like Guitar Hero guy or something. And we were like, well, maybe. And then it got reconceptualized where you were a major
that's
character.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for fighting for me, man.
Yeah, man.
I love.
I mean, I don't think there was any malice. It was just like that they didn't plan the series around having.
Yeah, of course.
A character that was like how you are on the show.
Yeah, you have it in your head a certain way. After Dan Harmon joined as executive producer in 2016, shout out to Dan Harmon, our boy.
Yeah.
The project gained media traction and was formally announced at VidCon 2017 with the title Good Game. That was exciting when it was announced.
Yeah.
It felt very like, ooh, we're part of something, legit.
Yeah, I was getting like news, like real news.
Yeah, it was
like,
crazy.
Oh, nice.
6 serialized episodes were uploaded to the Game Grumps YouTube channel, with the first episode being free to view and concurrent episodes requiring a YouTube Premium subscription. Avedon's performance was it well received by critics?
Wow.
That's very nice. Cited as truly fun, believable, and shining a light on the potential of other projects. Well, that's very flattering.
Jesus. That's a lot more about Good Game in your article than in my article.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't even think it was just kind of like, he was in Good Game. Like,
that's funny.
It's like, cool. Maybe my performance wasn't well received by critics.
Yes, it was, because it was fucking funny as shit. And we worked hard on that, man.
Yeah.
Like, we took acting lessons for a while, because I think you and I, neither of us would truly consider ourselves actors, but also those characters were like, we brought a lot of ourselves to the roles.
Yeah, well, that was cool about it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I got the feeling that like, everybody who was on the cast was incredibly capable actors and actresses. But you and I think the director could tell that we already had this very well established chemistry.
Right.
And so it seemed as if our scenes with just you and me were always scheduled last in the day because he knew that we would just knock the shit out, like immediately just knock them out.
Yeah.
Because it was always to the point where it got to our scenes, we were running a little late, we didn't have much time, and they were just like, you know what you guys are doing, just fucking do it. And then we would nail it.
Yeah.
And then those are my favorite scenes in the entire show, was the ones just you and me.
Mine too. My favorite scene is the one where like I'm smoking from the bong. And
Yes.
you're reading
And we're
from
in
the
the
wet
book.
book.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that one.
Episode 3.
Because it's just us.
Yeah.
You know? And it kind of captured how nice that whole experience was. So yeah, that show sadly is no more, but like I'm very glad like we got to do it.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't trade that for anything.
Hey, welcome back.
Hi.
To Game Grumps.
You want to hear about a cute text I just got from my mom?
No.
Well then. Maybe I'll just be super passive aggressive and won't say anything this episode.
Oh shit. No, tell me. I was hoping that you would be like, oh, so this thing my mom sent me.
That is what I would have normally done for sure. I was in Little Tokyo, my fucking favorite place to be, and I saw this cute Rilakuma mug. For anyone who doesn't know, you might have seen him. Rilakuma is that cute little Japanese bear character, cartoon character with the little face. It's got a little face on him.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can look him up.
Damn.
But I saw a mug there. It was a Rilakuma mug, and it was just like he's sitting under a tree, and like he like there's another character, and I was like, my mom would my mom would love this because like she used to love like Peter Rabbit and stuff like that, like little things like that, and so I bought it and I sent it to her, and I just got the text. Rilakuma met Koguma-chan in the honey forest. My new favorite mug. Arigato, Daniel-san. Most honored.
Wow.
How cute is my mom?
Arigato, Daniel.
It's so adorable. Good lord. Rilakuma met Koguma-chan in the honey forest. All right, sorry. I think I've told you about that, right?
Is that the lore?
It's what it says on the mug I got from my mom.
Oh.
Oh, no.
It sounds really sweet.
Yeah, she repeats it to me all the time.
Who's Koguma-chan?
I don't know, but that's who who's Koguma-chan? He's the one that Rilakuma met in the honey forest.
Duh, you uncultured fuck.
Yeah, my God. Okay, so we'll start on the right side with that picture. I'm wearing my Destroy Everything t-shirt, which was made by my buddy Owen from the Birthday Massacre. Very talented dude.
And I believe that's you talking to me off camera.
Yeah, I think so.
Which makes me feel a little Mike Wazowski'd, but you know, whatever.
I mean, it would have been you or Jack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the two.
That's right, yeah.
That was a special time. By the way, Brian threw the most the lamest rock and roll tantrum of all time.
I was hoping you were going to say tantrum when you said throw.
Yeah. It was pretty great. I mean, it wasn't serious, but we were in the studio recording because we finished the new original Ninja Sex Party album.
Oh, dope.
The recording of it. For the most part, like there's
Congratulations.
a couple tiny little things left. But yeah, we were in the studio with our producer, and like I can't remember what I said. It was something to the effect of, ooh, well, you really do just murder the things that you wear as skin suits.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
They've been fucking murdering me for years.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Well, there we go.
It's bad aim. That's why I can never make a baby.
But I was singing a very like heartfelt tune.
Yeah.
You know? And I was like, man, this is Somewhere Out There is Fievel, right?
Fievel Goes West?
No, the An American Tale. Is that what he sings? What's his like really emotional song?
I don't fucking remember.
Okay, it might have been Somewhere Out There. Let's say it was. Whatever it actually is.
And you said no, but it is Fievel Goes West. That's the sequel.
Yeah, correct, but no, the song.
That's what I thought, because I thought you were talking about Fievel, and then I said a thing that denoted that yes, it was indeed that Fievel.
Well, it's funny that
you said no.
Well, it's funny that you said that because because it's very intrinsic to the story.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it when he's like in the window and he's singing, and then the girl is singing too?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's call that Somewhere Out There.
Okay.
And I was singing a very emotional NSP song, and I was like, man, this is like what Fievel sings in Fievel Goes West. And
You mean American Tail?
Brian busts open the door of the studio and he's like, just so you know, he sings that song in American Tail, not the sequel, Fievel Goes West. And then he slams the door and a piece of the studio, like, soundproofing collapsed from the ceiling. And I was like, this is the least rock and roll studio damage that has ever occurred. Brian angrily correcting me on which Fievel movie the song I'm singing came from.
Well, yeah, but he's right though.
Oh my god. I told this story to the wrong person.
Because it's clearly... I love how I did it before you even got to the caveat of the story.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's true. It's the American Tail. It's a completely different film.
Oh my god.
Like, it's not like, oh man, well, Jurassic Park and, well, that's a bad example. The Terminator, it's like the same movie again, right? But Fievel Goes West is a completely different movie.
Hey, look, there went the point.
It's a different story. different characters, kind of.
Oh my god.
A lot of the same characters, but whoa!
Oh my god. Well,
here we are, man.
Here we are again. Good thing I can only see this through one eye.
Oh, I'm so. Oh, yeah. You injured your eye today.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. It's not exactly injured. We'll just tell this story in 10 seconds. Our dear, sweet personal assistant, who's so helpful and awesome, and that is not sarcastic at all. I had trouble putting in my contact lenses and I needed some solution. And she was like, here, try this. We've got some in the office. And she handed me the type of solution that apparently you're only supposed to place your contacts in and then rinse them out and then put saline on them and then put them in your eye.
You're supposed to let them soak for 6 hours.
Yeah. Essentially, it's pure hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
And I put that shit right on my open eyeball. And oh, it burns. I need a patch and a hook hand and a peg leg.
It had a big warning on it that said red cap means don't put directly on eye.
Yeah. I thought they just made it that color so you could find it more easily in the cabinet.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, hard.
Let's
like it's going to be hard to see.
Let's play
Sonic Forces, baby. All right, so all I was going to say at the end of the last episode we were playing was I went back to my hometown this past week. And I went to the pool where I took swimming lessons as a baby.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, it was very surreal. And my mom had warned me that you're not supposed to walk in sneakers, like on the pavement or whatever. But you know me, I'm fucking jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers every day, no matter what.
Right.
So I was just walking down in sneakers, and the lifeguard's like, "Excuse me, sir," and I'm like, "Oh my god, am I really gonna get fucking yelled at my hometown pool?" You know. But then he was like, "Are you Danny from Game Grumps?" And I said, "Yeah." And it turned out like we had a whole bunch of fans there, and they were super fucking cool.
Oh man, that's nice.
So I committed all their names to memory. It was Brendan, Harrison, Isabella, Will, and Bryson. So hey guys.
Those are the new Power Rangers.
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it? So thank you for being fans. There's just something about getting recognized in like your hometown that makes like everything feel way more like, oh my god, we're actually doing something.
Well, yeah, because it's like a world untouched by that.
Yes.
You know? Like you don't remember anything about doing Game Grumps back there.
No, for sure not. It's very surreal. My dad referred to pebbles as pabbles. That was the other really cute thing he said.
Pebbles.
No, Dan, don't drive behind the truck because it kicks up the pebbles and they get on the windshield. Does it, Avi? Will the pebbles be flying at us at a dangerous pace? Yeah.
Dude, if I moved to Japan and lived there for like 40 years, I'd be like, what don't you know? Like, I'd be fucking awesome.
Oh yeah.
It always baffles me how. And this is not a knock. This is like a questioning.
Yeah, no, talk shit on my dad, please.
No, it's like
he's not here to defend himself.
How does it? I guess it's just like keeping stock of the original. I guess that's cool. It's like holding on to the classic.
Well, I mean, according to him, he has to think in Hebrew and then translate it in his head and then speak.
I see.
Yeah.
That probably makes more sense.
Yeah. So who knows? Heavy. So, Aaron, before we go, can I
Can I say a little thing?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to share a little good news going on in my life for the folks at home. I mean, you already know this.
You finally got your detachable penis reattached.
That's it. Oh man, it took some time and some energy, but no. About 4 or 5 months ago, depending on whenever this episode goes up, my fiance Ashley and I got married.
Wow!
Yeah. Yippee! 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 Yippee!
Are you the lower pitched yippee or the higher pitched yippee?
I don't know. I'm just getting over an illness, so I think it's lower by default. But yeah, I mean, it was a long time coming. We got engaged back in 2020, but couldn't have a ceremony because of sweet COVID.
Because of what?
Oh yeah, sorry, the Backstreet Boys. Yeah, they play weddings.
They've been playing nothing but weddings.
Yeah, seriously. But luckily, this was a little while ago before Omicron, so we like managed to have it in between spikes, and no one got sick, and it was wonderful. So thank you for being there.
Oh yeah, it was a fun time, man.
You looked so handsome.
I did?
You did. Well, you touched up the pink streak in your hair.
Oh yeah, I did that right before I went. Yeah.
Yeah, you look great. Yeah, everyone looked great.
It was fun. It was a good time. It was a very positive experience.
Yeah.
You have good people in your life.
Thanks, man. I definitely do. And it was a cool like full circle thing because, I mean, like right before I joined the show, I was at your wedding.
Oh yeah.
Like almost a decade ago, and now. God,
no, it wasn't before. You had joined the show already.
Had I really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. God, we've been doing the show for a long time.
I know.
That's crazy. But yeah, thank you. I love you, homie. And just a good life moment. So hope you're all doing well out there, and just wanted to share it.
Hell yeah, gamer.
Yeah.
Fucking keep living that happy life, my friend.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we're private people, and like we wanted to kind of just enjoy being married before saying anything publicly. But at some point, like, you get tired of taking your ring off when you film Power Hour. Well, not you, but me, for at least these couple.
I always take my ring off when we film Power Hour.
Do you really?
No, of course
right.
not. I forget I have it. I got one of those silicone rings that's just like invisible at this point.
I thought maybe it would get gunky. Oh well, I'll find out.
It does, but it's a silicone ring, so you just clean it.
I don't have one of those.
Dude, you're gonna after like 2 years, you're gonna be like, fuck this shit. I'm getting silicone. Because also, okay, here's the fucked up thing.
Yeah.
If you get it like caught on something, you could rip your finger off.
What?
Yeah, it's happened. It's like a thing that happens.
Like caught on what?
Just like like a car door or something. Like it's just like you don't expect, like a high amount of force suddenly on your finger, and it gets caught. Like it can like rip off like the skin of your finger and
cool.
shit.
Well, thanks for taking this really special moment and making it gory and fucked up.
Well, that's part of why I got a silicone that we both did.
Yeah. No, I bet you're right. Like I see a lot of.
Was I saying silicone or silicone?
I don't know.
It's silicone.
Silicone. Yeah. It's maybe I will. I'll let you know in 2 years. Like I come in with like stumps. I
tried it on every finger.
My car is super complicated. All right, so we will see you next time on Game Grumps.
Yeah.
All right, later on, everyone.
Bye.